Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Europe Time Zone Tournament. As you know, it's the peak of summer, it's warm, that's why my jacket is off, and we've got nothing but heat for the rest of today. My name is Ben, also known as Xeroth of Yellow Card Vanguard, and I'm joined by my good friends Eric, also known as Mr. Timeleap of Vanguard Insider, and JJ of GG Mr. Rogers. How are you fellas doing this morning?
I'm great. Luckily, the heat here in the Netherlands is a bit more bearable, so JJ and I are rocking our jacket. But we're very excited for some awesome Cardfight action. We saw already a very exciting tournament on the other side of the world with AO, and I'm anticipating the same action going on here in EU, and hopefully later today also in NA. So very exciting stuff coming up in this Rumble.
Yeah.
I am excited to see some spicy deck lists, spicy plays. It's hot weather, so I gotta see some hotness being played on these in these games. So hopefully the players bring it today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've had a incredible few weeks in the past few months of the BSF format, Springfest. Some really interesting premium decks coming out, and of course with the new restriction list and the new P clan collection, I think it's safe to say that the entire premium metagame has been shaken up a lot, and like you guys, I can't wait to see how that develops and get underway. So before we get into that, we have a few things to get, run of show, just a few housekeeping to do. So the first things first, JJ, if you want to walk us through what we'll be going through today, just how the tournament's going to go and what players can expect to see.
Okay, so everybody at home, today we are going to be playing a best of one Swiss format with a potential top 16 depending on how many players come out. I'll give you guys more information on how many players have been competing so far. And then it will be a Swiss tournament, so you're playing, you'll keep on playing, there's no knockout potential, so thankfully you can just keep on having fun and enjoying yourself. So that'll be on the 23rd and the 24th for this weekend. So this is going to be super, super fun.
Yep, it's a premium format, which is super enjoyable. And the one thing I'm going to mention now, we're going to try our best as part of the broadcast team to show you some of the more interesting decks in the early rounds. But of course, as we get towards the end of the day, I think we're going to move more towards the meta. But of course, today is this weekend is the premium format, but we have a lot more than that just for you. So the BRO season runs across the entire month. So this week, as we mentioned, is premium on 23rd, 24th. Day 2 is going to be top 8, same time, so make sure to tune in here in 24 hours time to see the top 4 action. And then this is week 1. Week 2, starting next week, we have V-Premium, which is the other format that's also received quite a big shake-up. So that's going to be really exciting as well. That's on the 30th and 31st of July. Again, it's going to be the three of us who bring you some incredible action, so make sure to tune in for that. Then everyone, players, casters, everyone involved has a little bit of a break in between. 2 weeks break just to take some time off and recharge. And then in mid-August, we jump right back into the action with standard format on the 13th and the 14th of August. Again, it's going to be us three lovely faces, bringing you the play-by-play. I'm actually really excited for standard. There's a lot I want to talk about, but of course, we'll get there in a few weeks' time. Good things come to those who wait. And of course, last but not least, week 4 is the final Bushiroad game, Weiss Schwarz. So this is going to be on the 20th and 21st of August. Unfortunately, JJ and Eric will not be joining me for that, but we have a lot of things to talk about, which we will talk about next month. But of course, that's looking towards the future. But just for today, we still have loads more tournament to go through. 6 to 7 rounds of exciting premium Swiss, followed by a top cut. And at the end of that top cut are some very lovely prizes. Eric, take us away.
Yeah, so as Ben was saying, we have a very exciting premium prospect on ahead of us, but players are fighting for some exciting prizes because we got a very nice promo that's very appropriate to this format because the players are playing for Progenitor Dragon of Horizon Limit or Igarim, which is the Progenitor for Brandgate. But also they can win boxes for the upcoming clan collection, which is also another way to shake up the format. And as we see here, the first player is going to get not 1, but 4 copies of this promo card and a box as well. including a certificate, which is nice bragging rights that you won this entire tournament. But going second place, you also have some nice goodies with 2 copies and a certificate and a booster pack. And then being third place, you get 1 copy as well as 1 booster pack and a certificate. And coming in fourth place, you will get the certificate, which is still nothing to sneeze at, because again, it gives you this bragging right, and I would definitely recommend to hang it up behind you in your screen so players know what you achieved.
Definitely.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I still haven't hung up my certificate. I should probably get on that. But yeah, round one's, we're just going to start that. So before we do, let's have a quick discussion about today. So I've mentioned we have the restriction list and P-Clan collection as going to be the 2 big changes to the format. I think the restriction list is something that's heavily on people's minds. The big target was the Ruination Dragon plus book being gone, so Order Colony is now dead. And that was one of the 2 big decks in the previous format. So it'll be interesting to see what rises to fill its gap. What do you think, Eric?
Well, with Order Colony now being gone, there is still a possibility that Mega Colony can still surface up, because we shouldn't underestimate Gordora as a potential of a Stride. Like, she is able to block a lot of potential. The only issue is she doesn't have any finishing power, so it's up to the players to try to figure out if there's some other engine that can fill in that slot. And to my personal opinion, Flagberg has a lot of potential to do that, because it's very Aquaforce-like with a lot of multi-tacking and a lot of aggression and early aggro, and that could potentially be the golden match between aggression of Flagberg and the defensive play and stall of Gordora. So there is quite a few potential there.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's interesting to see, are people going to stick to the tried and tested old guns, or they're going to move on to the new things? And of course, P-Clan Collection has, a bunch of new strides that make a bunch of previously tier 2 decks strong contenders, like Galley Galbarus for Spikes, Helltrout of Bermuda Triangle. JJ, what is your eye on right now?
Mine is Narukami right now. Narukami is a potential very dangerous prospect going into the new format. It's a anti-Axel archetype. Since we're going to be getting a whole bunch of Nightmare Dolls, we'll have Genovius on the horizon. That's a very high octane accelerating archetype, and that kind of tempos out and kind of slows down those archetypes as well. We also have Clan Collection Volume 5 and 6 that are coming up relatively soon too, and that's going to give us some more Narukami support that can punish a whole lot of those potentially aggressive decks. It's going to be scary for Narukami, especially in a P-Clan Collection. We do have Exterminate, and we do still have access to Stunverse. So drawing a bunch of cards is pretty good, I hear.
Yeah, I love the illusion of choice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, so real quick, we're going to pass it over to a format video. So for those of you who are either new to Vanguard or new to the premium format as a whole, our fellows over in Australia, Kai of WCC, has put together a quick video explaining to you what the premium format is, what things to look out for. So we're going to quickly pop to that, and then we'll jump back to the 3 of us before we start round 1. Don't go anywhere.
Today's tournament will be played in the premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In the premium format, players bring not only their constructed 50-card main deck, but it is also accompanied by a G-Zone. An additional 16 cards composed of various cards that aid you throughout the game and can be accessed easily. Unlike the standard format, the decks are built around one of the 24 different clans that belong to the nations that you may be familiar with through Overdress. The 2 types of cards that you will find in the G-Zone are Strides and G-Guardians. Strides are cards that have a red border around them and are various warriors that come from either the past or the future of the Planet Cray setting. Strides have a power value, a cost that must be paid if you wish to access the stride, as well as the effects of the card. In order to stride, you have to meet one of the following conditions. The first is if both you and your opponent have a grade 3 Vanguard, then after the ride step, there is the stride step. This is where you can choose to pay the cost of stride, which is typically to discard cards in your hand whose grades add up to 3 or higher. There are also special grade 1 and grade 0 cards that are regarded as grade 3s in your hand when you discard them for stride, which you will see quite often. After you pay this cost, you can choose one of the face down strides in your G-Zone and place it on top of your existing Vanguard on the Vanguard circle, turning the card under the stride into a heart card. This is the process of striding. Now the stride will inherit the original power and card name of the chosen heart, thus combining the 15,000 power of the stride with the card underneath it, thus totaling 28,000. At the end of turn, the stride card will return to the G-Zone face up, and your Vanguard returns to its former state from the beginning of the turn. The other approach to striding is when you have spent at least one turn on your grade 3 Vanguard, thus starting your turn at grade 3 even if your opponent hasn't ridden their grade 3 yet. There are some decks in Premium that are able to jump ahead and superior ride to stride earlier, so make sure to keep this in mind. Strides have a variety of powerful abilities that help the player adapt to any situation, so make sure to use this powerful toolbox called the G-Zone alongside the cards in your main deck of 50 cards. There are two special types of strides in addition to the regular forms we've seen so far: Progenitor Dragons and Xeroth Dragons. These cards are unique in that they do not belong to a single clan, but rather encompass the entire nations that the clans belong to, such as Dragon Empire or Stargate, otherwise known as Brantgate as well. These symbolize the beginning and the end, either bringing additional life to your game plan or putting everything on the line to finish it all. In order to stride a Progenitor Dragon, a player must discard a card of the same name as their Vanguard. The Progenitor Dragons each have unique abilities, but one shared ability is that after they have returned to the G-Zone face up, they will allow you to stride without paying the cost for stride for the rest of the game. The Xeroth Dragons also require you to discard a card with the same name as your Vanguard in order to stride them, but they have an additional restriction needing to have at least 3 face-up cards in your G-Zone to stride, thus making them quite the late game finishers. Be careful though, when you stride with a Xeroth Dragon, your entire G-Zone will be removed from the game, leaving you with your 50 card main deck, so be sure to time these finishes well. As previously mentioned, strides aren't the only type of cards encompassing your 16 card G-Zone. G-Guardians are a powerful defensive mechanic which is also brought to the playing field from the G-Zone. All G-Guardians have a green border as pictured and are called using the same method at all times. During your opponent's battle phase, one of your opponent's units attacks and you would be able to guard while both players' Vanguards are grade 3, you may discard a heal trigger from your hand to choose to face down G-Guardian from your G-Zone and call into the Guardian Circle. G-Guardians have various abilities that either bolster your defense or interrupt your opponent's plays, making them a key factor in any player's game plan in the Premium format. There are plenty of other incredible mechanics and types of abilities that make Premium unique and exciting, whether it be Generation Break, Legion, Limit Break, Imaginary Gifts, and many of the other unique mechanics that have been introduced to the game throughout the years. You can even make a Premium deck out of the recent Overdress decks. Just keep in mind, there is no Rye deck in this format. That's all for this brief explanation of the Premium format. Let's wish all the participating players today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Alright, so the players are ready. We have round 1 selected for you now. We're just going to wait a little bit before we jump into that. So let's quickly jump back to our discussion just a little bit before that real quick. So what else are we looking for in this format? So we know Nightmare Dolls was the other tier 1 deck just before this, and they, let's be honest, they got away with the ban list pretty much scot-free. But what I'm really looking forward to is some of the more tier 2 decks to rise up. Things like Dimension Police, things like Dark Irregulars, things like Great Nature, kind of, like these sort of, yeah, they exist, but they weren't really going to win decks. And now they are, they're decks that I think we can now expect to win, right?
Yes, I agree with that. I think there's a lot of archetypes that Premium is a very under-researched format. A lot of people see, oh my god, old cards from like 10 years ago. How do I combine them to make pretty awesome effects and pretty awesome archetypes? It's very scary. It's very daunting. I've had people, friends of mine, who are just like, yeah, I can't really get into Premium right now. It requires too much effort, too much like understanding of how card interacts with each other and stuff. Card interaction is one of the biggest scary points for anybody who wants to play a legacy format like Premium.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, actually, speaking of Dark Irregulars and Great Nature, we have our round 1 match for you now. So round 1 is going to be between Roman playing Dark Irregulars versus Wow playing Great Nature. So, let's not wait for it. Let's just jump straight into the decks. So here we see Roman Cardfight's Dark Irregulars deck. And this is an Ammon focus, which is not what we usually see out of Dark Irregulars in Premium. Premium Dark Irregulars is usually NLK Barrow or something along those lines. But here, no, he's just gone all in on Ammon. and it's just rolling with the punches. It's a really interesting deck. I think he's capitalizing on all the naturally strong cards in Dark Irregulars, like Killer Tail, Fu Lin, Poisonic Abductor, Hope on Damp as a really strong finisher. So yeah, I'm interested to see like how this is going to go for him.
I am as well. I really like the fact that he's also playing Goemon. Goemon is like one of the new additions to a lot of Dark Irregular lists, since it can also be incorporated in the NLK and the Baron Magnus archetype. So being able to soul charge a lot of your rear guards and being able to push pressure that way is a really good way of being able to get guard district. It's really nice.
Yeah, it gives him a lot of pressure in like the early game, going first with the Ammon, while also still doing a lot of things. If he strides, say, Bladermouse or Forfax, like it just gives him that little bit of extra pressure that you really, really need. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what his game plan is gonna be. Like, is he gonna try and like rush in the early game? Is he gonna try and like Grade 2 game to deny stride? Because again, he's up against Great Nature, which is not a deck that people play very often. But before we look at WoW's Great Nature list, let's quickly flip over to Roman's G-Zone. So as you see, he does have that Farfax, the new Premium Collection Stride. It's basically a re-ride from the G-Zone. When your Vanguard attacks, you can stride into this, kind of like Spearex or Sandrine in a way, just with a little bit, maybe potentially higher cost. But again, the fact that it gains a bunch of crits and puts them back into the deck, you have a lot of pressure there, especially with Ammon already gaining a bunch of drives and crits to begin with. Of course, we have the other standard staple strides for Dark Irregulars, like Balam, Bladermouse. Like, these are the regular things to go into. It's quite interesting to see because, ever since Gastile was restricted, it's always been the question of, does DI even need a G-Set anymore? Like I say, NLK Barrow, which is the main DI deck, that wins games without even striding. So I don't know if Roman's game plan is to win on, like, say, a Farfax off of an Ammon, or to Bladermouse, or to just win without striding. Just, be this 3-drive, multi-crit Ammon swing. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, let's flip over to WoW's deck. I'm playing Great Nature. And I'll be honest with you guys, I don't know anything about Great Nature at all. So JJ, you're going to need to lead me on this one.
Alright, so me and Eric are going to handle this one. We've played against a couple of friends of ours who do tend to play a whole bunch of Great Nature. Tim is one of our Great Nature resident players, and he jams that deck like no other business. So this plays Big Belly. Big Belly is an archetype within the olden G era days, and he now has a V era counterpart right now, famous Professor Big Belly, that incorporates a whole lot of card draw. You draw a lot of cards, you swing for a lot of damage, and it utilizes the card Talented Rhino. Anything else you want to add to that, Eric?
I mean, it's basically, it feels like a Standard Plus variant of Big Belly, with yet a very strong core engine of the G-era counterpart, with all the restanders that we see, like with Crayon Tiger, the Big Belly restanders. So we can basically assume a lot of aggression from this deck going out the get-go, and probably abuse the Big Belly engine quite a lot here.
I think one thing I will note here too as well is that they're running front triggers as this variant, instead of something just like pure crits and draws, because you don't really need that much draw power, because Big Belly himself, his own skill is when your rear guards get retired by any turn, doesn't matter when, you get to draw cards off of that. So there's also an argument we probably might see Axel 1 being activated in this game to get for a little bit extra power, because 12 against 12, since Ammon is 12 himself, plus an Axel marker, you're swinging for most of your rear guards are for 22 or 21, and since some of your archetypes do need success to be active, if you haven't seen any copies of Lesser Writer, it does give you an angle of being able to push pressure that way.
Yeah, and don't forget the Compass Lion being an option in the early game, because that base power can be like quite significant for the early aggression, so that could definitely come up here.
Alright, so let's take a look at the G-Zone here for a second, then we can talk a little bit about that. So they're running the one copy of the Omniscience Dragon Caladrius. It's a act skill of being able to turn something up to your face up to your G-Zone to get more power, and it's also going to be able to give your front row a whole lot more attacking pressure, and also restanding a rear guard. And this is one of the new cards from the Pecan collection.
Yeah, so far what we see in this G-Zone is like, it's a quite a wide variety of different stride options because we see the new Premium Collection stride, we see the previous Premium Collection stride, as well as I think the original one, and Bar Rule, was like the go-to stride at the end of the G era. So we could see a very strong aggression going on the first stride turn with probably a lot of multitasking, but at the same time quite versatile in options. Either go Vanguard focus, singular line, or just spread out your multitask that everything restands quite significantly. So quite a versatile G-Slow as we see here.
Yes, especially since it's great nature, being able to get a whole access all aspects of your deck is just very good. So, with that being said, let's bring back over to us so we can get this match started.
Yep, so for round one, it's just going to be myself and JJ. Eric's going to take a quick break, but don't worry, you'll see his face again very soon going in round three. But yeah, Great Nature versus DI. These are not two decks I would expect to see this early on. And looking at the two lists, as you say, they're both very aggressive, very fast-paced. It's going to be a really rocketing start to this game, I think, to the tournament.
I really think so too. I am very surprised that they're actually playing what you were also surprised that they're playing the Amon version, because I thought they would be playing the Gastille version. Because there is like a version of that floating around where you try to hit 20 threshold with stuff like Hope on Damp and all those other cards that you'll need, and especially going into the Farfax as your finisher, because then you could turn off all your opponent's autos, G-Zone, G-Guards, and all your PG stuff. It's interesting to say the least. This is a cool angle. I'm ready to see how this turns out.
Yep. So I think we are just about getting into the game here. So we'll see who's going first, who's going second. Who do you think is favored to go first or second? Or who do you think would prefer to go first or second in this matchup?
I feel Amon is favored going first because they still have access to the Amon followers' Fu Gelatin. Because them being able to set up at least...
Yeah. Like, when you say, the strength of the Great Nature deck is like Crayon Tigers and like Talented Rhinos and stuff, those things are all GB restricted, right?
Oh, yes. Most of those are GB restricted, so a lot of the V archetype and V archetype support cards are going to be in full display here in this matchup, and that's why I feel that a lot of the first turn aggressive decks like Amon, even if it's a 3-attack swing, oftentimes can be for large numbers, just relatively huge attacks here.
Yep, so the players are just quickly performing their mulligan. I will also quickly highlight the deck building interest that goes on with Dark Irregulars, because so many of the strong Dark Irregular cards are concentrated at the Grade 1 and the Grade 2 line. If we take a look at the grade ratios, while Great Nature deck is playing 12 Grade 1s, 13 Grade 2s, 10 Grade 3s, that's a pretty regular number. But then Roman is playing 15 Grade 1s and only 8 Grade 2s. So he's running that risk of having to G-assist in exchange for having these really powerful cards. Like you say, the Fu Ginlin is Grade 1, the Goemon is Grade 1, Killer Tail and Creeper are Grade 1s. It means that he has the ability to really rush and commit that early pressure because he has so many cards that he can just throw away. But at the same time, if he starts falling behind, it's going to be really hard for him to catch up.
Yeah, exactly. Which is one of the reasons why archetype like DI needs to be going first, especially since with Amon, him being able to get rid of his opponent's follow-up plays for next turn, especially going to his stride turn, can help him a whole lot. But it looks like he's going to be going second, so this is going to maybe do some small effects here. Both of them are 7-7k a piece. Mikisaburo versus Creeper.
Yeah, it's a big argument as well. Like, riding a 7k grade 1 versus an 8k grade 1 is like, do you try to damage deny? Do you try to, rush early because 8 versus 7? We see he does have the turn 1 Fu, which is huge. Double Fu on turn 1 is extremely huge there. Yeah. He's going to soul in the Quick Shield to get a free plus. And this is just massively disrupting for WoW. Like, we see the Rhino goes into Soul for WoW there. He's only running 2 Rhino in the deck. That's one of his win cons, right?
Yeah, it is. But in this matchup, you also have access to Nijabes for DI, so having something like Rhino might not be as dangerous. So I feel like the sheer amount of multi-attack is maybe just more important. I think he's just trying to get the best hand that he can get right now. And him getting pressured here with this amount of attacks is going to be tough for him to deal with.
Yeah, the early heal from WoW was great. There's some pretty cool things going on there. He's got the Blusher Parakeet on the ride. It's a pretty solid plus. It digs in for his big belly, which, as we know, is core to the deck. Like, you have a bunch of effects that are named, need a big belly Vanguard name. But no, he's actually going to add the grade 3 heal here, which is also really good because he's going first, right? Like, if he's going to give up the first stride, he needs that heal so that he can G-guard to survive whatever Roman decides to do on stride.
Especially since he can use the G-God for Sheltered Heiress Spangled for later, especially if he gets to stride himself after, or he doesn't get to use it on time or anything. He can then just choose to just hold on to it for a couple of turns. Doesn't end up going to damage. Because, I mean, obviously healing would be kind of nice here, but having it in hand gives you the extra surety that it gives you extra, like, multifaceted uses for it.
Yeah, exactly. And he's actually going to swing at Vanguard here. So, as we mentioned, Roman having to GSS for grade 2, like I just said, those ratios come back to bite him. So, while he resolves his GSS, I want to quickly highlight that Wild decided to attack Vanguard instead of attacking Rearguard. Like, in one sense, by attacking that Fu, which, as you described, is a super critical piece for Ammon in general, you're not just damage denying, but you're also disrupting their game plan. But instead, he's saying, like, okay, I don't care about food, it's disrupted my hand enough already. I'm just going to leave it there for you to gain even more plussing and soul charging. I'm just going to try and rush you down. I think that's a very aggressive line of play, but I think it might work out for him. This G-assist is really going to hurt Roman as he tries to, maintain this aggro.
Yeah, and coincidentally, what he ended up damaging was the grade 2, so who knows? He might have seen the top of his deck in his Psychulia and determined that he needs to attack this turn. So, I mean, hey,
Hope on Damp gets G-assisted, so Roman's only playing the one Hope on Damp. That's a huge thing to lose to G-assist.
It is. Unfortunately, since Great Nature does have like a large hand size and has an insane amount of card selection, I don't really see it helping that much in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well. And I guess also, it was one of the only grade 3s in his hand, other than the Heal Guardian, and he kind of wants to avoid riding that if he can.
Yeah, yes. Obviously, he would want to keep it if he could, but it is what it is sometimes.
Yeah, so Poisonic Abductor there on Vanguard place. He's going to search for his... I think that's Ron Ginlin, the grade 2. Yeah.
Yes.
So he's ditching the Killer Tail, which, again, like I said, Killer Tail is one of the power cards for DI, and the fact that he's just willing to let it go, I think says a lot about his current position. The fact that he's G-assisted into this, he doesn't have much gas in his hand. We saw he had two Goemons and a few other bits and pieces. I think, he's just trying to build up that board, get the early aggro in, and make it so that Great Nature has to give up the first ride.
Yes, I agree. And he didn't really have much setup at Killer Tail anyway, so I really like this heads-up play from him of just getting rid of the piece. And it's like, well, I can't really use it right now. It doesn't really matter much anymore. I kind of just want to get some pressure going.
Yeah, so he's getting there the Soul Charge 2 off of the Ron. And he's deciding how much harder he wants to commit. Because he has to bear in mind that even though he does have the Heal Guard in hand, he is going to be facing down a grade 3 turn. And even though, like we mentioned, a lot of the cards in Great Nature are GB restricted, they have Compass Lion, they have the Parakeet himself, they can still put forward a pretty reasonable offense.
They can. Ooh, another Pangolin going into the Soul, though. I think his Soul is currently at 5 or 6 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4,
It
5,
is
6.
6. Yeah, so all of his Ammon rear guards are going to be online because the opponent has 6 or more Soul.
So
yeah, those
column
Fu
right now,
Demons definitely putting in a bunch of work.
So those columns now, Fu also has a other triggered ability. If your opponent does have 6 or more cards in Soul, he does get to Soul Charge an extra card and give plus 5k to a unit you control.
Yeah, so these columns are now huge. So we've got, 17, 22k on the Vanguard column. Even the Heal Guard is not enough to no past this. Drive checks the Assassin, which is huge. Again, the Assassin is the other win con for DI. WoW gets a defensive front, which is going to be good, but this column is still, 32k? So the front triggers plus 5k shield is not live, but the defensive does put him enough to guard this. He didn't burn his heal, which is interesting. He wants to hold on to that for the G-Guard, and he's going to ride the Big Belly. So let's see. Is it going to be Axel 1 like we predicted?
He is currently thinking about it. Yeah, his hand is relatively low right now, so he needs a lot more hand selection. Like, sure, Fu, the grade 1 DI unit, did give him a bit of hand selection, but it also got rid of some key combo pieces that he needed. So right now he's just gonna try to get some extra cards in his hand so that he can use for later in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that he does choose to ride up instead of denying stride, because I think every single first stride for DI costs counterblast, right? Garvan's cost counterblast, Balam cost counterblast. So if he had just like chose to damage an eye and swing at rearguard, he would have been able to do a lot more here. But there's the Heal Guardian coming out from Roman, giving 10k to his Vanguard. And the Lesser Right on the Axel, it's not really a huge beat stick, right? It's just
a small 14. It only gets power when it's successful.
yeah. And he didn't even counterblast for Big Belly, so there's no power to give out. There's no multi-attack going on. It's just just a body. Yeah, he attacked into the. I think he attacked into the rear guard, but the rear guard is 10k at all times. So the defensive trigger there, or sorry, the 10k from the Heal Guardian meant that both of Roman's units were 19, so the Lesser Writer didn't even hit.
And he's now in a worse for wear spot at the moment, since he soul charged the number of terror, like a couple copies of it a couple turns ago, and he also G-assisted with Hope on Damp, and soul charged a copy of Amon. He's down a lot of extra grade 3s that he could have utilized here, and maybe ridden into, maybe gone for the first stride if he wanted it. So this is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough one. I don't know. Do you see a possible out here?
Not unless he maybe gets a heal or the over trigger. Like missing grade 3, missing the GSS here was really painful. I think that's probably the main reason that WoW chose to ride up, because we saw Romang G-assist for grade 2, revealing grade 3 Heal Guardian, and then he removes that grade 3 and then uses the Heal Guardian. So at that point, WoW's like, okay, I now know my opponent has no more grade 3s in hand. He now has to G-assist if he wants to be able to stride against me. And if not, I get a free stride like going onto his grade 2, which is still pretty good here. So Fu here is doing a lot of work, soul charging a bunch, giving a bunch of extra power to his board. So Roman isn't out of this yet. The question is that WoW has the counterblast to do his stride turns. He's got everything he needs. Even if Roman bashes his rearguard like he's doing here to board control, WoW still has everything he needs to like really put the world of hurt on him next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So I assume right now he swung into rearguard a lesser. Is he going to be taking this? I think I would.
I would take this. It's only 2 damage, Again, Crayon Tiger cost counterblast, Big Belly Restand cost counterblast, your strides cost counterblast. I think WoW saying, give me a bunch of damage, and I'm just going to destroy you so you can't heal out of it.
Exactly. So he's going to use the Heal Guardian that he ended up setting up with. He possibly might have had something else in his hand, but I think he just wants to save that for probably pieces that he'll need.
Yeah, so we see there Caladrius, the new P Clan Collection stride coming down. This card is, I think, one of the maybe better than Ballarol. Like, just reading it at face value.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very good answer to a situation of what if Ballarol also restood a rearguard?
Yeah, so
especially for Big Belly.
So he's going to use the Act skill of Caladrius to pump his front row by 10k. And the incredible thing is, Caladrius also says at the end of the turn, retire those units. But that doesn't happen until after Caladrius returns to the G-Zone. So when the front row gets retired because of Caladrius, Big Belly will see them get retired, and he will draw 3 cards.
Yes, this is going to be so good. So
he gets a huge interaction. Yeah.
So he's going to be able to use the Lesser Belly skill here too. So all of them are going to get resist. So I was talking about earlier that the DI G-Guardian of Nibalis of being able to stop them, but I completely forgot that actually gave all your success units resist, so it might actually not be a factor here right now.
Yep. And he's just going to go straight in. So you've got Lesser Writer here on the Axel Circle. That's the thing that's going to be restanding like 3 or 4 times with a triple card guard restrict each time. It's not quite as threatening as a Rhino, but even just one crit trigger onto that Lesser Writer can potentially become lethal for Roman.
That it can be. So right now he's just going to get a swing in, and then he's possibly, the attack pattern here is possibly going to be swing Van, swing, oh, okay, so he's going to attack that order. I thought he would have swing with Van after this attack. But,
just to stack triggers, yeah, that's what I thought as well. But I think it could still work out. Because the other thing as well is that if you swing with Van first, the guard restrict is tied to the restand. So the second time this writer attacks, it's not going to be doing a guard restrict. Oh no, he needs to do it first because Big Belly gives power, and he needs to be 30k for the restand to begin with. So yeah, so he did this in this order to actually reach the 30k for the restand. That's what it was.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're completely right here.
But one thing I'm interested to see why Max hasn't, well, what WoW hasn't done is that booster he has in the back row, Body Faction Malx, has the effect of when this unit's retired during your end phase, draw a card, and if it's successful, you can put it on the bottom of your deck. But it is going to be successful because of the lesser writer. But something Max could have done is that in his main phase, he could have put the Crown Tiger in the back row and put the Malx in the front row so that the Malx gets the 10k and the retire from Caladrius, and then swap the columns back so that Malx can boost their Crown Tiger. The benefit here is that it means that his Crown Tiger stays on the board and doesn't get retired, so he doesn't draw a card off of Big Belly for that, but instead he gets to keep that Crown Tiger in case he doesn't win this turn.
It's a possibility he might be thinking, man, I really don't want to lose any more pieces that I went through already that are in my soul. I kind of want to keep as much units that I can on the board as possible.
Yeah, OT comes down from Roman to Guard, so WoW now knows that that's not going to be triggered anytime soon. No triggers off of the Caladrius swing, which is quite interesting. So he's just going to say, okay, well, if there's no triggers, I'm not going to bother too hard about extending too much. I don't have Counter Blast for Crayon Tiger. We'll just do what we can. Roman takes a bunch of damage despite getting the second heal Guardian for the defensive here, but I think this is still hitting. This is 25, 26. And yeah, he's just going to take that because 20k from the defensives and the heal Guardian is not enough. Evens out the damage 4 to 4, and Max passes the turn. And as we said, end phase, Caladrius will retire his units and he'll draw. Then he draws one from the Crayon Tiger as well. No, he didn't use Crayon Tiger. Crayon Tiger doesn't draw. But no, just the rest of the front rows get retired and he draws those cards. Still pretty solid. So Big Belly gives him one extra draw though, because he did use the successful effect. And yeah, he's just gone +5 for no reason.
Now, one of the biggest issues here, though, is that the fact that he put the pangolins all into soul, so you need to find one more pangolin here so that he can get a little bit of counter charge going next turn.
Yeah, especially because Great Nature doesn't have resource heals or resource G-Guards, so he's got no way of generating like counter charge in his turn other than the pangolin. Or actually, no, he does have the Deli Belly PG, which he is now GB1 to get the Soul Blast 1 to counter charge for it. And you can actually use that effect without PGing. You can just guard with the Deli Belly, the attack still hits, I don't use the PG effect, and I just Soul Blast to counter charge. That is definitely an option. And WoW has all the soul to play with because he's been using Fu every single turn. But no, Roman here is just going to ride the Heal Guardian and stride into Garvans. This is it's interesting because he already has all the soul he needs. So I'm interested to see whether or not Garvans is going to be that impactful here.
I am also pretty nervous about this as well, since it does allow him to draw a bunch of cards to cue some missing cards that he was been dealing with for most of the game, and hopefully he might get a trigger. Oh, that's the last pangolin he ends up putting into the soul. That's interesting.
Okay, yeah. So I think WoW is now maybe all in on just using the PG to countercharge. So yeah, I'm really curious about the Garvans here because Roman's been using Fu almost every turn, 2 from Fu. He hits 6 on turn 2, so soul charging 2 each time. He's going to do it again, but he's not going to use them for the 5k. And he's also going to... He is going to soul charge 5 off of Garvans, though, so he might be dangerously close to decking out if he doesn't win very soon.
I would be also very scared about this situation as well. He is behind by a lot, so he does have to risk it for the biscuit, I feel.
Yeah, draw trigger being soul charged, 2 draw triggers being soul charged, so he's not going to trigger those and deck himself out. 3 normal units and 2 triggers. So he's going to draw 2, and then WoW has to guard with 3 cards for the rest of this turn.
So this is one of the biggest things now that you'll have to deal with here. It's going to be losing a lot of cards out of his hand for this, but he could just toss down some just random grade 3s and stuff here to fulfill the requirement.
Well, there's the overtrigger, so that's not being triggered. So like I discussed, right, he's going to cool down the Deli Pilly PG, not discard to PG because overtrigger and heal is more than enough to guard that. And at the end of the battle, he's still going to get the Soul Blast 1 counter charge, which is huge.
Oh no, his deck is looking dangerously close to deck out here.
Yeah, draw trigger from Roman is not what he wants to see there. So Deli Belly countercharges and draws. Roman now has to decide, is this extra swing worth it? He's just going to pass turn. He's trying to damage an eye. He knows that Great Nature needs its counterblast.
Yes. So I'm wondering what stride do we go into here? Do you feel Bottle might be the play?
Ooh, with a second Axel Circle, I think it might be.
Plus 8k, plus extra draws potentially is just looking too good not to pass up.
Yeah, for sure. There is argument maybe for going into Tipchakam here, just to prevent himself from decking out. Like, he knows that Roman only has, like, what, 5-6 cards left in deck? And the argument here is that if Roman takes, like, 1 or 2 damage and WoW hits an errant draw trigger or whatever, he might end up just decking himself out at the end of turn. But no, we are going to see the barrel roll. The Lesser Writer comes down. There's 1 Crayon Tiger. So, is he going to get any more restands? He doesn't have the counterblast. There's the Rhino. That's huge. What else is there? Another Malx. And another Crown Tiger. So only one of these 2 Crown Tigers will resolve. But realistically, only one of them needs to resolve anyway.
Yeah, this is a plus 12k front row, so this is them on their own already threatening already. So 3 face up, plus 4 apiece.
And again, he hasn't done the thing I mentioned where you swap your Crown Tigers with the back row so that the back row boosters get the power boost and the retire and the Crown Tigers stay around. I guess because he values the booster, just so that he can keep using Crayon Tiger. But in this case, I think it doesn't really matter. Like, the Rhino's now successful. It's like, what, 20k base, plus 12 from the Battle Roll, plus it's going to be another 4k from the Crayon Tiger. This is pretty terrifying.
Oh, that it is. But I think there's a lot of interactions. Could you also walk us through the interaction of, like, why that's a good idea to swap around?
So, Ballarol and Caladrius both give the effect of, at the end of your turn, retire your front row rear guards. So by leaving the Crown Tigers in the front row, they can either intercept for 5k shield, or they can just attack again and use their effects again next turn, and you can just give up this booster. Whereas the booster's only 5k shield, it was never going to intercept anyway. And additionally, this particular booster, Malx, has an effect that when it boosts, it gains the ability of, when it's retired during your end phase, draw a card. So if he wanted to, he can push the Malx forward, have it be retired, and still draw from the Malx instead of drawing from the Big Belly.
And there you have it, folks. Unfortunately, he could not guard that, so he had to take the damage, and he ended up hitting a draw trigger, which left him with 1 more card left in deck.
Yep.
It didn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
He hit the draw, and he had 1 card, so he just passed the turn.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really unfortunate for Roman all game. Like, we saw that he had to GSS for grade 2, and his hand was Hope on Damp and a Heal Guardian. So he had to then get rid of the Hope on Damp so that he can GSS for the Amon grade 3. And then he had to use the Heal Guardian to survive, which was great. But he never found the Amon in the end. So he had to ride the Heal Guardian into grade 3. He had to stride into a Garvans. The Garvans ended up decking him out. Like, I guess maybe his hope was to maybe soul charge 4 or 5 normal units with the Garvans and say, okay, well, you can't guard my Vanguard swing. Here's 2 crits. Goodbye. That's the end of the game. But when you lose your Overtrigger, when you lose your Hope on Damp, when you lose a bunch of number of terrors, it is really difficult. And I think we saw that he drive checked the Enigmatic Assassin pretty early, which is great, but he was never able to really capitalize on it for any extra push, which is a shame.
I think it's just a situation of a lot of the stars did just not align for him this game. It just can happen sometimes, depending on how you played it out. I possibly felt he could have just rode the number of terror, possibly gotten his first grade 3 ride. It might not have been the best ride that he could have gotten, but I think it's something that he should have gone with. I mean, we oftentimes chalk it up to luck a lot, but I feel that there's a lot of controlled situations that you factor into it. Like, even if it's a bad grade 3 that you don't want to write, you still gotta write it because it's part of what you need to do.
Yeah, exactly. At least compared to the Heal Guardian, if nothing else, Number of Terror still does have Protect Marker, right?
Yes, it is. It still gives you a way of being able to deal with a lot of threatening stuff. It protects you against the Rhino, for example, for one of the attacks at least. If it has crit on it, it protects you from one of it. But that's just, those are the beats sometimes. But that being said, let's take a quick break and talk to you guys in the next round.
Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Daybreak decks are getting powered up. And we are getting new Grade 3s. Festival Collection 2022, coming soon. Bushiroad.
Nice meeting you. Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hisatsu Namikazane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle.
In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods. Or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle. Okay, attack your vein.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your event.
COVID-19 has definitely made this difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle, so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at Discord app Xeroth.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
Contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in the hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warpgate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
"受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック!"
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of the game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード!
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then, attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power. Huh?
Hey
Hey
guys,
guys.
I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link out to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there will still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of the event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care, stay safe, see ya! No worries, I memorized it.
Okay, rolling. 3, 2, 1, go.
An online tournament is our best option in providing a way for our community to continue playing their card games. Ah!
No worries, I memorized it.
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. They go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because as marketing is not, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, promotions or something like this. Could you define like a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is like the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bank Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle, and I decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Oh, so you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest in a day of crash course. So slowly got to sync to the new playstyle, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company, because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have, because not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
That's not actually funny, by the way. You're gonna be sent to the group.
Hi Honda.
Hi Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
Cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah. I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host. So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
So you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
When did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first?
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently in?
Welcome back everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Europe Division. We had an incredible round 1 just ended. What a way to start the event, and we're going to get round 2 underway very shortly. JJ, let's quickly talk about that round 1 game because there were some unfortunate moments here and there, but I think we can both agree that this was a very explosive start to the day, right?
It was. I think being able to see both decks, even how hampered DI was, being able to do the thing that it's meant to do, just soul charge, attack, get a lot of pressure. It was able to stash early pressure, wasn't able to kind of close it out at the end, but it was able to show us what it was capable of, at least in the beginning. And then Great Nature just kind of working on all cylinders, being able to get correct right of Big Belly and just Crayon Tigers and Big Belly Grade 3 Pressure and Lesser Belly. It just had a whole bunch of it going for it.
Yeah, for sure. And while we wait for the next round to start, I actually have here the data for the decks and metagame being played. So let me read out to you some of these numbers. So in the first place, we have 19 decks playing Bermuda Triangle, 18 players on Narukami, 17 players on Grand Blue and Pale Moon, and then 14 players on Shadow Paladin. And then the rest kind of trails off from there, but yeah, this is about what I expected for the metagame, right? Huge amounts of Narukami coming in, Bermuda still being popular. Highlander was one of those big decks in the format up until now, and Hell Trouter just makes it even better. Obviously, Bermuda's best matchup up until now was Mega Colony, which is not as present anymore, but there are still 6 Mega Colony players in the format. What else have we got? We've had Pale Moon is still heavily being represented. Lots of Nightmare Dolls coming up. As we mentioned, Narukami coming up like you predicted. Lots of Exterminate Dragons being played. I'm actually quite surprised. There's only 8 Spike Brothers, so it seems like Gali Galbarus isn't as popular as people might think, huh?
I think it's more the dedicated players that are the ones who will probably be playing it. Just the people who are either known for playing spikes or just the ones who just like the aesthetic and just kind of keep on bashing people with it, because it's a deck based around loyalty. If you're a person who's been playing spikes since the beginning, you're probably going to bring it to almost every single tournament you could bring it to. You're probably playing Bruce in Overdress, for example. You know what I mean? You live and breathe everything rugby and football related. So it's a dedicated archetype, and sadly enough, the representation of them is a bit on the lower side, but I think in terms of turnover rates, I think they still have like some of the highest tops we've seen in most seasons worldwide.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think one of them actually made top 8 of AO. Let me quickly double check. Yeah, so we had Yusei in AO playing Rising Nova. So again, while we wait for round 2, I think I can quickly go over the top 8 of AO for you guys. So in first place we had Notorious Et playing NLK Barrow Dark Irregulars. In second place we had Europe's very own Dave Vecht Muzrax playing his Mystery Flare Turbo. Third place was Yusei playing Rising Nova. Fourth place was Suo from WCC playing Highlander. As we mentioned, Helltrowder really makes that deck pop. In fifth place, Nightmare Doll, again, restriction list. What restriction list? Sixth place, we had Grand Blue, played by Lux, standard Grand Blue, Beatrice Night Rose. Again, one of those like tier 1.5, like almost tier 1 decks. It just lost a little bit to Order Colony, and now that its biggest counter is gone, it's coming back up to rise. Seventh place, again, another Titan of EU, Mohammed, playing Susanoo OTT. Again, that deck is super scary. I've been testing against him at locals a lot. Like, he's been iterating like a madman. I think it's definitely well-earned top. And then last in 8th place is Kagze with Thavas.
Ooh,
yeah.
I'm really excited to see how that one is, because right now everybody's just kind of sitting on all of their Ripple support and just kind of waiting for Genovias to drop. So I'm really excited to see that people are still trying to refine different versions of Thavas. So that's really cool that people are still rocking it.
Yeah, exactly. And based on this, like, what do you think you want to see going into round 2? What are you hoping for?
I think AO had a issue of being actually able to see a Spikes match. So let's have a Spikes match for once. Let's get one up on them. Let's say, hey, y'all couldn't get a Spikes match, but we did, sort of thing in Swiss. I like that. Yeah,
I would love to be able to explain the combo for everyone. Like, okay, we're going to instruct her for this, and just go off. That's going to be quite cool as well. Looking at the clan selection, actually, I'm just looking at the clan distribution again. I think, we have all 24 clans are being represented in this tournament.
Nowhere else but Premium. Nowhere else but Premium.
That's really exciting to see. So I actually want to see what Royal Paladin is going to do. We have 2 Royal Paladin players here at the event. And I think they're both playing Jewel Knights. And people were saying like, oh, Eulogius isn't that great a card, like Royal Paladin's kind of lost its strength, but oh no, sorry, one of them is Blasters and the other one is Jewel Knights. So I kind of want to see how either one does. Like, I want to see Eulogius be slammed onto the table and prove everyone wrong that no, this card is actually a good card.
With Jewel Knights, it's one of the best archetypes to utilize the card, since you actually call over your rearguard circles and getting force markers while establishing pressure, especially making use of your sword means and stuff, give you extra pressure, and plus it plays around Ghidorah, which is also pretty sweet.
Yep. Okay, so I think we have here the round 2 decks, and oh boy, JJ, one of these decks makes me very, very excited.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy. So it looks like we're going to have Indigo versus Sage. And I'm going to be fully transparent here. Sage is one of the kids from my locals, so I'm going to have that little bit of bias rooting for him. He's one of the quote-unquote innovators of Grand Blue. He's the one who came up with the Franga loop. He came up with the he was part of the team that built the Scare Dick Turbo loop, and he's playing Grand Blue this time as well, and he's going to be up against Indigo, who is playing, looks like, Link Joker Hyaki Messiah. So this is a deck that I've really loved for a while. It's fortunately we don't have the reverse rules from Clan Collection 5 and 6 in English yet, so reverse units in Link Joker are still at full power. And I just cannot wait to jump into the deck logs to talk about this list.
Especially you being a connoisseur of everything Messiah related. You can see some of your enthusiasm for it. I'm pretty excited to see how this Grand Blue is. I kind of want to talk about Indigo's list first, so we can kind of run through that. And then we can talk about how the matchups play a bit after.
Yep, let's go for it. Let's get right into it. So, this is not a Link Joker Messiah list. Let's give it a second while we sort this out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, this is a... While we wait to get up on the screen, I will say this, a mostly standard-looking Link Joker list.
Oh yeah, I can see it. You know, the Golem Hulk Roar. You know, I can see that.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like all those. You know, Link Joker binds cards, right? That's pretty normal.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
But yeah, so the interesting thing about reverses is, you know, while we wait for the right list to come up, I'll explain about how the deck works. So you can play reverse units in any Link Joker deck because of Glendios. And Hyaki's effect not only gives you an Axel Circle, which is exactly what Link Joker wants, but it also has the most useful effect to have as your heart card, as it were. So we have the standard Messiah pieces of Volko, Fencer, Gastral, etc., Dunamis, Sacrifice, and then we get into the extra pieces, which is the Hyaki and the Ideal Ego. So just to remind everyone, Hyaki's effect is at the end of turn, when your locked card is unlocked, you can put one of your rearguards to the bottom of the deck to return one of your rearguards to your hand. It doesn't have to be the card that was unlocked. You don't have to bounce the unlocked card, and you don't have to bottom deck the unlocked card. And this has a lot of really powerful synergy with, like, say, Gastro. So Gastro is on attack, lock a card from hand, draw. So you can then put Gastro on the bottom of your deck to bounce the card from that you locked from hand back to your hand. So Gastro basically costed nothing, which is insane. And despite that, your unlock effects, like Van Manen, will still go off to get you that draw card. So that's really solid. And like I mentioned, having that Axel Circle means you can put the Volko on the Axel Circle for extra attacks. You can get up to 7 attacks with a full board unlock, more with Dunamis. It just goes really, really extending. And then that's go for it.
No, I mean, I was agreeing. It's sort of like it just goes hard when it pops off. It does suffer from what these kind of combo decks suffer from a lot, is that they play low ratios of like grade 2s or low ratios of grade 3s. So if he ends up whiffing on his G assist, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, and Volko definitely doesn't help with that. And the other big, weakness of the deck I want to point out is he's super reliant on these G grade 1s, the Dunamis and the Sacrifice, and they're only 5k shield. And all of his unlock effects, because he's not playing Alter Ego, the V Alter Ego grade 3, he has no early game at all. Like, he has to stride before he can realistically apply any pressure. So we're going to see how this works out for him. But yeah, let's quickly flip over to take a look at his G zone. So the big update for Link Joker was Cosmic Dawn. And I'll be honest, when this card was first revealed, I was a little bit underwhelmed. It doesn't flip, it doesn't gain crit, it doesn't do much. But having actually played with it a bit, you'd be surprised at how strong an effective +2 to the board really is. Like, you can go from having no board to having double Volko out of nowhere. Or, it extends your Dunamis. Like, even the cards that you lock off of the Cosmic Dawn, you can then combo into with, like, Van Manen, with Gastro, etc. There's just a lot of potential for this card. And, I'm hoping to see that he strides into it in the early game, when we see this go there. But yeah, beyond that, he's got the regular strides. Integral is your hand reset, your finisher. Anderson and Excelix gain crit. And then you have Barrier End and Glue Ball for board control. So yeah, this is about what I would expect from a Link Joker deck. But of course, we're up against Sage, who, as I've explained, is a Grand Blue connoisseur. So we'll see let's have a look at what spice he's playing. So, surprise, surprise, despite this being Sage, who I know loves to experiment and loves to play tech cards, this is about what you'd expect for a regular Grand Blue deck. He's got the Night Storm, he's got Beatrices, Skull Dragons, Night Rose, Skull Ships, Columbards, Greed Shades, Navigator, Negrobones. I think the only interesting tech he's playing here is that he's added in the Bilba, the grade 1 from Stoicheia, which is just Soul Blast 1 and mill a few extra cards. But yeah, beyond that, it looks like a pretty normal Grand Blue list.
It does. I also don't really see any of the other stuff, like Bikun. I guess he's not really thinking whether or not he's gonna... Maybe he didn't factor, maybe he'd probably play against Regalia or something. That's fine. I mean, it's like a one-of that you could possibly run if you want to. If you just want to focus around just getting your mill in the early game, it's pretty insane. I do love the fact that his nod to Narukami is that he's playing Tugging Bell, and he's also playing Honolese as well, so it gives him an extra way of being able to interrupt archetypes that do push a whole lot of pressure with a bunch of XL markers in early.
Yeah, of course. And then, Grand Blue is Grand Blue. Like, you can run all these one-offs because it can search for them. You have Columbard, you have the big Obadiah to, like, selected mill. You just go through your deck pretty fast anyway with Bilber and Navigator, so it's not really a huge issue. So, yeah, like, I think someone inexperienced might look at this and be like, oh, this looks super inconsistent, but no, like, Grand Blue has, even in the previous format, was, like, one of the tried and tested decks. So let's have a look at his Gs and see if anything's new there. And yeah, so we've got in the new stride from P-Clan Collection, Bartholomew. It's basically an on-attack revive and give power. So it doesn't have the insane raw plussing of the big Obadiah, and it doesn't have the multi-attack pressure, like, win condition of Bad Bounty. But it kind of, like, is in between, right? It sets up your rear guards from the drop zone, and it still gives you some multi-attack. And of course, it does have that 30 or more drop zone triple card guard restrict, which, when you're playing multiple copies of Bilber, can go off surprisingly early.
Yes, I am excited to see how this one turns out, especially as he's running more copies of... He's running a couple copies of Bad Bounty. They used to run 3, but it looks like he's opted to run 2 on 2, and he ended up running still 1 copy of Old Obadiah and also a Sea Breeze. That, I think, is also pretty interesting. I guess it's for the sake that if you end up seeing Mink the Ghosty family, and you do still have a decent amount of GB-reliant cards that you do need to get to resolve, I can see why you would still want to run Sea Breeze, especially if your opponent is going to be grade stalling you and forcing you into the first ride.
Yeah, for sure. I think, I just mentioned that Messiah is one of the weakest points of the early game, and his list is pretty much tuned for the early game. So I think players are ready, so we'll jump straight into the game and see how this goes.
Let's go.
So you see here, Sage prepping the quick shield, which means that he is going second. So Indigo goes first. That's exactly what you want as a Link Joker player. You want to have that turn 1. He doesn't have the Lagrangiard, unfortunately. So riding that one of Van Marnen is pretty painful for him. It's still an 8k body, so it's going to be quite hard for him to get rushed. But I think it's still not too bad. But here, Sage is going to ride the PG, the Dolph the Ghosty with an on-ride, discard and draw. Draw and discard, sorry. And it's a 7k, so it does swing under the Van Marnen. We'll see if Sage is going to find a way to rush despite this.
So I think he's going to think against that. He's just gonna swing here, gets a trigger, it's a crit, he has to give everything advance, so that's 2 damage.
Yep, which is, I think that's not what he wants. Like, so Indigo gets a nice draw here, but giving early counterblast to Link Joker is kind of dangerous, because then that turns on Gas Draw. And if they don't have turn 1 Lagrangiard plus Slammer Volko, then turn 2 Gas Draw is the next best way. So there's the Gas Draw ride. Does he have the Volko to put down?
He does get to draw first, so hopefully if he doesn't see it right now, he could still see it in one of his potential draws or his drive check.
Yeah, exactly. So while he's thinking about that, I wanted to highlight the fact that Sage did drop his Nightstorm. That is one of the key combo pieces for Grand Blue, and the fact that it's now in the drop zone means that Sage has access to it whenever he wants and can just get going whenever he wants. So Fencer coming for a bit of extra pressure. Dunamis is revealed. Sage is going to take this damage.
He's thinking about it. Yep. No guard. Taking heal trigger.
That's going to be huge because now that Fencer doesn't hit. So show us the Volko. There it is. He gets the Volko on the board.
Gonna draw a card, and that's his turn.
So now, Sage can attack the Fencer here because, again, Fencer is one of the other combo pieces. I probably would at this point because Indigo already has a Volko on the board. Like, killing the Fencer is irrelevant at this point unless you can retire the Volko as well. And 9k into either 10k is still pretty rough for Sage. Like, the early crit gave him that bit of tempo, but unless he can really capitalize on it with a good rush here, I think this early game's going to go in Indigo's favor, because he's going to ride Grade 2, he's going to have Heal Guardians open, and then he's going to be able to use Fencer along with Hyaki to just start recouping pieces in hand. So Greed Shade. Yep.
And especially being able to get all those resources that he could use for later stages of the games. I think this is probably going to go to whether you're thinking if he does end up getting a trigger, possibly just give it to the rear.
So no trigger on the Bilber there, so nothing hits, and then he just passes turn. So Greed Shade, milling, discarding a Skull Dragon, milling another Greed Shade, and adding a Crit Sentinel. So Sage can definitely at least one card guard this Volko, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Indigo chooses not to ride the Hyaki. That's interesting. Maybe he doesn't have it.
This is kind of scary of a situation here.
Another
Damage.
big defensive from Sage is great. So 10k to Vanguard or 10k to Fencer? Because right now Fencer doesn't hit. So he's going to go 10k to Vanguard. So that this is 28. And Sage can roll lock this, which he does. Trigger, crit trigger, all to Fencer. So the 20k Fencer now still does hit. So yeah, I guess he's choosing not to ride just to get the plus from the gas straw. Although he would have plus more from the Haki, because then he can still Fencer to bounce whatever he boosts off of this. So quick shield coming from Sage is going to bounce, unlock everything, and now Sage, is he going to ride up, or is he going to try and keep grade 2 gaming here? The big difference is that 10k versus 9k makes the grade 2 game very favoured for Indigo, especially because he still has the gas straw and the Volco on the board. So I think Sage is probably going to think about riding up here. Nope, he's just going to choose not to ride either, and instead drops the Bilber. Soul Blast 1, retire, and let's mill and take a look.
Let's see here. He is going to take a look. Oh, Colombard.
It's a nice add. He finds a Night Rose as well. So the fact he doesn't add the Night Rose tells me that he probably already has a Beatrice or a Night Rose in hand, and that he's just trying to fight for grade 2 game, which I think is understandable, because Night Rose's ride up is much weaker, or theoretically weaker. Like, at the same time, Sage should be able to see Indigo's list and see that Indigo's not playing a Force grade 3, like no alter egos, no deleters. So the best Indigo can do if he rides up is ride Haki, get the Axel draw, maybe lock a Volco to the Axel and start swinging, and then like draw 2 or 3 cards. But I think that's not worth giving it the first stride for. Like, I don't think Indigo's first stride is that strong unless he has a huge amnesty coming down.
I don't think so too. I guess you could still get rid of something like a Great Shade in the front row, and maybe the Colombard in the back row, so you could seal off like two angles of attack and like only give him 2 columns to attack with. I mean, it still does something. It's not completely nothing.
Yeah, and Sage here is attacking in. Again, 9k versus 10k is already 1 to pass. And what he can do here is that Indigo even chooses to no guard, but I think he's choosing to guard. But if Indigo chooses to no guard, Sage can put the trigger on the Ghost Ship, which will be 34, which can then actually attack into the Volco.
Oof, then he'd probably have to think of whether or not he wants to guard that. It's extra shielding out of his hand that he'd probably want to use.
Yeah, so he's going to drop the Lagrange Jar here to just say OT to pass for Sage. No trigger, Cannoneers revealed. Again, another critical combo piece for Grand Blue. But here we're just going to see 24 attacking what I think is going to be the Fencer, just to deny Indigo that counterblast. Because Indigo's only counter charge is on the Sacrifice, which is GB locked, and requires you to be on a stride, because it needs to have a Messiah race Vanguard, which obviously Haki is not. And then by denying Indigo the counterblast, he then can't, he doesn't have the counterblast to reuse Gastro, which may or may not incentivize him to ride up.
That's right. So let's see. So he's thinking whether or not he should. It could also be a possibility he just might not have a grade 3. That could also be a thing as well.
He's just holding onto a Heal Guardian in hand that he doesn't want to ride. I think that's also very possible. But yeah, we see here he again chooses not to ride and just goes with the Volco swing. No defensive from Sage, so he can now put power to the Fencer, and now everything still hits, which is exactly where you want to be. So 18 on the Vanguard. He doesn't have counterblast for Gastro, so he's not going to get any plussing, but he's still got pressure on against Sage. So Sage here is dropping his Heal Guard, plus 10k to Vanguard. I think that tells him that that's why he didn't ride up. He doesn't have the grade 3 to ride. Drive check is nothing, and now 20k on the Fencer.
I think we just intercept here or just guard to 5. Kind of near in hand. I mean, he has a bunch of options to be able to guard this.
Yeah, I don't know if I would intercept, because that Greed Shade is now getting the plus power, because Sage has been guarding a lot and putting cards in the drop zone. But yeah, no, he does guard. He wants to stay not too far ahead on damage. Is he going to try and G-assist now for a grade 3, or does he have another grade 3 that he doesn't want to ride in hand potentially? Nope, there's the Night Rose. Yep, so he did have it in the end. He was just needing to get rid of that Heal Guardian, and he guess he top decked it. Protect 1 is going to be huge against the Volco swings. Or against the Amnesty, because he's giving up the first stride here. Beatrice comes down. Out comes maybe a Skull Dragon? Or a Ghost Ship.
I feel if you farm here, so you try to go for Ghost Ship and you try to get pressure that way, and then you also get rid of those 2 to call your Mick out, make the Ghosty, so that also becomes a 19k attacker.
Yeah, that's Jesse.
Oh, Jesse, yes.
Yeah. So Jesse is end of battle, it gains 5k power, and then it countercharges as well, so it refunds the cost of Night Rose, which is exactly where you want to be. And now all of his columns finally get past 10k power. So Jesse's coming in for 19 because of the 5k from Night Rose. And Sage losing his board is not a big deal. It just means that either Cosmic Dawn or Basaltis isn't going to lock anything, which is, again, not the end of the world.
No, that's fine. And you could also just choose to farm and maybe just add cards from your deck to your hand, and you might want to be able to use that later in the game.
Yep, defensive heal comes in for Indigo, plus 10 to Vanguard. Doesn't get the heal, but being 20k is pretty good. It makes it a little bit easier to guard the Night Rose and the Ghost Ship. I mean, they're still going to be huge. Like, this is still, what, 29? So, it's still like 10k to guard, and Indigo has not been drawing as many cards as Sage has. So Heal Guardian comes in, so I think that's why Indigo didn't ride either. He just had the grade 3 heal in hand that was clogging up, unable to G-assist. But the plus 10k is going to make it so that the Night Rose now is currently not hitting. And he pulls out just a Ghost Ship. Okay, that's interesting. He doesn't want to go too hard on the aggro. I guess 30k is pretty hard to hit. He's going to resolve the Greed Shade, maybe find a trigger or something, just something with big shield.
Isn't there a Heal Guardian in the drop zone?
I think there is, yeah, he used it earlier, so you can just add that back and then G-Guard. That is very correct. And you're right, there it is. So this is just 12, which is 2 to pass, no guard, doesn't hit, no triggers. Urgula and Bell, both, more 1-0s being drive checked. Again, Bell and Urgula are more for like the Narukami matchup. They're not as relevant here because Link Joker doesn't interact with the board as much. But they are still, 5k shields, which are nice to have. So Ghost Ship will swing, doesn't hit, takes his draw. And now we'll see what Indigo does.
So let's see what his hand was.
Is he going to get the G-assist or does he top deck the Hyaki?
So he's thinking about how he's going to do this. Thinking about what his potential turns his opponent can do. His opponent
there's no way he rides another grade 3 heal, right? There's the Hyaki, perfect. Axel comes down. So because he's now getting first stride, he's not going to be able to use Hyaki's effect to Soul Blast 1 to call out a bunch of extra Hyakis for deck thinning. But he's just going to go straight into the Integral. So he doesn't want to go into Cosmic Dawn because he doesn't need to dig for cards at this point. He can make 3, I assume he can make 3 lock cards fairly easily. All he needs is a Gastro or a Fencer to get the 3 unlocks for the Draw and Soul Charge. There's the Gastro. So now Integral will be like, there's the Fencer for good measure. Dunamis for an extra multi-attack. This is a huge turn coming in. This is what? 4, 7, 8 attacks if he has enough soul?
He does miss Countercharge though, since Integral does need CB for it.
Yeah, so he's not going to be able to use Gastro, so it's only going to be 8 attacks, not 9. But he's going to 10k to the Gastro. He's just going to alert to be huge, which I think is still totally fair. Fencer comes in for some big numbers. It is currently 25 with the Dunamis. So really interesting that he chose not to boost Volko with the Dunamis here, because what he can then do is, on this Fencer swing, he can use the Dunamis to lock itself to unlock the Volko, plus 4k to the Volko, and now Volko plus Dunamis swings for magic numbers, and then when the Dunamis re-unlocks the Volko, it'll have 4k again, which again is going to be great numbers. So there's the unlock. Oh, he's going to put the 4k on the Gastro instead. Okay. He just wants to load up that column, I suppose. So now it's 37 on the Volko Dunamis column. Dunamis putting in a lot of work here. Defensive Mick. Defensive is nice for Sage, but it's not really wants to see, right? Like, that Mick is way more valuable in the deck or the drop zone.
And it's way smaller than it should be.
Yeah. So again, the Dunamis re-unlocks the Volko. One more 30k coming in. And this is what he said, just having that Axel for Link Joker just does so much work.
Because right now he's just farmed 30k extra power just now, just for free.
38 because you have 2 Dunamises going off as well. Ooh. And yes, what should have just been a 15k Gastro is now a 53k Gastro. It's Sage still has the Protect marker in hand. He could still do stuff, but no, he's instead just going to make the Cannoneer play, the quote-unquote Griffin play. So what he does is he uses Negro Lily, which retires one of his rear guards to pull out a Ghosty. He pulls out the Beatrice, and the Beatrice pulls something else back out. Now, Cannoneer is GB1, so he doesn't actually have GB1 because the Negro is on the Guardian Circle, not the G Zone. So he can't even use Cannoneer to retire the Gastro, which is really painful. Instead, he's just going to use the Greed Shade. Mills the OT, not ideal, but he does, add back the heal. So he's not adding back the OT, so he doesn't want 50k shield. He wants another G-Guard. That's interesting to see.
Okay, so this would be then, so he can set up a Negro Lily play again.
Again, yeah. So that's going to be enough to guard. Negro Lily gains a bunch of shield.
Mm-hmm.
So I think now, Indigo just goes with Vanguard, triggers onto the Gastro, unlock his board, and do a bunch of things.
Because this has to be PG'd anyway, right? It doesn't really matter how big the power, and he also gets an extra soul allows him to use Dunamis another set of times as well.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. I think now he has enough soul to get double Dunamis as well, which is going to make that Gastro even huger. But of course, Indigo knows that Sage re-added a heal guard, so now he has to be very careful about the Griffin play. Because now any one of these attacks, Sage can G-Guard again, Negro Lily again, and Beatrice now into the live Cannoneer to retire, say, the Volco, the Fencer, the Dunamis, or the Gastro. So knowing this now, if I was Indigo, I would start hedging my bets, like start spreading out my power and crits. So 2 triggers come in, that's huge for Indigo. Is he first power on the Fencer, second power on the Fencer again? Nope, on the Gastro. So like I said, he's splitting his power, he's hedging his bets. He's making it so that even if you Cannoneer one of my bodies, the other bodies are still going to do things. So 40k Dunamis coming in. Now, not boosting with Dunamis here I think is very risky, because now at this point, what Sage can do is Cannoneer the Fencer, and that turns off both Dunamises, so Indigo doesn't get any extra attacks here. So if I was Indigo, I probably would have considered boosting with the Dunamis on this attack, just so that worst case scenario, if Sage Cannoneers the Fencer, he can still unlock the Volco for a second swing. But yeah, I think that, as we said, this is what's going to happen. Lily comes out, retires, makes Beatrice, Soul Blast 1, and then out comes a Cannoneer.
I would think so.
Nope, he's going to go for Greed Shade again. So Sage wants to save his Counter Blast, it seems.
But he has 2 Counter Blasts open already. Why would you?
Yeah, that's interesting. But maybe he just wants the extra intercept power. He's deciding where to call it. So he's going to call them like that. So same as before. What does he add back with Greed Shade? I guess the argument for going to Greed Shade instead of Cannoneer is that Greed Shade mills too, so it fills up your drop zone, which gets you closer to the Bartholomew Guard Restrict.
Mm-hmm. Huh. I guess it is. He's basically saying, I'm possibly going to survive this turn anyway, so it doesn't really matter how I do this. As
Mills
long as
another heal, which is really unfortunate. Greed Shade adds back the OT, which is going to be enough to guard the Gastro. So just a quick thing for anyone watching at home who's confused. The reason we had a minor rewind is because Sage tried to call Beatrice over the existing Greed Shade, but Negro Lily only calls to open circles. So that's what the rewind was. But yeah, we're just going to keep going here. And so the Negro Lily guards the Volco swing, but now Sage still has to deal with, a 50, maybe 60k Gastro coming in, and a 30k Fencer, potentially with a crit. So it doesn't look good, if I'm honest.
It is a bit of a tense situation here. He does have 1 more Lily left, but he doesn't have any soul. So this is going to be interesting to see how he goes about this turn. So it's going to be attacking for 20, 30, 32, 33?
35.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5k from the Fencer, 7k from Dunamis. So he's going to double intercept there, and then 10k more, which is going to put him at 42, which is enough. But like I said, by not retiring the Fencer with Cannoneer, Indigo's now going to do the exact same full combo we saw last time. Bunch of power to the Gastro. Dunamis will unlock the Volco, I'm expecting.
I mean, I would think so.
Yep, there it is. So 37. And again, this is just 3 more attacks that Sage has to guard that he could have saved himself from. Like, we know he has Cannoneer in hand. He could have just discarded the Cannoneer to guard way early on.
Oh, he did. It's in a drop zone right now.
Right, yeah, so it's definitely there, an option to him. So he's going to PG this Volco Swing, and now this gas straw is 55 plus 8 is 63. So one more Volco Swing. So he's going to take it, and nope, that's the 6th damage, and that is going to be the end of the game. He milled his OTs, he milled his heals. That is unfortunate, but yeah. Like I said, Volco just... Once you get the Dunamis engines online, once you get that Volco and you can't interact with the Volco, Link Joker will just run out of control. It will just multi-attack. That extra Axel Circle isn't just one, it's not one extra attack. Because of Dunamis and unlocks, that's like 3 or 4 extra attacks as we saw coming down. And yeah, he tried his best with spamming Green Shade, double Negro Lily, but it just wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. I guess he was trying to think, oh, I'm probably going to survive. He probably doesn't have more attacks. Where he did have more attacks. He called out 8 that he had, and he attacked him 8 extra times. So
yeah.
it was a case that maybe not playing against the matchup that often, or was it that he didn't think that his opponent would see the line?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I can appreciate the argument of, oh, I want to turbo to 30 drops so I can just OTK on Bartholomew, but I think when you're facing down the threat of like double Volco swings, triple Volco swings, you can't afford to like be greedy like that. But yeah, that was definitely an interesting game. I'm glad on one hand I'm quite upset that my little local kid Sage didn't win. But on the other hand, I'm also very glad that I got to see Link Joker, my personal favorite deck, get a win there, a well-deserved win. We didn't get to see Ideal Ego come out, but we saw early Volco, Dunamis restands. Link Joker just did as much as it wanted to do, so I'm pretty happy there. Still have quite a few tables going, so I think we are going to just cut to a quick break, and then we'll be back with round 3, where I will be taking a moment out, and we will have JJ and Eric bringing you the next round. But yeah, just remind everyone, if you keep it up on stream, if you want to join in on the action, any comments, you can tweet using hashtag BRO2022. We will read those at some point on the stream. We're keeping an eye on it. So let us know what you think in the chat or on Twitter, and we'll see you all very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome everybody to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. I got in a bit early there. I'm ready to get into these games already.
Let's go!
So join on the casting couch for you guys today is your boy JJ. Nice to see y'all again. And we have the good old Mr. Time Leap himself, Eric. Are you ready, Eric?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I saw a glimpse of the future in the last game when they accidentally showed the correct Messiah list. But I'm very curious of what we're going to see in the coming next rounds. And I think next round is going to be very exciting, especially for you personally, JJ, because we've got some exciting decks coming up.
So both things that are in this match are near and dear to my heart. Like one of them is a player and the other one is a deck, so I can't really choose between which is which. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to be turning out. So let's take a look at the first player right now. It's CTM's Nikomi's Neonectar deck.
Yeah, this is a very interesting Neonectar deck because at first glance when you see Neonectar you might think Asha, but this has nothing to do with Asha at all. This is pure Maidens with the plant token engine, which is kind of interesting because it feels like this is like spamming multiple units in the same turn to get multiple on-place effects to probably empower your Ines, and then plow through with like massive numbers and just plussing through the roof with your strides, because Neonectar also got a very versatile standard plus stride, which allows you to just benefit from whatever you're doing during the main phase. So a very straightforward list, but very unique, and I like this to see from Nekomi, and I'm very curious of how he's gonna pilot this deck, as we both know this player personally, and I'm very looking forward to what he's gonna show to us. But let's unless you want to say some extra, if you see something caught your eye, JJ, but otherwise let's just...
No, it just looks like a good stuff archetype, man. It just looks good. Let's take a look at the G-Zone.
So exactly what I was explaining earlier, like we see the standard plus premium collection stride, which just allows you to just benefit from your main phase plays, what this deck really likes to play around. But we also just see some good stuff decks with just multi-attack options and just superior calling, just copying all your units that you want to do with this archetype. So I'm very curious of how he's gonna pilot this and what we're gonna see, what type of interesting combos, because it can just go off and we might be very surprised with what we're gonna see here.
I mean, he does get access to the new P-Clan collection card, Flower Princess of Companionship Ladislava, and it allows you to get extra multi-attacks going. It gets you a lot of extra pressure. It gets to call more rear guards for you, and those rear guards usually have any on-to-play effects as well out of your deck, and it also gets extra resources you might be able to want to utilize to pressure your opponent too. So it's a deck that it seems that he's been refining a whole lot, and it's looked like something he's been pretty pleased with, and I'm ready to see what his opponent is gonna be giving us here as well.
And look at that, it is Victor. Like, I can say a lot here, but I think you're the expert here, so I'm going to let you go over and be very excited about this deck.
Okay, so I'm not gonna stay too long to talk about this archetype. Victor is one of the premier Nova Grappler archetypes that appeared in the G era, and it's been gotten a whole bunch of extending support even throughout the ages. He is running a different line than what I'm accustomed to. He is running Extreme Battler Victor, the V version. That is currently the common staple that's been used in most lists. And he is running 2 copies of Zubat Victor. That's a little bit of a niche thing. Usually the list used to be primarily focused around Zubat. Now it's focused around the regular V version because you just want to plus more off it. You get an Axel marker, plus you get to draw a card. You get to draw a card and you get to call a card. Oh, it's just too much extra bonuses you benefit from it. And let's see, we could run down the rest of his cards here. He is taking a look at his G-Zone. He is running in the Merciless Dragon, one of the new P-Collection strides that we have at the moment, and he is running also some other one-ofs as well. He's running the Gun Greed in the G-Zone. He is also running Asdabulk for a little bit of pressure, and also running Junior. I really like this a whole lot, especially since if you do get into your Extreme Battler plus Gosachi turns, if your opponent did pressure you with a little bit of damage earlier, you do tend to not have any CB open going into your first stride sometimes. This is really nice. I really like this a lot.
Yeah, what I really like about this particular G-Zone as well is that we know that Nova Grappler has a lot of options, and with this particular G-Zone, he can go into any stride, so it's very hard for his opponent to basically prepare for what's going to come, because he can just go into like a massive drive-checking Vanguard, or just a pure resending board, or just like a multi-focus on resending Vanguard and rearguard. So it's a lot to calculate, and it can be very explosive.
Yeah, especially since you do have your top end of your GB8 being King of Fists Dreiger and also Winning Champ. You can even try to finish it off on first stride going into your Ace Bustard as well, Universe Ace Bustard. And you do have a little bit of retire in the Winning Champ Victor, and I am really, really happy to see that he's playing Tribute. I was very nervous because Honley is like one of the most scariest cards to go against this archetype, and having a card like Tribute in your G-Zone allows you to at least have a silver bullet that if your opponent is playing Dismal, you can still attack with Gosachi, use a skill, restand it, Tribute skill, CB1 again, and retire the Honley, so you can at least have the freedom of attacking. It does seal off and make your turns a bit awkward, so I guess that's one of the reasons why he's playing Zubat, so you still get the multi-attack turn off.
Exactly, but I think it's a high tide to go to the match and see what these players are going to show to us, because I'm very excited and I cannot wait to see the explosive nature of Nova Grappler, but also see what Maiden's Off is capable of for Neonectar.
Yes, let's get into it. So let's see, they're currently doing a cut run now, doing the official Bushiroad cut. Especially when you're presenting your deck, it needs to be in 3 piles from 1, 2, and 3. They get to decide. So Nekumi gets to go first here. Nova's going second. Nova's going first or second, doesn't really matter, Nova's, but they profit a whole lot more off of going second than going first for sure.
In case of this Neonectar list, I think either way is probably fine for going first or second, because it's a very standard plus heavy variant, so, or should I say V-Premium plus nowadays. So it can do like whatever it wants to do on turn 2 and turn 3, either going first or second. So I'm very curious how this is going to dictate the tempo of the earlier turns, if we're going to see some grade 2 gaming or not here.
But who do you think benefits a bit more from Grade 2 Gaming?
Hard to say because I haven't really seen a maiden off build for Neonectar in the first place. Like with Asha, I think Asha can benefit a lot from growing first and just stay on grade 2 or just go to grade 3 with the crit pressure and the tokens. But with this list, I think they have a potential to just stall on turn 2 because Nekami is running the Maiden of Neptusis, so they can just farm card value off the token generation, which helps them to just compensate for the potential losses of card advantage by staying on grade 2. So depending if they can see that card, they can grade 2 stall quite effectively. So I'm very curious of how if we're going to see that and how much value it can generate.
Since like Nova's, most of their archetype cards are usually needing for you to have access to your G-Zone. You do have the addition of Cool Hank now, which is the discard and restand unit, but you do also have him on Vanguard Circle of on hit and draw card. He is a 9k unit, so you are going to be forced to commit an extra booster here for you to be able to benefit any extra pluses off of it. So that's kind of the only thing that you got going for it. I would say it's a bit more Neonectar favored at the moment, but after that it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially with how this build for Victor is built. It does have quite a few GB cards, whereas we see with the Neonectar one, it is purely early game. So that definitely is in favor for the Neonectar player here.
So it looks like the players are ready to go. Nekumi is going to start us off, drawing a card, going for a right here.
Ooh, that's a really good ride for him. That's probably the ideal grade 1 target, as it has the advantage of setting up your early game, especially with the extra token right off the bat.
So he's going to be riding Water Lily Musketeer Ruth on ride, Vanguard Circle. He does get to get a token out almost instantly off of him. And now his opponent is going to be riding here on Adashid. Going to be taking a look at the top 5 to search for grade 3. Does look like he's going to get himself the Heal Guardian here. It's going to add to the hand. He also has access to the Quick Shield, so I would expect him to possibly just discard the Quick Shield here and get his free plus.
Yeah, and with the heal trigger, with this new Heal Guardian in the early game, this could definitely help a lot, especially depending on how high the columns are going to be from Nekami's side, as that can save the Nova Grappler's hand size quite a bit. As we all know, Nova Grappler is very piece reliant, so the less cards you need to waste early, the better it is for your game plan later on.
Alright, so he's going to swing here with Outer Shade, driving into a Cool Hand, so we already know what his grade 2 ride is going to be.
So going in turn 2 for the Nekami player, now that's a very nice. We saw it going to the damage, but we still have another Sylvia coming here, so yet another token getting for free on the board. So we see the effectiveness of the early pressure of Neonectar by just creating plant tokens. They're just 5k on their own, but by creating multiple ones, you can effectively get some early rushes without needing to waste cards from your hand, which is good for grade 2 gaming.
Oh, he's going to discard a Cool Hand here to guard with. Nekumi does play one stand trigger in a deck, so in the off chance that he does end up hitting it, he's still going to attack with his reverse.
And that heal is also coming in very nicely, because that means it's going back to 0 damage for Nekumi, which honestly is fine for the next play, because they don't use a lot of counterblast in the early game.
That's right. So let's see what's he going to write here. Yeah, there we go, right Cool Hank. I do find it interesting that he actually ended up discarding that Cool Hank, because writing it is fine, but discarding the other one that allows you to only have like 2 left over in your deck. Is he going to go for 1 to pass? He can attack the rear guard here.
Ooh, the critical, he attacked in the rear guard, which is interesting. Probably damage 9, because I don't know if he's aware of what his opponent is playing and what type of counterblast value it can generate. But I'm curious how much this will impact in a later stage, because giving your opponent 2 damage this early on could, to some extent, be beneficial for Nova Grappler, especially with all the multi-attacking.
So he is going to ride Ines here, Nekumi will. Unfortunately, since he doesn't have any access to any counterblast yet, he couldn't use any on-place effects. He is going to call down Marjana, and that's going to discard a card from their hand.
And he calls another one. Okay, this is actually kind of spicy because this skill can proc of its own effect. And because it doesn't cost a counter blast, you can just keep going and going with these chains. And this is also the reason why I think like damage denying this deck is less effective, because a lot of these skills just don't require any resources. But Nekami just decided to not use the skill and just go straight to the battle phase, which I can understand depending on his hand size. Or at least the cards in his hand. Ooh, that's pretty painful. The third Cool Hank is out of the game already here.
I mean, he still does have access to like Xeroths and Ninjards and the Xeroths and Gosachis, but him getting rid of the Cool Hanks here already is still kind of tough.
Wait, is that the fourth Cool Hank going to damage it already?
I think it is, actually.
Well, that's fast. That's very fast. So if Nekami is paying attention, he at least knows that he don't have to worry about that potential card effect in this game moving forward.
No, not at all. There is an argument to ride Zubat here. I would still... I would not be in agreement with it, but you could, because it does give you an extra attack proc if you want it, but I feel that Extreme Battler here that he just written was just the better option. Being able to filter through your deck for a potential Extreme Battler is just really good.
Yeah, plus it's essentially just a +2 card, which it's really good for almost no cost. And it sets up your stride turn very nicely, as it all happens before you go into your stride phase.
Oh, that it does. So right now he's going to take a look at the top 7 here. He's going to Superior Call 1. This is all before Stride Step, so he gets his Axel, he gets his Draw, he gets his Search. He gets the Call 1, and now he's going to go into Stride. I could see him go into... I wouldn't see him going to Astabullock here. We don't know exactly what his hand is. I would say maybe Bustard, because it farms the most without committing too much. And he does have 3 CB.
Yeah, he does have this counterblast to just go in anything. And there it is. There's the Bustard indeed. So we're probably going to see quite a lot of resending and quite a few extra drive checks to fix his hand size and just prep for next turn. Or maybe just win the game on his turn if he gets the triggers, or just out pressure the opponent, because it's not that uncommon to just kill on your very first stride for Nova Grappler.
Oh dear gosh. So right now he doesn't have a way of being able to use the 3rd CB, but that's fine. He does get 3 free extra soul from all of this though, and Dosledge is going to guarantee get the Sentinel Restrict this turn. One thing though, Nekami is on 0 damage, and the only thing that this ever matters with is that if he gets it with no triggers. No.
And that's why you want to at least give some damage in the early game for Nova Grappler to get this chance as low as possible, because defensive triggers always hurts for multi-attack clans. Luckily, Nova Grappler is known to just go into high numbers, so he can still put up an offensive, but it always hurts.
Oh, that it does. So I can see the Dosledge here. So he's gonna proc the Skin of Bustard. So I can see the Dosledge here attack like a couple of the rear guards before he could finally attack the Vanguard again, but for sure the other rear guards can't attack the Vanguard anymore.
Yeah, the only problem here is that the rear guards are essentially just vanillas at this point, so you don't get a lot of value of attacking the rear guards by just moving into a body, which is also a nice added value for the Neonected player, because they don't mind losing their rear guards after they place it during the main phase and just got their effect initially.
It's gonna pay the Soul Blast here of Gambaragan. Gonna use Dosledge skill to Soul Charge 1. Skill of Vanguard to flip 1, so Bustard skill allowing him to get extra drive checks during this game. He's going to flip up a whole bunch of units that he's not going to need this match.
So this is now 5 drive checks Bustard, right?
Yes, right now it's 5,
okay.
So you can proc the skill for the restand. But everything else is an extra bonus, and because he has Xeroth, this allows him to get extra on that extra. Gonna draw a card here off of Xeroth, restarting the unit, getting +2. So now he's gonna Soul Blast 1 and get another flip. So this is 6 drive checks now.
If I saw that correctly, he probably has another soul. So if he can resend it again, he probably can get another drive check and have a 7 drive check Vanguard here.
He can actually have a bit more even. He'll have 2 more.
But he already decided to attack with the Vanguard right here, so we have a 6 top-lit drive-checking Vanguard here, which can definitely swing the game significantly, depending on how the cards play out here.
So first check, second check, nothing. Third check, critical. That is exactly what he needed here. I would say you give all the effects to Dose Sledge personally, but that's maybe just me.
Yeah, because of the Gartership coming in second here.
Heal trigger.
Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice in this situation.
I think you give all to Dose Sledge again. The other rear guards don't really matter if they hit or not. Maybe you can give one to one of them, I guess, so that they hit. So that's nothing. 1 damage. Oh, he gave all triggers to Van. Okay. I mean, I guess that's fair since he's going to restand the Van anyway. And he wants to force Nekomi to maybe PG this.
But that said, we do see another defensive coming from Nekomi. So the Vanguard is sitting at a comfortably 33k, which is pretty beefy.
Yeah, it is. So he's going to be swinging for like 27. Whew. So I guess he swings with... I think he swings with Dose Sledge here. Yes, exactly. Swing with Dose Sledge here. Swing with Gambaragon, swing with Vanguard. And if you get another trigger, you give it to the other Gambaragon that's standing or the Dose Sledge that stood. So that's both fine.
Okay, interestingly, he goes for the Rainbow of Dragon G-Guard, which just gives one of your units resist, and you can call something, which might potentially interact with some things, because most of the card effects are unplaced, but we have to wait and see what can happen here, because we see the Ines coming down, and Ines can proc here. So that's kind of an interesting play. And we see another Ines, so are we going to chain more? Like that's the magic of Maidens off. They can just keep chaining if they hit their right targets and just keep going and going and going here. And also an interesting part here is the Vanguard is probably going to get power here, as the Vanguard has the effect when your other rearguard is placed by a card's ability, it gets plus 5k until the end of turn, which also activate during your opponent's turn here.
Exactly, so this gives you a lot more defensive capabilities in comparison to other archetypes.
So these two OG players out here, this is similar to what Vanquisher did at the early days of G.
Oh, it's so good. So right now he called 3 units so far.
Yeah, so that's probably making the Vanguard 48k here. Plus the 15k shield of the G-Guard as well. And I think the G-Guard gets another additional 5k because he Superior called a unit with it. So that's making it 68k if my math is correct.
So this is definitely a no pass. Yeah, it's plus 15 extra.
And keep in mind, this base power is going to stay for the rest of the attack, so the Vanguard is probably not going to hit after this, and the restand of Dose Sledge most likely isn't really going to be very effective here. And now we can actually see what Maidens of is capable of, because they are very defensive tanky if the cards come out right here, as we just saw on this turn.
I really like that an archetype like this could do something like that, because most archetypes like Neo Nectar or Stoicheia focused archetypes do have a whole lot of utility, but oftentimes suffer from not having enough like pressure to make use of it. But I really love the fact that this can actually push out a bit of pressure, plus guard a little bit, be a little tanky, and not worry about too much in comparison to other archetypes. I really like it.
Exactly, and a nice added bonus for Neo Nectar is that they have this V-Premium Plus stride, so they can do whatever their game plan is and just add an additional stride on top of it without sacrificing their game plan, which is a nice bonus.
So he's going to use the skill of Vanguard again, his last bit of soul that he has. He's going to flip it up. He'll have himself a twin drive. This is his last 2 attacks here. Last 3 attacks, actually. Thinking about how to approach this.
Going into the rearguard makes a lot of sense because that's the only target you have. And sadly, the rearguard Ines wasn't high enough because yes, they also gained additional power, but it only saw 1 unit being superior called, so it was an 18k base, which is still luckily enough for Arista low enough that the rearguard can hit into it.
Yeah, that's right. So let's see. Draw checks here. First
Ooh,
check.
That's nice.
Draw trigger. That is the passive Vanguard. You just give everything to those sledge. Second check. Nothing.
And can the Dose Sledge still hit? That's what I'm curious about. Is it high enough here?
It is. It has 3 triggers plus 2 procs of its own skill. That's 59 by itself plus the 2k from the Xeroth.
Okay, so that's a big number. But as we see here, Nekami can just use 1 card and guard the big number because of the insane base power that we see here.
Starting with like 15k shields, which should be enough. Or does he need to guard with a little bit more? Or is he reconsidering it? I think it's maybe like 20k shields max.
I think it should be 20k shield because he's 48, so he comes at 63, and those sledge is like 54, or is he like in the 60 range?
So let's see. That looks like plus 52, 61. Oh, okay. So 15 was enough. 15 puts it on 63.
Okay, so even though we saw that Nekami could easily just guard his entire turn of Arasuta, we don't have to. Don't think the Arasuta has to worry about a bit here because his hand size is massive, and we have to wait and see how much pressure Nekami can now generate. Because even though his defensive was very good, he did sacrifice some of his offensive capability to achieve that defensive capability here. So I'm very curious of how this turn is going to pan out for Nekami here.
So he's gone to Flower Princess of Compassion, Latvislava. Is going to be taking a look at 2 cards. Search 2 cards of the same grade as a rearguard. Reveal them. Choose 1 to call them and put the other one into your hand. So he's going to choose 2 of the grade 3 units that he still has left in deck that he can make use of them.
Yeah, I really like this choice because, as we already saw, Ines is going to stack power for every superior call. Putting the Ines in the front row, you are going to get 10k on the left one and 5k on the right, but then the right Ines is going to proc, which allows you to superior call another unit, and the grade 3, the back row, also is going to proc here, so you can get another card on the board, so that allows you to stack even more power, so you can have these beefy rearguards in the front row besides your Vanguard here.
So let's see what he's calling. This is going to call another token. So just because of him getting more tokens out now allows him to just get so much extra power in the front row. It gives him a chance of being able to maybe, just maybe, get through that thick hand there.
That we might definitely see a possibility here, because we have to keep in mind here is that the Vanguard is able to restand those Ineses in the front row, so that power buff we're seeing to those rear guards, they're gonna count double here, so that can be quite dangerous for Arasuta if he doesn't have like multiple G guards or perfect guards in his hand to just comfortably guard with these attacks, because sadly, Nova Grappler is one of those clans that doesn't have a disruptive G-Guard, so they have to face tank these attacks basically the hard way.
Usually just half the time they're taking a whole bunch of damage, especially since they want to dish out damage. It's part of the whole wrestling aesthetic. You take the damage, you dish out. We do know though, however, that Arasuta does have 1 PG and at least like 1 or 2 Heal Guardians or G Guardians that he could use this turn, so he could possibly survive this, depending if Nekami doesn't hit any like stand triggers or anything.
Yeah, because one of those columns is with a Force 2 marker, so even though he's at 2 damage, he needs to be careful when deciding which attack to take and whatnot.
Okay, so right now he's comboing off.
Yeah, we still see more calls coming here, because so those Ines are getting pretty fat, as we have like, I believe 30k on the right and 35k on the left.
So now it'll be 40 and 35.
And if I remember correctly, the booster, the grade 2, does have boost here, so that's also boosting behind both Ineses. So those are going to be big columns.
So right now, so for some people who don't really know how the stride works, the second part of the skill is when this unit attacks, cut blast 1, choose 2 or more with regards with the same card name, choose 2 cards from among them and stand them.
Oh, that is very nice. We saw the Suns and Mungo coming down, and for anybody that isn't aware what Suns and Mungo can do, Suns and Mungo allows you to copy the power of a rearguard and give it to your Vanguard. So now all the power stacking on Ines is now transferred to the Vanguard, so we have also a massive Vanguard attack combined with 5 massive rearguard attacks. So here we can definitely see the pop-off potential of the maiden off deck. And I think a lot of Neonectar enthusiasts that aren't aware of this deck are probably very excited about what they're seeing right now. And probably want to play test and test this deck as soon as possible. Because I'm an Asha fan, and this deck does definitely have me excited here.
Because right now, because all of the filtering that he did just compressed his deck a lot further. And he does play like only 1 copy of the Mango, so all he just has right now is just crits and draws. And that's all he has in his deck now, usually, like more or less, right?
Yeah,
triggers.
Crits, heals, draws, and of course the over trigger, which we haven't seen so far here.
So this will be definitely a scary turn, so we'll see how he's going to attack here.
This attack pattern makes sense because you want to put your opponent to like a guard position, a must guard position as fast as possible.
And this forces at least like 2 cards out of their hand per attack. So he's gonna take the first one, see if he hits a trigger. That's a crit.
No, that's a heal, but sadly it doesn't activate because he's at 3. He's at 2 low damage when he took the damage.
I think we take everything and go to 5. I don't think we guard here.
It looks like Arasuta is contemplating here by either taking the attack or just say, yeah, I'm just gonna go to 5. Maybe I get the over trigger defensively and survive. I just gotta double check here.
So, due to the grade 2 Nephthys, when this unit boosts a grade 3 rearguard, you would have the boosted unit get a crit until the end of that battle.
This is even more devastating. So the grade 2 that's boosting gives grade 3 rearguards an additional crit. I completely forgot about that aspect because this is an Asha support card. Well, because all our front rows are grade 3s, every attack that's going to get boosted by the grade 2 will come with an additional crit, thus making every attack essentially lethal, except for probably the Vanguard, because it needs to boost the rearguard. But as we said, the deck is so compressed, when the Vanguard attacks, that's probably going to be a crit in the drive check here. So we can definitely see the value of Nephthys here, why that card is in this deck.
It is until end of battle though, so it doesn't stay, sadly enough.
But that's where the drive check comes into play, because then he probably needs to guard the Vanguard, so you give all the triggers to the rearguard that isn't on the Force 2 marker here.
And then Nephthys goes into the soul after you proc the skill.
So now we see the entire front row being restood by the Vanguard attack. And now probably either you need to bet on that he doesn't get a... Oh! And did he say no guard? Because it looks like he put the crit to the Vanguard.
He was on 3 damage, so...
Oh! The over trigger coming down as well! Like, as we... So, this is already 3 damage and he's at 4, so he needs to double heal here if he wants to survive this attack.
Jesus. I mean, we did say that a lot of the cards were compressed out of the deck, and hey, you know... Sometimes it's like that.
And another draw as well. So 3 triggers. Like this is what happens when you superior call and compress your deck like a billion times in a single turn. Like that's gonna be all triggers drive checking here.
Yep. So this is gonna be first check, nothing. Second check needs to be a heal in OT.
And it sadly isn't. I believe that's a Molwark or something grade 1.
Yeah, so he had a whole bunch of just like grade 3s. Yeah, he didn't have enough to guard with, so he needed like... See, he had like a huge hand, right?
Yeah.
And... So we'll take it over to us in a second so we could kind of talk about that match, give our own thoughts. Thoughts on it.
So that was very honestly from a Neonectar side standpoint, because I'm a semi Neonectar main here. Like that was very exciting. Like coming into this match, I was very curious of how this deck operated, because I'm aware of the maiden off mechanic of superior calling or whatnot. But seeing it in action of how it can stack power, but not only offensively but also defensively, you can see what this deck can do. Like it can churn out like massive columns when we are used to like OG G-era Asha with all the blooming mechanic, but now we see also this super defensive plays where you can just shut down a very explosive deck like Nova Grappler without wasting too many cards, which honestly is I'm very excited about what deck can be showed here, and I'm very happy, and I'm gonna try this deck out as fast as possible once this tournament is over, because I'm very curious of how far I can take this deck myself here, as this is looking very spicy.
And as I said before at the beginning of the tournament, Premium is a very under-researched format. It's very much so like you have a bunch of established decks, and that's kind of nice. That's pretty cool, right? Neonectar or most of Stoicheia has so much good cards in it. You have people innovating now, playing stuff like Flagborg Gridora. We have now this deck with Inez. I want to see people do more stuff incorporating tokens. I would like to see us have a more of a premium renaissance, you know, just more things, just discovering cool little archetypes and interactions. A lot of people kind of get lost in the sauce and they think it's only just play the best things and it's fine. Sure, it's okay to play established stuff, but having fun with other archetypes is really good too.
Yeah, plus if you don't experiment with new things, you will never know what's actually on the radar, because I've heard nobody talk about this Maiden Off deck, but seeing it right now, I'm like, why is nobody talking about it? It's actually kind of spicy, and it has definitely a lot of potential. And this goes for like a whole plethora of decks, archetypes, clans, nations, sub-archetypes, as there's like thousands and thousands of cards to think of, and yeah, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg, especially with the new releases on the horizon, because Clan Collection is definitely going to shake up things even further.
5 and 6, giving us a whole bunch of neat reprints, Heal Guardians, grade 1s, grade 2s, imports from promos that that OCG has gotten already, that we're going to be getting, so I'm excited for that as well. We have a couple of tables that are currently still running, and we're probably going to be tossing it over in a break in a moment. But do you have anything else that you want to add, actually?
Honestly, so far everything been very exciting. The only thing I'm missing so far, to be very in theme, is some time manipulation action going into future rounds. But we have to wait and see if you've been graced with your favorite decks this round. Who knows? I get graced next round.
Hey, we can only hope. We can only hope. So I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in and stopping on by. We will be taking a small break in a sec. See y'all soon.
Bye.
And welcome back, everyone, to another edition of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022, Week 1, Day 1, Premium now. Welcome, everybody. It's boy JJ again, joined with Mr. Time Leap himself. How are you doing, homie?
I'm doing fantastic. As we saw last round about, I think 20 minutes ago, it's been a very exciting game. And we learned today that we're going to hear a specific word quite a lot, because the word that describes this tournament is spicy.
Yes. You thought it was hot already. If you guys are a fan of curry, I just think it's just going to be spicy all day. Everybody is coming out of the woodworks and just say, hey, you know what I feel like doing today? I just feel like building a deck. I got cards at home. I have a shoebox. I got my cards in it. Let's build something. That's today's tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And that's also what we're going to see in the next round, because we already know what we're going to see in round 4. And let me tell you, the clans are kind of obvious. They're quite familiar in the meta landscape, but not these lists. Not these deck lists. These are far from what you would expect. It is spicy incarnate.
Yes. So we have a matchup of Gear Chronicle versus, I would say, it calls itself machining. Let's just say that. It calls itself machining.
And it's not the machining of what you might expect. It's not Nova Grappler, it's not Dimension Police, it's also not Link Joker, which kind of machining type. It's the creepy crawler type, what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a Mega Colony. So let's take a look first at Cue Ball Gamer. Let's take a look at his deck list first.
So as we can see here, it's Gear Chronicle, but very important, some would have probably guessed Mystery Flare, but this is not Mystery Flare. This is Steam Maidens, and I personally have been quite experimenting with this variant of the deck with the Steam Maiden engine, but this is just spicy beyond spicy, because we see a very interesting attack card, because we see Richard. Yes, the Dark State Grade 2 of the right line being played at 3 copies, and I'm kind of curious of what the game plan is behind this card, because this card essentially allows us to turn a rearguard into the soul and give us draw power. So this can give us soul view for our specific G-guards or stride units, because a lot of strides in Gear Chronicle uses soul, but also it allows us to turn faster through your deck in search for our combo pieces, which are the Steam Maidens. And then the rest of the list is essentially a combination between the VRS Steam Maiden engine, the multi-tech shenanigans, and then the premium landscape with the time leap combo where we see TikTok as well as Melon, but we also see a very peculiar addition, which is Engilsa. And Engilsa is our write-down combo card, which allows us to just go into our Grade 4s and then go back to Grade 2 at the end of the turn, so our opponent cannot stride. And this is why we play Cross Command Dragon, because Cross Command Dragon allows us to get value, and interesting enough, we can Soul Blast the Grade 2 from our soul, and then rewrite the Grade 2 from the drop zone thanks to how the way that Engilsa works, thus negating the Soul Blast cost on Kronos Command. So we see a lot of very interesting synergies here, and we're gonna pick that up during the gameplay, as I can go on and on over this deck, but that's not the time that we have here, because we need to go on further, because we also need to look at the G-Zone, so let's flip over to the G-Zone of this deck. And yeah, this is just good stuff. Like, it has everything you need. History build, Slishma, Croc Dragon, your G-Guards. Interesting enough, we don't see Hate around, but that makes sense because we don't play Chrono Jet Dragon. But that's why we see Chimera in the list here, because Chimera is essentially the generic version. It's not as strong as Hate around, but it's good enough. And that's all I can basically tell you right now that's important here. I don't know if, JJ, if you want to add some extra spice to this, or see something off the top that might be curious, or that you catch your eye on.
So I see that he's running Grog. Could you explain like what the combination is, like how that works really into this matchup?
Okay, so I think Croc Dragon is in this particular build for just generic purposes, because it's just an extra restanding that allows you to get benefit. But as it can go into Kronos Command, because Kronos Command synergizes very nicely with Croc, because Croc removes your field, and then Kronos Command builds a field. So you then basically get multi-attack on top of everything, so you have that particular synergy. And also, as soon as he plays a copy of Uratar can proc off Croc Dragon as well. So there's these little bit synergies, but I think Croc Dragon is mainly here to just have that extra Vanguard restand-ish, like pseudo restand capabilities to just pressure in the games where you're gonna need it. Because some decks are very versatile against rear guards that multi-attack, but this Tri-turn allows you to go into those game plan without losing a lot of value.
Okay, I see you. And then he also is running like one copy of Dust for one of his offensive alternate finishes that he can do. Xeroth Dragon we don't really see too often in the meta. What do you make of it?
Yeah, Dust is a bit of a weird one, because of all the Xeroth Dragons, it's probably the one that got nerfed the most with all the changes to the game mechanic, because the guarding rule changed and how the landscape has moved forward, that the minus power is also less significant. But it's still a very potent effect that can just catch any player off guard. If you know they don't have PGs or they don't have enough G-guards, and you know that shooting them extra damage, so putting them at 5, and they're at 1, and you know with the amount of multi-tech options you have, you could just outright kill somebody just on the spot. So it's still an option to have, but it's less needed in most G-zones, unlike other strides.
Okay, well that's awesome. So let's take a look at Peter's list. We got into the nitty-gritty already with Gear Chronicles, so let's take a look at some Mega Colony goodness. Mega Colony, a lot of people said, no, this deck is nothing anymore. This can't do anything. They said, nah man, it's fine. It's okay. I will just be an 18k base Vanguard. That's my life now, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's essentially MLB with less steps.
Yeah, exactly. So let's take a look at, let's do a quick rundown. I'll go through some of it, and then during the match, we'll talk about how the matchup is going, okay?
It sounds good to me.
All right, cool. So they're playing some copies of Intrude Scissors, especially for getting some extra multi-attacks in. Calls itself on the drop zone is pretty nice. It incorporates a whole lot of machining other grade 2s and grade 1s as well. I do love the fact that it's running G-Era Machining Princess, which is the grade 2, which can restand itself. And it also gives an active skill of when machining rear guards are rested, it restands that too as well, so you get some really cool nifty multi-attacks going from your grade 2 lineup. So he is running a lot more grade 2s in comparison to other Mega Colony lists that incorporate a lot more grade 3s, so I like this a whole lot. He is not really running any other effect triggers outside of just standard crit sentinels and draw into soul crits. That's kind of it. For the G zone, he is running one copy of Seabreeze because you do have some G-oriented cards in your deck, so you do want to have them to go off as much as you possibly can, especially the Princess. It's kind of important as part of your comp piece. It is GB2, so Seabreeze and a G-Guard, it's active, which is kind of nice, and then you don't have to do anything else extra. He is running 4 copies of Gridora, which is still kind of nice. 2 copies of Optorandus, running some Maglinantis, which is really nice because it can reduce your opponent's power if they're playing around it, and plus get your rear guards to do a whole lot more devastating multi-attacks against you. Woo! What a dicey deck. I really like it.
That's so fast that the production team couldn't even flip to the G zone in time how fast you go there. So, so now chat can see what the actual G zone looks like. Exactly. So, yeah, give it a minute so everybody can breathe and catch up to the speed of JJ.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. So we can see someone here on you guys' screen what we were talking about just now, and so you guys get an understanding that this archetype is still pretty devastating. Having access to Ghidorah, having access to Aptorandus, and some of the also the other units are just going to be still very devastating for Mega Colony. But without further ado, let's get into the game.
Those are the words that I want to hear, because I want to see this Gear Chronicle player going in action as fast as possible. Honestly, I think he's using the Nova Grappler. I think that's a Nova Grappler stand card to determine who's going first or second, maybe.
No, it's just a stand trigger.
Oh,
it's a stand trigger.
Oh, he's just flexing on all.
Yeah, it's one of the first Nova Grappler stand triggers.
Okay, see, we see Malamus first, right? Which is like insequential. Like I don't. Most rights are kind of fine. I think Malam is probably the weakest one, but he still has lost Gearlock 8 on the field, and I think he much rather want to have the Gearlock 8 on the rearguard circle just for the higher pressure numbers on the field.
I feel that's probably one of the best ways of him being able to get some pressure going here. Is that like in later stages of the game, he could also use this, because him pre-calling it here also means he might have Richard in his hand, which could allow him to draw a card. Exactly, because we don't need to forget that Richard then puts it to the soul and then gets more value. Like it's such a weird card. It's so overdressed, like that you don't really think about it for a Gear Chronicle play. Like it's so weird to me personally, but I like it. Like I'm very curious how much value it's gonna generate. All right, so he wrote the machining grade 1 Hornet here. It's going to get an on hit, so let's see if he's going to consider letting it hit or not. Okay, looks so like hits. Ooh, that's an unfortunate hit for the Gear Chronicle player. The Steam Maiden grade 2 going into the damage immediately. Okay, so resolving Hornet unfortunately does not hit anything. If he did end up resolving it, it would go into his hand. If it was on rearguard circle, it would actually go into soul. So that's a cool comparison here. He just would have netted him a +1 just straight off the bat, but that's okay. He still got his damage in his trade, and he still has a quick shield, so this is still alright. Yeah, and besides, especially Mega Conley has a lot of options to filter the deck for grade 3, so even though he doesn't hit it right now, he probably has more than enough opportunities to still filter the deck quite significantly. That's right. I think... let me take a look at the list. I don't think he gives him... I guess he could still write Horn, which still can get him... some machining non-grade 2s.
We did see the riches coming down, so the last Gear 8 play did come as we said, and also hitting the draw is even better, so there's a lot of draw power coming for the Gear Chronicle player, thus setting up his future turns.
I'm not really the biggest fan of this because Mantis could allow him to search through his deck a little bit more, but I mean, it's fine.
Interesting. This is the new grade 2 that we have from the latest clan collection, right? This Armor Beetle.
Yes. So he's going to use Cybister to rest itself. Look at the top 3 cards at the top of your deck. Call up the one machining as card name from among them and put the rest at the bottom of your deck. This ability can only be used at the same card name once per turn. So if you end up calling more copies of it, you're not going to get any extra benefit.
Ooh, that's a big swing here. The heal trigger not only healing, but also damaging the Kronos command. So I hope Q-Baller doesn't have the other Kronos command in his hand.
Is there any way for him to send it back into the deck, though?
I'm looking at the list, and no. That's all the options it has. So that means that if he draws into it, that's it. He loses that option for his deck, which is pretty huge if he goes into Angilza, and he is going first, so that's a significant play here.
I mean, it is the reason why he's playing the archetype, right? So
yeah. So he did write the Angilza, and it looks like he is discarding. I'm kind of curious what he discard here, because I'm not...
I think it's a draw trigger. I think he ended up discarding the draw trigger.
Yeah, because the big thing about Angilza is, Angilza doesn't matter what you discard. You don't have to discard a grade 3 in order to strike. Just discard one card, which is very versatile here. So now we're going to see the Kronos command going down, and I am expecting him to Soul Blast his grade 2 here, to get the free value of the cost of Kronos command.
So walk us through what Kronos command does, actually.
Yeah, so Kronos command has 2 skills, but one is the important one here. That's the on-play skill that costs Counterblast, Soul Blast, and a discard, where you put all your rearguards on the bottom of your deck, and then check the top 5 of your deck, and then you can call as many cards from them to the field, and then shuffle the rest of your deck with the remaining cards you don't call. So it essentially can give you a free field for hardly any cost. And Counterblast, Soul Blast, and discard might sound quite significant, but in combination with Angilza, you can negate the Soul Blast cost because you can Soul Blast the grade 2, and then at the end of the turn, rewrite the grade 2 from your drop zone onto your Vanguard circle, thus negating that Soul Blast cost, which is basically giving you a field for a Counterblast and a discard.
Wow, okay. So he's going to take a look at the top 5 here. He's going to call everything. What exactly are you looking for to call here out for Kronos command?
Mostly your combo pieces to set up your field, or just cards that refund themselves. Like so, Nabu, Calibums are nice targets. Even like your grade 1 boosters. Maybe a TikTok to set up might be nice. So there's a lot of really solid targets. So here we see a Calibum, and he has a Counterblast. And what's nice here is he does have grade 1s on the field and a grade 2. So he has options for his Calibum target. But we also see a Melem in the back row, and I believe the grade 2 Steam Maiden for the multi-deck combo setup. So those are actually pretty decent targets here.
So on the machining side, I probably would want to target the Armor Beetle if I can, because if you do end up calling it in the same column, your opponent's rear guards can't boost. So
yeah, he has 2 options with this Calibum, because he can either target the grade 1, the booster behind it, and the great thing about it is that he then gets the spin for free and he draws a card. So that's actually pretty decent. So you refund the Calibum and you refund the Counterblast. Or you can remove the grade 2 from the field and then grabs, I believe, a grade 1 from the drop zone, which can be his last Gear 8, which can set up the discard cost for Stride for next turn. So a lot of options here.
So he's going to use the Heal Guardian. He accidentally refilled the quick shit as a Heal Guardian by accident. It's getting plus 10k. It's going to be a 2 to pass.
I think that's a crit.
That is indeed a crit. It's going to come in for 30 and 2 damage here.
So now I'm curious of what he's going to target with the Calibum effect. Or is he not using Calibum here? Oh, yeah, it's at the end of the battle. So what is he going to target? Because this can tell us a bit about the information in his hand, what he prioritizes.
So I feel you might want to go for the Cyberster here.
Yeah.
Or Machining Arbor Beetle.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the Cyberster. And it makes sense, like you get a free spin essentially, and you refund all your resources. And then going back on the Richard. Oh, and now I get Richard. You can reuse the effect over and over again, thus making the Cronus command turn even better because you can refund whatever you call. I like this spice. I like this. I'm gonna take notes here. This is gonna go into my future Gear Chronicle notes because this is spicy.
This is really nice. So he's gonna write here.
So now we know he does have a blister in hand, so that can be important for information for the Gear Chronicle player moving forward.
Oh dear. Okay, so he couldn't strike this turn, it seems.
So it's just a vanilla grade 3 turn. That's painful.
Yeah, I mean, obviously because he's on grade 2. And this is like one of the worst matchups to have that happen to you, really.
Oh, and he doesn't have another grade 3 to go into, because that's the downside of it in Gilsa. If you don't have a grade 3, you're stuck.
Uh-oh.
That's a big upset. And look at that hand of the Gear Chronicle player of Q Baller, and still no grade 3.
It's a massive hand with a whole bunch of extra pieces that you can use this turn as well.
And it looks like he's missing as well. There's no grade 3 in the top 5.
Wow. Okay. It's going to be a tough one because he is going to be on Gridora. No, I guess you don't need to be on Gridora. You could be on Overwhelm. You could be on literally on any other stride, to be honest.
This is actually pretty painful for the Gear Chronicle player for Q Baller because he was actually in a really good position if he could ride and stride right there.
I think he probably next turn he goes into Atlantis if he doesn't want to commit any extra pieces to the board. I feel that's what you do here. I guess he could also just like leave himself stood, so when he no, when he rides next turn he'll be standing anyways. It doesn't really matter. So he guarded, pass turn, draw a card, riding into Persona Ride.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Shieldfisher Dragon. I'm gonna go into Gridora here. Huh, alright.
I mean, this is a really solid stride against Gear Chronicle because it shuts down all their combo potential. Like, you cannot really do a lot now that this card is out because every stride or every main combo play superior calls in Gear Chronicle. So, even though the Gear Chronicle player can now stride, if he finds a grade 3, it's gonna be very vanilla. And even Croc is pretty underwhelming because now that we know that Chronos Command is out, the only targets are just grade 3s. And even going into your grade 3 Steam Maiden, you cannot use the multi-tech engine because Gridora blocked that. It negated every multi-tech here. So this could be very problematic for Q Baller.
It could. So Peter right now is just going to send back one of his grid 1s back into the deck. He's going to countercharge one, so he'll have access to Magnatis. He's going to use a skill to rest itself, and then it'll restand itself. So now when the other machining unit is rested, it'll restand itself. So now he has access of being able to... Yes. So there we go. So then you could choose one of your machining units in its name, and it gets plus 3k until end of the turn, so you could choose itself, so it wants to hit over his opponent's Vanguard. And then it has a Generation Break 2, which it is currently in its state. It also gets an additional skill that says, at the end of battle, let this unit attack the Vanguard. If the number of your opponent's units standing is 0, it gets to stand another machining unit.
So that's actually a pretty nice interaction with Gridora because that complements the defensive play of Gridora because now you start the multi-tack, so putting pressure behind the stalling as well. So this could be very dangerous and could be very powerful from Peter's side.
Yes. So then it also gives him access to... it also makes it more threatening as well when you combine it with the unit in the G zone as well, that he could use its skill to soul charge one of his own rear guards to make his opponent power lowered, and it's also on a Persona right turn, and it's a really cool interaction that he did here.
We also see going forward for the Gear Chronicle player for Q-Baller hitting both non-triggers and both the Grade 1 Steam Maidens in the damage zone. Honestly, in this situation of the game, that doesn't really matter all too much because they're like vanilla cards going forward. But defensive triggers are always nice to see regardless of what situation you're in.
Oh man, just completely nothing. Just nothing in there right now. Nothing in damage zone. It's gonna be a tough one to guard with this turn. So now that's gonna come out. That currently still has 15, 25. The unit that he called to the board is now currently 32 on its own. Vanguard is now 20, 38, 35?
I believe so, because it gets, like, how much power does Ghidorah stacks? Like, plus 10k on top of it, right? It's the Grade 3 gets an additional...
Yep. So right now, yeah, it does get the plus 10, so plus 20 and then plus 18 and plus 5, 43, which is pretty decent. It's pretty decent, chunky.
I mean, that's pretty good. I guess it's great too.
It's gonna take this one. This one is gonna be lethal, so he needs to guard this.
Yeah, still no defensive. Ooh, we do see Overtrigger from the Gear Chronicle player, from Q-Ballers. So we know that the Overtrigger is out of the deck for Q-Baller, but let's see if he does find a Grade 3 right now, because he needs something here.
So Peter's deck is currently working on all cylinders at the moment, and another G-Assist happens again.
That's, yeah, it was to expected, because he had only like one extra draw from what we haven't seen from his last G-Assist, and it looks to be like that was another Richard. So let's hope he finds a Grade 3 in the top 5, but even if he finds a Grade 3, I'm wondering, what is his options? Is he able to actually turn this game around from the position he's in right now?
It's gonna be tough to say here, because he's in a situation where A, he can't really access all aspects of his archetype since it's been sealed off by Ghidorah's skill right now. B, he'll need to get rid of 2 cards for G-Assist, and C, he's currently at 5 damage, which is going to be very tough. That if Peter has another Grade 3 that he can write here, another Persona Rise that he can go into, it's going to be so difficult, especially going into a 18k Vanguard.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it's likely that he's gonna go into Krokok Dragon here, because Krokok Dragon at the very least gives him the extra Vanguard attack, so that's at least something, and that can hopefully set him up for next turn, because he can go into the other Grade 3, thus gaining another force marker, setting up for potentially a future turn if he thinks he's gonna get another turn after this, because it's not very likely he's gonna finish this game unless something miraculous happens. But we have to wait and see. Like, it can completely swing differently depending on what he's going to do this particular turn.
Because Peter's hand is relatively small, so we could see. So what could turn it around here? What do you think? Like a heal crit, or at least like a double heal into what exactly?
It depends. If Peter has a Persona right, I think Q-Baller most likely would just want to see crits. If Peter doesn't have Persona right, maybe a combination of heal and crit to at the very least like soften the blow next turn, take an extra damage here and there. Because if he doesn't have an extra multi-attack option, then Peter is just going to swing for free attacks. Thus, you can take one, maybe guard 2, and without Persona right, those numbers are a bit lower depending on what his options are. Now, we do see him going into the Meta Pulsar Stride, which is also an option. It's an interesting option here, and I'm curious of what his game plan is going to be moving forward with this particular turn. It can also be like he doesn't have enough rear guards to pressure. He does have 2 force markers, so just putting a trigger there can still pressure, but I'm curious of what he thinks he can do with his hand and how he's going to navigate this particular turn. Because the thing with Gear Chronicle is you can see one particular line of play, but the other player can see 20 other lines of play, which are all as equally valid in that particular situation.
That's right. So you said Pulsar, right?
Yeah.
So like, what exactly do you think he might be going into it for now?
Like, with this particular... I think he just want to build columns now. I think he's just going to go with 3 attacks and try to make them as big numbers. Oh, apparently he's not calling rearguards here. That's interesting, because he put the force marker on the rearguard circle.
Oh, okay.
He gets... That's a crit, I believe. Or was that a stand?
It was Uwatar.
It was Uwatar. Okay, so I'm curious of why Cue Baller decided to go for just stride and end the turn right there and there. Is he just trying to farm up and go for a big turn, maybe expecting the opponent to not go into Ghidorah, or is he trying to outgrind Ghidorah here?
I don't see a way of him being able to do that right now, but you know, you could call me surprised if that happens.
I mean, everything is possible. You never know what's gonna happen. The future is undetermined right now.
Are you making a Gear Chronicle pun, man? Is that what's going on here?
I might or might not have done that, yes.
Alright, so he's gonna resolve the Malignantis here skill in the G-Zone, soul charging one of his units, since his opponents cannot retire any rear guards from his opponent. He does get to give minus power to his opponent on the board, which should be something his opponent should be noting, hopefully, in the future here.
I think that's the reason why I probably didn't want to call rearguards, because he was maybe too afraid of the retire of Malignantis. I think that might be his decision why he decided against calling rearguards, but I don't know if I 100% agree with that in this particular instance, because the extra power does hurt a lot here.
Yeah, because he's currently on 3k at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Like, losing a rearguard that was, 5k shield, maybe 0k zero shield if it was a grade 3, is probably worth it against the minus 10k power here.
Yeah, that's right. So right now, all of his rear guards are relatively large in power, and I think he probably does have like 1 more grade 3 still left in his deck, or 2 more that he can fetch here for the extra multi-attacks. So I think he's just going to take this, and...
it's the teammate and grade 3 in the damage as well. That's a bit unfortunate. That gives me a tear to my Gear Chronicle eyes.
So let's get it over back to us. We'll talk a little bit about this match. Again, it seems to be a situation where choices were made. Like, if you're playing an archetype that focuses on writing down into itself, and especially if it's not something like Nightmare Dolls, which is a bit more prolific in doing so, since they play a way higher grade 3 count in comparison to this archetype, is there a line of play that you felt that probably should have...
I mean, there are a couple of decisions that were made. Like, I cannot say that what I'm thinking is the correct decision, because I have not complete knowledge of like his hand, the cards, and what type of combo lines and what this original game plan was to begin with. But from a generic standpoint, we saw here the difference between Nightmare Dolls and Gear Chronicle with the write down, because as you already explained, Nightmare Doll has the option of either saying I'm going to stay on grade 3 or go to grade 2 when I do the superior right thing and go into another unit. Gear Chronicle doesn't have that option, because you either forced to go into grade 3 if you go with like Chronojet, or you're forced to go into grade 2 if you go with Engilsa. So you're forced in that decision making. Now, the thing that I'm curious about is that if he was aware that he didn't have another grade 3 in his hand, what's the reason why he chose to go for the bet of going into a Gilsa and then decide to go back to the grade 2 right down for the chance of being grade stuck? Like, I can imagine him thinking like, maybe I'm gonna drive check it, I'm gonna filter my deck with Chronos command so the chance of getting a grade 3 is higher, and G assist also exists. But is that a gamble you dare to make? It's something I'm not really like all too often, but depending on the scenario, I can understand why he went that direction. The main play that I'm kind of baffled about is his try turn. going into Metapulsar and not dedicating any cards to the field. Like, I can understand from, like, you don't want your rear cards to be retired because you give your opponent, like, free value. Because keep in mind, the G-Zone card does countercharge, so they can do the skill again. But at the same time, you can just call 2 rear guards, like a grade 3, because we saw him getting a grade 3 during that turn as well, to the board. That's no shield value you lose, and then just call like a grade 2 or something, or maybe like a grade 1 with 5k, like a Melon, for example. That's hardly any shield value you lose, while still putting at least some pressure, and then at least also negate the value you can generate off that G-Zone card as well. So there are definitely some options and decision making where I'm like, maybe that would have been better. But at the same time, the player might have saw a different line of play. Maybe they expect to survive a turn and then add like a combo play they want to make or something. Like, it's always hard to guess as you're not really the player, you're not piloting the deck, and there's something else that always comes to mind if you look from a bird's eye perspective that the player in the moment doesn't see. So it's always an interesting thing to speculate about.
Okay, all right. So what you're trying to tell me is he probably should not have done it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was basically all. He probably should have just waited and seen first, or probably stayed grade 2 before he made a decision into writing up. Okay,
either stay on grade 2 or just go into Ungilsa and just stay on grade 3 and not do anything. If you think I can, but knowing Gridora, I don't like that. Just stay on grade 2 in that case. And in terms of his tri-turn, I would say pressure a bit more. Just call cards and at least negate the minus 10k power to some extent.
Okay. Oh, fair enough. All right. So with all of that string theory out of the way, we are ready to take a break. We've had 25, I think we have 23 more tables that are currently still playing right now. The round is not over, but for here right now, we're currently going to be done. I will be taking a step back. We have our boy Zistral here together with Mr. Time Leap doing all the casting goodness. Hopefully you get to see all interesting, cool matches with them together. So with that being said, we'll be taking a small extended break.
Yeah, it's a little bit longer than normal.
It's a little bit longer. So see you guys soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Europe Circuit. We've had an exciting few games, and we're just halfway through the tournament now. We're about to begin round 5. We've got a pretty exciting match coming up next. Not laying down. The weather's getting just as warm, so it's still carrying on. But yeah, round 5 is just about to begin, and we had a bit of an extended break while players go get some lunch, whatever, and sort out a few other things in the tournament. But now that all the dust is settled, we can show you the standings. So let's jump into it and see where players are at the beginning of round 5. So you see here, these are the players that are all currently 4-0, currently undefeated. First place, Miss Great King. Quite a few people, I'm sure, recognize that name. Second place is Ang Mo Lang, again, a name that you've seen on the community here and there. Aya, KGS Fixtis, also on 4-0. Stephen Lay, also known as Swerve from WCC, also on 4-0. Kitten Pants, Full Metal Paladin 21, and as we just saw last round, Peter also on a 4-0 record. Of course, this is just the top 8, and anything can still change. There's still 4 more rounds of Swiss to go. So let's take a look at the second page of the standings. We've got from 9th to 16th, this is where we start getting into the 3-1s. So you've got Shun as the last 4-0, and then we enter the X1s with JM Dundee, Bebop the 6th, Nico, who quite a few people here know for being the quote-unquote evil genius of Vanguard, I think is an appropriate way of calling him. We've got Muzrax in 13th, Hal in 14th, and I think that's the same Hal of Team Brexit. Maybe SDTCG Hal, not entirely sure, we will see. And then lastly is Shasha and Beefy McWhatnow. It's a pretty good name, I appreciate that. But yeah, these players are all currently on a very positive record, it's looking good for them. And hopefully they can keep rolling, and hopefully we'll see their names come up again very soon.
Yeah, but interesting enough, we see names that also have been topping in the other region, because Mustrax, for example, has already been confirmed being top 8 for AO. So we can expect a lot from him moving forward in this tournament, and who knows, we might see the same names also moving forward in the next tournament with NA. So expect these names popping up more often in these tournaments, as we are seeing the best of the best here at the later rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the advantages of online events that people don't really talk about, which is that you're not just limited to just one event. You have, if you're willing to put in go without sleep and put in the time and energy, you can play any number of events you want. And, I see like people repeatedly top multiple events. That just goes to show you that they can work through the sleep deprivation, they can work through the tiredness, and still come out on top. But yeah, I think we have the next round ready for you. So we've got Aya versus Full Metal Paladin, and it's a Narukami mirror match, but not in the way you think. So first, we're going to take a look at Full Metal Paladin's deck and see what they're running. So we see here, it is Dungaree. Now, Dungaree's, we've seen it here and there before, and they are teching very heavily into the Eradication. They've also got the 4 Vowing. So actually, it's closer to Eradicator splashing Dungaree. But yeah, this is something that, ever since Stunverse has been around, you've been like, okay, yeah, you're a 17k defensive, you can Stunverse down into a 17k 2 crit triple drive. That seems really good. And coupled with the massive defensive power of Eradicators of being able to search for their heals, search for their PGs, and go from there, if you Stunverse into a Vowing, Vowing will see every single bind that Stunverse does and just snowball from there. So, pretty interesting list. Very thing I'm interested though is that they aren't running the Eradicator heals. So one of the quote-unquote big strengths of Eradicator is being able to search for heals, search for G-Guards, be able to disrupt the opponent during their turn. And Full Metal Paladin has chosen not to do that. Instead, they're running just straight up 4 Heal Guardians, which I presume is to just make the quote-unquote early pressure with the Dungaree a bit stronger. But yeah, that's a really interesting deck build here, and we'll see how that turns out for them.
I mean, the interesting thing about this particular list is that we see the Varenas being played here. Because on first glance, you might wonder, why would you play an Overdress card in a deck that doesn't run Tricksters or whatever Overdress support? But as a generic unit, it is still technically a resender in Premium because it doesn't require to be in the Overdress state to restand. The only thing is that is against it, that it's a grade 4. But Premium, you stride, you are the grade 4, and you can just slam it down and have an extra resender here. So I like how this deck is using every facet of Narukami, as we have the Eradicator part, the Dungaree part, and even Dragon Empire from Overdress. So I am actually very excited about this, as we see yet again another spicy list moving into the featured matches here.
Yeah, Virena has a lot, Expector has a lot of synergy in Narukami, because as we move on to the G zone and take a look, we will see that both of the G units synergize very well with the Virena. If you're on the Stunverse, you call the Virena, and then you Stunverse back down to grade 3, and Virena stays on the board, and then you can put all the Vowing power onto the Virena. Or if you're on the Exterminate, the new P Clan Collection Stride, you can clear the opponent's front row, cool down the Virena, and then give it plus 20 to 30k depending on the matchup, and then that's 20 to 30k Virena that's re-standing, as you say, guaranteed no matter what. So you see here, the full suite of G-Guards. He's got the they have the 2 Bulwarks and the 2 Impedes. As I mentioned, the classic disruptive play, as well as the new G-Guard for Eradicate for Narukami, which is not quite as disruptive as the old G-Guards, but it gains a lot more shield, and that's something that Narukami's been seriously lacking up until now. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this G-Guard. They've got the VMAX to finish off. They've chosen not to play the GB8, the Closed Dragon, and instead are relying entirely on the Voltage, which will gain a bunch of power based on the Bind. But yeah, that's the Full Metal Paladin's Eradicator list. Now let's switch over to look at Aya's pure Dungaree list. Oh, sorry, I've just been informed by the tournament organizers. Yep, so I've just been told that this matchup will no longer be happening. Due to tournament logistical issues, we will be doing a repair, and we will be resetting the bracket. So stay tuned, we will have the next matchup for you very, very soon.
I'm honestly I'm sad about the fact, because I was very interested in seeing this this list with Virena, because so far we've seen a lot of spicy attacks and cards coming in. We just saw it with the Gear Chronicle one, with the grade 2 of Bruce. We saw it with the Neonectar Maidenoff build, and this would have been a very interesting one for Narukami, because the interesting thing is that Virena as per Idea is a match made in heaven for the playstyle, because as we saw, it cost a soul, not a counterblast. So your opponent cannot play around that restand. So combining that with the free power you can get of Vowing Sword Dragon in combination with Stunverse is amazing because it doesn't cost a counterblast that play. So I was very curious and looking forward to that play, but sadly we're not seeing it right now. Maybe we still do, and this player is going to be paired against somebody else. We're going to watch that match. But we basically have to wait and see what we're going to see next. At the very least, we did saw the spicy list, and now we potentially see even more spicy lists.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Eradicators. Like, I picked up Narukami just a few months ago, just because I was wanted to have the deck to have around, not because it was good. And then seeing as how it's evolved over the last few months, like, when you look back at the first BRO season, when people were just playing 4 Vowing as their only grade 3s, and they were playing, like, you know, the unruly Kernshak combo defensively, they were, you know, all in on, like, 4 Eradicator PGs, and now we're seeing the split of draw PGs and Eradicated grade 1 PGs because of the meta. Like, seeing how that deck has evolved over time has been really, really cool. And, you know, like you say, Esperadia is exactly what the deck needed, because even though Narukami has such strong defensive plays, the thing that they've been weakest in the most has been actually winning the game. Like, up until now, you just had to do Stunverse, Vowing, put a bunch of power onto your Cho-O, and roll with it from there. And when it came to actually winning games, it was Vanquish that had the strength, because it had multi-attack, it had Vanguard restands, etc, etc. But now that you can have 3 to 4 extra restanders in Esperadia, you know, they're almost on equal fighting levels, but now Eradicator has the advantage because it can search for its PGs and heals, which is really cool. And I really wanted to cover the Dungaree list as well, because Dungaree is, again, completely different. Like, that abandons its rear guards completely and just goes, okay, I'm just going to Stunverse every time and all in with this massive, you know, 17, 22k Vanguard with 2 crit, with triple drive, and I'm just going to out-pressure you. And there were some cards that I would have liked to see in the Dungaree list that we didn't, like the Thundershock Jin. But, you know, we got to see some other interesting pieces, like, for example, they were running the Oban and Gongsun combo. So, I'm going to give, if anyone watching the stream now, if you want to look up the Dungaree list on your own, the code is 7A1V for Victor. I think it's a really cool list. You know, I've always been wanting to build Dungaree myself. Like, I own Eradicator, and it's not hard to transition. And yeah, just the fact that, you know, between Stunverse, Exterminate, and all these other bits and pieces, that Narukami just has a new lease on life, where, I'm sure you remember, like, pretty much since the beginning of Premium, Narukami in general has been kind of like that forgotten clan. You know, it's not as good as Kagero, not as good as Tachikaze, and now it's finally like, yes, you know, there are 3 different builds, and you have no idea what to play around. Because if they're focusing on Dungaree, you want to leave your board empty so that they can't Stunverse you. But if they're playing, like, say, the Esperadia, the Cho-Os, the Restand, and Eradicators, you want to fill a board so that they can't exterminate you. And it's that sort of, like, high-level thinking that I think is really interesting.
And this is just where we are right now. Like, we're already seeing a glimpse of the future with the next clan collection, where Eradicator is gonna get an insane new grade 3, which is gonna supercharge the deck even further. But if we stay on Dungaree, we still have the prospect of potentially Unlimited in a future set as well. So Narukami has a lot of avenues to evolve even further. So I'm very curious of where the deck is gonna go moving forward and what direction Bushiroad is gonna take. As we've seen a lot of good stuff with Narukami in the last couple of sets, and that probably is not gonna change anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the only argument is that maybe with Vowing Reverse, you don't need Esperadia, because Vowing is Esperadia but better on your whole board. But yeah, like, I'm always excited to see, like, what new things people come up with. But yeah, we have the new repair ready. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for your patience. And it seems like the production team heard my request, and we will be looking at Aya's list in the end. So Aya is remaining on stream, and let's take a look at their Dungaree list. So as I said, it's pure Dungaree. You have the Exorcist Mages that were in the same clan collection as Dungaree itself. And as I mentioned, you have the Gongsun and Oban combo, which is a really nice source of counter charge while also filling up your bind zone, as well as removing your opponent's board, which is super sick. The card that I like the most in this list has been Xeroth. I've actually seen Xeroth being put into Vanquisher lists and Eradicator lists, because it's not just mild disruption, you know, you guard with it and your opponent has to bind a card from hand and then draw, but it also turns, in this particular deck, it helps you fuel your bind, which you definitely want for Dungaree, but it's also just an extra piece of defensive power. Like, it's 10k shield, and Narukami doesn't have that many that they can afford to give up. Like, you want to have Demolition Dragon on the board, you want to have Oban on the board, because they have strong effects. So the only real 10k shields you can give up are the Lin Lin and the Mighty Pole. And so this just gives you that little bit of extra reach. But yeah, I like what Air has done there. You know, this deck is very straightforward. Like, they know what they want to do with the deck, and they have to get there. The only card I want to draw attention to that's missing is, like I mentioned, the Thundershock Jin. It's the grade 3 with on attack, counterblast 1, bind your own rearguard, draw a card in this game's 10k, because that helps you enable a little bit of multi-attack and helps you reach some pretty good numbers while also plussing you. But I think in this case, this player is just looking to all in on Stunverse, just out pressure the opponent, and then just win with the big either GB8 or the VMAX. So let's take a quick look at Aya's G-Zone. So yeah, we have that combination, you know, the quote-unquote defining characteristic of Narukami now, the Exterminate plus the Stunverse put together is just such a difficult combination for your opponents to play around. Because either you have to go, okay, fill my board to play around Exterminate and then I get Stunverse, or leave my board empty to play around Stunverse and get Exterminated. And then we see the V-Buster, the Voltage, and the V-Max just there for extra push, extra pressure. Yeah, I like this list a lot. It's very interesting. And have you got anything else to say?
I mean, overall, the G-Zone is relatively straightforward. It's the good stuff what Narukami has to offer. I have a lot of experience with Narukami's G-Zone, so I can definitely agree with these choices, and I can understand where the player is coming from. I'm not too well versed with Dungaree, so I'm very curious of how the main deck is going to function. And overall, it looks very streamlined. It looks very turbo heavy in the prospect of it wants Dungaree off every single turn, so I'm just going to focus on that. And I'm very curious of how explosive that's going to be. But now that we know the new matchup, I'm actually kind of surprised, and as if the future has things in store for us, because hold and behold, if we take a look at the opponent, we just see it still is going to be a mirror match, but instead of going against Eradicator, it is Vanquisher. So we're going to still see a Narukami mirror match, but this time two vastly different variants, where one is probably going to be Turbo binding his own stuff to come with big pressure on the Vanguard column, and this build is going to be just true and tried old school Vanquisher playstyle, where we're going to bind our own stuff to multi-tack and just keep pressuring our opponent with big numbers coming out of nowhere again and again and again. And anybody that's familiar with Vanquisher or Narukami probably knows every card in this list and understands why they're being played, as most of these cards are just combo extenders. We see Jaggy Shot Dragoon, we see both Vanquishers, we see Rising Phoenix, we see Cholo, as well as Chatra and Rock Climb Dragoon. All our enablers, all our extenders, and this is just a Vanquisher good stuff list. I cannot really say anything else about it. It's just good.
Yeah, we've taken the full Narukami World Tour. We've seen every single build, and like you say, Vanquisher is super straightforward. Like, pretty much, like, I would defy you to tell me, like, what you can cut from this list, right? Like, everything is needed, everything's part of the core combo, everything's consistency, like, this, I don't want to diss the deck, because I'm sure Raptor Slevin has put quite a lot of effort into his list, but in a way, Vanquisher's kind of almost auto-build, right? Like, you take all the cards that say Vanquisher and bind itself on it and just put them together, and yeah, like I said, it's got multi-attacks, you've got the Power Pump from the full Bronto, you've got the free board from Rising Phoenix on a Stunverse. I think it's all there, and we'll see how it goes. So the G-Zone actually is quite different for Raptor Slevin here. He has a lot more lean options. So here he's all-inning on the Stunverse, because obviously that gives you the option of going Stunverse down to Vanquisher, then rewrite into full Bronto, and then you still have some Exterminates, but it's not as core because you only have Cholos for your restand, and you don't have like Esperides or any other ways of easily getting multiple attacks. And the sort of bind and call from the Vanquisher playstyle means that you will lose the plus 20, plus 30 buff from the Exterminate. But we do see multiple copies of the VMAX, 3 copies of VMAX as a matter of fact. And I think what they're trying to do here is just turbo flip them with Exterminate and with Stunverse and just, surprise Thunderstrike 5, deal 1 damage out of nowhere.
I mean, that is a possibility, although from my own experience, I don't think any Narukami player dares to go into VMAX, because you know that your opponent's going to heal that damage, you're going to lose on it because your offensive is very limited. But what's interesting about this, as you already pointed out, is that we do see the difference in gameplay design, and that will influence their G-Zone, because the other builds that we discussed so far with Eradicators and I keep forgetting the Dungaree they call down units, they stay on the board, and whatever value you give to them, they attain that value. Whereas with Vanquisher, units just pop in and out of existence non-stop. So this power buff system that we see with the new stride doesn't apply as well. So we're probably going to see more focus on Stunverse here, but who knows? We might see some cheeky Zero Dragon plays, or maybe even the Progenitor Dragon making an appearance. So I'm very curious of how this mirror match is going to go, as we know for a fact this matchup is bound to be electrifying.
Aha, I see what you did there. Very good. Well done. All right, without further ado, I think the players are ready. Let's jump into it. So here we go. We have Aya on the left and Raptor Slevin on the right. We'll see who's going first. It seems like Raptor Slevin's going first. I think that's pretty good for Aya. I think in this matchup, they definitely want the first ride. And especially because it's Vanquisher, Vanquisher's first grade 3 turn isn't going to be nearly as threatening. So the question is, are they just going to ride grade 3 and give Aya the first ride, or are they going to have to fight for the grade 2 game? Because the one thing to note as well about Dungri is that Dungri is really good at playing grade 2 game, because it can continuously rewrite its grade 2s to get effects from the Coco, whereas Vanquisher's grade 2 game is significantly weaker, because like you mentioned, every single card in that list is a combo piece.
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting dynamic here, because usually being the Vanquisher player, or at least the Narukami player, you have the luxury that your opponent needs to sweat about your first ride. So they want to actually play the grade 2 game against you, because we all know how powerful Stunverse is. But now they're both at the receiving and giving end of that same interaction. So we're going to see this interesting dynamic of them basically playing the chicken game about who's going to give the other player the Stunverse ride option here. And Dungri might have the edge, as you explained here, because of the grade 2 possibility.
Yeah, at the same time though, the other thing to consider is that Dungri needs to bind all of its own cards to do things. And the one weakness of Narukami going first is that your G-Guards don't do anything if you ride up first, because Bulwark needs to have Thunderstrike 4 cards in the bind zone to do its effects, and Impede is GB1. So if you ride grade 3 and pass, most of your G-Guards don't do anything. But Dungri binds its own cards, which means that if Raptor Slevin rides up first, because Aya will have to bind a bunch of their own cards, when Aya strides into Raptor Slevin's Bulwark will actually be live.
Well, that's actually a very interesting dynamic between these two clans because of the specific mirror match being here. But that said, at the same time, Aya doesn't have to rely on their own binding, because the Vanquisher player can do it for them. They can fill their bind zone and then just benefit from that effect as well.
True, so a huge hit coming in there. Raptor Slevin going for a risky one to pass, boosted by the Demolition Dragon, and we see that Aya did get a crit and punch through. Demolition Dragon there, I think, is probably one of the best cards in Eradicators, which makes the deck incredibly powerful. It's just reliable on-hit draw, which gives you incredible grade 2 game pressure, and if you need it, it can also serve as removal. So Aya there not making the same mistake their opponent did and giving a flat no pass, so they don't get crit. And that's going to give them a huge damage lead going into this. Down comes the Xeroth. Effect is not active on Vanguard Circle, it's only on Rearguard and Guard. And yeah, they're just going to swing with the Demolition Dragon pressure. And again, Raptor Slevin has to really aggressively guard here, and otherwise Aya's going to draw another card and Raptor Slevin will go up to 3 damage.
Yeah, so far it's basically Aya is in the driving seat of this matchup right now, as from the looks of it. Like, they're comfortably at 0 damage, Raptor 11 is at 2 damage, they have like an insane center column, and they're forcing cards from Raptor 11's hand every single turn. And we see
another one pass and it breaks again.
Okay,
this
at the very least,
super unfortunate.
At the very least, he gets a draw, which is a bit of a reconciliation here, but is it enough moving forward here?
Yeah, so Aya's going to now push the Demolition into Soul to bind a card from the drop zone. This is relevant because Aya now leaves their board open, so that Raptor Slevin can't get any value from Vanquisher binding cards, which I think is great. And the other problem as well is that, like I said, the damage is 0 to 4. So now if I'm in Raptor Slevin's shoes, I'm probably going to ride grade 3, which is exactly what we see he does here. Like, you can't afford to play grade 2 game when you're 4 damage behind. But at the same time, because you don't have the grade 3 install, because you can't bind 3 cards anymore because there's no board to bind, your turn 3 play is just not that pressurizing.
No, like, it's almost going to be very vanilla. Like, maybe an extra multi-tech you can enable, but it's not the ideal situation of Vanquisher. And as we just see here, it's going to be very minimalistic with just calling only Rock Climb the Rune and just swing with the Vanguard. and hope for the best here.
Exactly, and like the problem with going for a full Bronto play here, especially because it's vanilla, is that your overall break even. So Rockline Dragoon has to retire itself to draw a card, so it replaces itself at least, and then it binds the full Bronto from hand in order to rewrite the full Bronto. The issue is that to rewrite the full Bronto, you have to discard a card, and then full Bronto gets -1 drive. So you're overall still card neutral, and then when you rewrite back down to Vanquisher from full Bronto, you don't get the second Axel, which means that you don't even get the +1. You are literally, you get an extra attack for no extra cards, which I think is fine to even out damage, but in this particular situation, if I'm in Raptors 11 shoes, I definitely want to farm as many cards as I can, because I know for a fact that I is going to go into the Dungaree, they're going to stun burst off the Dungaree, and they're going to triple drive me with the crit pressure.
Especially now that Aya hit a defensive trigger, meaning their Vanguard is just comfortably being at, I believe, 19k, so multi-attacking is also going to be less significant here, as you're probably not going to get enough value to justify the cost here. But it looks like Raptors 11 is just going to go with it anyways, and just probably wants to filter the Great Freeze out of his hand, because but he does discard a Grade 1 here, so that's 10k shield they're dropping, so...
Well, full Bronto gets 10k on play, so it's a 22k 1 drive, so... if I'm in Aya's still probably going to want to guard this for a... It's quite easy, it's just 15k for an OT to pass, which I think they are more than happy to give up, just to stay on that damage lead. There's the heal guard coming down. So we know that Raptors 11 has a heal in hand because he drive checked it, but Aya revealing that they are giving up their G guard basically. We'll see how that turn works out for them.
Maybe they are anticipating that they're gonna win this turn and they don't need defensive options anymore and just want full gas. That could maybe the direction they're taking, or they have another heal in their hand and they are just safe behind that wall. That's that hand size they have, because even though they've been throwing a lot of against each other, they both have a sizable hand, especially Raptors 11. It's still quite a chunky hand here.
Yeah, I don't think Aya can comfortably try to win this turn, because all your pressure in Dungaree is Vanguard focused, and we saw that Raptors 11 definitely has at least a heal in hand, so he can G-guard and maybe even find a PG. So the question is, Raptors 11 now has a fully empty front row. He's got 4 open circles on the front row. I think if we were ever going to see Dungaree not strike Stunburst, this would be the perfect time to go into Exterminate for a nice draw 4 cards, counterblast on 40k front row, but no, Stunburst does come down. Interesting.
Okay, that's actually kind of interesting to go here, yeah. Exterminate would have been very tantalizing in this situation.
Yeah, I definitely would have wanted to draw 4 cards and give my board 40k, but we'll see what Aya is trying to do here. I think they're just going to straight away Stunburst, not even call any board. So bind the 4 cards in Raptors 11's drop zone and none of his rear guards. I think Raptors 11 has 7 bind or 6 bind, so Aya will draw a card and Raptors 11 will bind a card from hand. But even now, like triple drive after Stunburst and then draw 1 card, you're still not drawing as many as you would if you just gone to Exterminate.
Interesting, what we see here, though, for Raptors 11 is that we see yet another Grade 1 Searcher being tossed away. So either their hand is cluttered with Grade 3s and they don't need the Searchers, or they have everything they need in terms of the Grade 3 units. But they do sacrifice 10k shields constantly, which is pretty big.
Yeah, the other also concern is that by playing around Raptors 11's Vanquisher pieces and not having cards to bind, Aya has no cards in their bind zone, and they're going to need to work real hard to get to at least 3 binds to not get Dungaree's downsides. So they can get 2 with the the Lin Lin and the Gongsun. The Mew Mew.
Yeah.
Mew Mew binds a card from hand, which we saw the Gongsun go, and then we have this, again, Gongsun Oban combo, which, if it's not binding your opponent's rare cards, it's not really doing much, so I'm not so sure about this line of play, like, compared to just going for a fat Exterminate.
Also, we did saw the Mew Mew bind another heal from the top of the deck, which means another G-Guardian from Aya's side is gone for them, which is pretty telling in terms of the defensive options next turn.
Yep. I think the heal was bound from the top of deck for Dungaree's start of attack phase effect. Start of battle phase, yeah. Of course, Gongsun and Oban will both bind themselves to countercharge, but again, it costs Counterblast to do at all, unless they're just not going for that. No, they are going to use Counterblast for the Gongsun, which binds the entire column, because they need to get that bind for the Dungaree. And then, yeah, Oban they just don't get the counter from Oban. So they will put 4 cards into the drop zone from Dungaree, which makes Raptors 11 bind a card from hand, and they dodge the downside to Dungaree. They don't get to put back multiple cards from drop zone to deck, but I think in this situation it's probably as good as they can get. It's still triple drive, it's still got 2 crit, it still is what, 25k? That's nothing to scoff at.
So we see
Raptors 11 binding the heel. That's a huge amount of information.
Yeah, honestly, as an Arcami player, you would only do that if you have another heal in hand. And we see him looking at this G zone, so they're probably gonna G guard here in this particular turn.
Yeah, it's interesting here because again, none of the Narukami G guards do anything if you've gone first. Like, Aya has no drop bind zone because Dungaree puts the entire bind zone into the drop. So Bulwark is not live and GB1 is not live, so they can't go into impede either. So yeah, he just has to go into counteract. And Aya only has 1 rear guard in the front row, so counteract is definitely getting at least 10k. So the question is, does Aya want to leave their demolition in the front row and give counteract an extra 10k shield, or are they willing to give up this demolition just so that this attack still hits? Because right now, counteract is plus 10k, so it's 25k shield, plus the 12 from the Vanquisher makes it 37,
yeah,
which is a 2 to pass. And yeah, I would just say, you can have the no pass, you can have your 10k shield. I want to threaten you with this 13k Demolition Dragon.
I can understand the decision because even though the Dungaree comes with triple drive and 2 crits, you aren't guaranteed the actual value of the attack because you're still reliant on triggers being hit. And with the rearguard, you at least know you're forcing either damage or an extra card out of your opponent's hand regardless, by keeping the unit on the board.
Yeah, and what's really scary for Raptors 11 here is that because Aya will drop their entire bind zone every turn because of Dungaree if they go into Stunverse, Raptors 11 will never ever get to VMAX, or they'll never get to V-Buster or Close Dragon or whatever. So at some point, I think they're going to have to rely on just the fact that even though Aya has only 1 Axel instead of 2, they have open front row. Again, this might be the time for an Exterminate.
Also, on top of that, this also means that the Stunverse of Raptors 11 is never going to discard more than 1 or 2 cards from hand at a time because of the empty bind zone every time. Which is always a big tempo swing here, whereas for on Aya's case, they are going to get more and more value as the game progresses because Raptors 11 cannot empty their own bind zone.
But at the same time, like you said, both of these players have very chunky hands, and so binding 1 or 2 cards doesn't really do anything here, right?
In most cases, that will definitely be the answer, but as the game will progress, probably will we see the impact of grinding it out, because at some point the value of your cards in hand are going to diminish, as we saw in previous games where even with people with big hands couldn't guard attacks because the value of their hands were just not good enough for that particular situation.
Yeah, so we see here, Raptors 11 drops the Exterminate like we discussed, draws 3 cards, and is going to give plus AK to their front row. He's got the Cho-Oh, so he's got some multi-attack pressure, but yeah, see, like Chatura and Jaggy Shot, those aren't cards you want to see on an Exterminate turn. You want to see like Cho-Ohs and Varinas and all this sorts of stuff. It's just not quite there. He's even dropping a PG just to hit numbers. Like, it's going to get 30k, so it's going to be 35, which is still a threatening number. But, you know, it's not like Raptors 11 is going to win the game this turn, I think. Meanwhile, as you saw at the beginning of the turn, they rewrote another Vanquishers. Now they have 3 Axel Circles. That's just tempting fate. Like, if I'm in Aya's shoes, if they survive this turn, there's no way they don't strike Exterminate and draw 5 cards, right?
Yeah, or depending if they can empty their board or not, they can also just go into a Stunverse and just say, okay, your field, your drop zone is gone, and now discard 5 cards from your hand or something, which is going to be very painful.
Yeah. So, like, at most, Raptors 11 can go, like, you know, swing, swing, Vanguard swing, and then Jaggy Shot to bind a full Bronto. He probably has another one. We saw him discard one for Stride, so I can assume he's going to full Bronto over the Exterminate. So the rear guards will keep the power, but the Vanguard won't. It's still something. It's not the end of the world, but again, if I'm in Aya's shoes, they are not feeling any pressure right now. Big defensive comes in.
Especially with that draw trigger defensive.
Yep.
I mean, knowing what Raptors 11 just called to the field, I can understand why he chose for Exterminate Dragon instead of Stun First, because if we look at the units on the board, there are actually hardly any combo pieces there, and he was already forced to call a trigger to even get a unit on the board in the front row, which probably tells us the rest of his hand is most likely triggers, and not ideal cards to even combo off if he just went with a normal Vanquisher turn.
Exactly, and if you look at the, like, yes, remember, Aya had only one rig on the board, so it would have been very hard for base Vanquisher to get its 3 binds off. And so the board isn't like, if Raptors 11 didn't stride Exterminate here, that board is not getting any power. Like, this is currently a 44k Cho-O. Otherwise, it would have just been 14, and a 17k Jaggi, and a 13k Chitura, which is super not threatening, right?
Also, the fact that he chose to attack with Cho-O first tells me he doesn't have the rewrite in hand. Because you would probably just save the Cho-O to stack potentially crits on it.
Yeah, for sure. So triggers coming in. The draw trigger's nice. It can PG the Dungaree, but again, like, I don't see this as applying that much pressure. Sure, the Chitura is huge. He restarts the Cho immediately, so I think you're right. He definitely doesn't have the full Bronto rewrite.
And we do... Yeah, we do see it now. He continues beyond the point that he could rewrite. So basically, he has only 3 attacks left.
Oh no, he does still have it.
He does.
That's interesting. So then, yeah, he just chose to commit to the Cho now instead of getting maybe 2 extra triggers from the full Bronto.
Or did he just draw check a draw trigger?
Oh, it could be. He might have just found it just now. Yeah.
That's also a possibility with this particular turn, that he randomly drawn into it. Like, that is possible with these type of rewrite skills, that you can just randomly find your target and just suddenly you have a different line of play mid-combo.
Yeah, so that's the cool interaction with Exterminate and Full Bronto, is that Exterminate gives the board 30k, and then Full Bronto gives it another 10k, so now that Cho becomes even bigger. But right now, this is still a Jag shot coming in, and it's 57. Only 1 damage, but it will go into Soul to draw. And here's the thing here, Raptors 11 lost his board to an Impede earlier, and we saw that he chose to get rid of the units that don't remove themselves. So Raptors 11 is getting really close to leaving his board empty, which again is just tempting Aya to go into their Exterminate. Because that's now 3 empty circles. Raptors 11 has quite a lot of bind, so if Aya has a second heal, they can go into a really big bulwark here and just remove Raptors 11's entire board. So the full Bronto comes down. It's only 22 with 1 drive, which is arguably not that threatening. But then they still have a 54k Cho-O to deal with.
And as we can see, Raptors 11 does have quite a beefy hand, because I think this is like number 11 or like the 12th card in hand right now. So they do have probably some defensive options in the next turn.
So it seems like not much of this is crit pressure, so I can definitely afford to take this. You would definitely want to guard the Chitura because of the on-hit Soul Blast draw. So yeah, they're going to take this and then somehow guard this. There's the Overtrigger. Okay, Overtrigger revealed early on is quite concerning.
Because I don't think we saw it from Raptors 11's side, right?
No, not yet.
Okay, now the moment of time is here. What are they gonna stride? Are they gonna do what you said, or are they gonna stride into the tried and true, just stun first all the way through?
I think Raptors 11 forgot to get an Axel from their full Bronto.
True, that's also a thing that happens with the rewrite as well, because you don't get it at the end of your turn when you rewrite back, but you do get it when you write it at turn.
The full Bronto, yeah, because he rewrote the Vanquisher at the start of turn to get that 3rd Axel circle. So I think he should have a 4th. I think the judge is just confirming this now, just to make sure that he has the right things in hand.
So if they're gonna resolve this, it means he's going to get yet another card in hand as well.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to solve because we know he would have just drawn the card that he drove checked.
Yeah.
So So I think the judges are going to take a second just to think about how they're going to do this. It is still within a turn cycle, so it still repairable, and there's no unverifiable information, so it's not like we have to give a game loss. So yeah, they're saying like they drew from that, and then they drew from the Jaggy shot. So if it were me in this situation, I would just tell Raptors 11 to draw a card now and just take a warning and move on. But we'll see what happens. But again, like here's like I was discussing before, Aya could have G-guarded into a Bulwark and just removed Raptors 11's board, and then this would be the fastest exterminator in the world.
Yeah.
And no matter how chunky Raptors 11's hand may be, like there's no way you can guard four, maybe 5 attacks from a plus 60k board.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that play. But I think the issue is that they didn't have the option there, because we already saw the 2 heals being gone in the early game. So then the question is how big are the chances that they have another heal in hand?
Yeah. So we're doing a full rewind here. Aya's adding all of their shield back to their hand. We're going back to Raptors 11's battle phase. And they've been given the extra Axel now, and I think they're losing the draw. Or is this going to be they're going to get a new drive check? Both players just confirming the number of cards in hand before battle. I think you mentioned that Raptors 11 had 11 or 12 cards in hand after the drive check.
Yeah, I couldn't precisely see how many he stacked, because he stacked it like 5 and maybe 5, or it was 5 and 6. Because of the singular color, it's sometimes hard to distinct these particular sleeves from each other.
Yeah. So Aya they're just shuffling their deck because they also undid the damage they took from the Cho-O. And just performing a quick cut. And then I think play will resume with a new drive check from Raptors 11.
Yeah, we just got the confirmation that they just referred the game state and just gave a warning, which honestly makes sense. Like, it's a very repairable game state, and it's a mistake that, like, I've made a mistake in the past as well. It's easy to forget these type of things, especially in the heat of the moment when you're on stream, being in a big tournament. It's already round 5, so you're entering the later stages of the tournament, so it's starting to matter which round you're gonna win or not. So I can understand that players can overlook these type of details.
Yeah, so we see there Raptors 11 does have 11 cards in hand. The Cho-O that they drove check was actually drawn from the Axel. And now Aya is once again guarding. And we'll see Raptors 11 get a new drive check to see if they can break through. Because this is a 22k full Bronto into a 27k Dungaree. With 15k shield makes it 42. So this is OT to pass, basically. And it's a non-trigger, so nothing changes.
I mean, it's a great card that you can guard with, because you don't mind that thing in the drop zone.
Exactly. So Aya continues to not get a defensive, which means they will still probably have to OT to guard this again. Yep. And we're back to where we left off.
And it looks like they have 12 cards in hand, so that's quite a sizable hand. But we know about Narukami, they can rip through hands quite easily.
So they're just counting bind. I think Raptors 11 has maybe 8 bind? It's either 8 or 7, something in that ballpark. So Stunverse would be pretty good here because it's 2 from field, 4 from drop, which will put Raptors 11 on at least 12 bind, which is 3 cards out of hand. But like we said, 12 cards, discarding 3 is kind of whatever, right? Yeah. I would rather stride to Exterminate right now. And even though Raptors 11 has units on the board, Raptors 11 still has 4 open front row circles. And there's the Exterminate.
Yes, okay.
Draw 4 cards, give your front row 40k. I think this might be it.
This could be a turning point.
1, 2, 3, 4. They have to feel good about drawing 4 cards. Like, there's no way you don't feel good about that, right?
No, I don't know any player that doesn't like drawing cards, especially in Vanguard.
So the only concern, like I mentioned, is that Dungaree doesn't have that much multi-attack pressure. They've got maybe... They don't have many restanding rear guards. They don't have the Esperadia in this list.
It's basically Cho-O. It's basically Cho-O.
And they're only running 1 Cho-O, and we haven't seen it on the board. So I think this is just going to be a 4-attack turn, which is actually probably a lot more guardable than we think.
Plus, at the same time, I don't think they can clear Raptors 11's board state, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So Choa wouldn't be live then as well, even if they had that card.
Actually, no, it would, because Choa would bind one, and then Jaggy Shot would bind the other.
Oh, true. Choa, I forget. Choa binds a card on its own.
But again, like if they haven't hit it, it's. I can't believe like we're changing our tune so quickly, but suddenly plus 40k to front row suddenly doesn't seem that good, right?
Yeah, I know.
So we'll see what Aya fills up the last slot on their board with. And it's another Xeroth. I'm a big fan of this. Ooh, they commit a booster as well. So they don't have the soul to use Xeroth again, but they're also going to look at top 5 and maybe deck thin off of the Mighty Bolt. The thing is, the first Xeroth has already bound a card from hand, therefore the second Xeroth is also plus 5. So these two are both at least 14, plus the 40 makes them 54k bodies, plus the 13 from the Mighty Bolt, so the column is huge.
Yeah.
The question is, it's open to disruptive G-Guards and it's open to being PG'd.
Yeah, because the problem is you have big numbers against the clan. It has probably the best options to just outright ignore big numbers on rearguards.
So there's the Exterminate to plus 40 to the board. And there's Raptors 11 has to guard 3 attacks here. They can take the first one because they're on 4 damage. And then they have to probably PG the Vanguard. And then find a way to guard maybe the Demolition and the last column. Of course, 12 cards in hand, anything is possible. And we know there's at least one heal in there. But I like what Aya's done here. They've filled up their back row with Demolition and Mew Mew and Mighty Bolt because they're playing around the Impede. Like, if Raptors 11 drops an Impede right here, Aya can just drop their back row.
Yep.
So they're not losing any attacks. It's only if Raptors 11 drops a second Impede that Aya would lose an attacker. So there's the first G-Guard coming through. There's the first Impede.
I assume it's gonna be on one of the column rear guards, but I could be wrong here.
I think if I'm in Aya's shoes, I would probably choose Mew Mew and the Mighty Bolt. Because you want the Demolition for the massive on-hit pressure. I mean, your opponent's probably going to guard, but it just means that so they can't guard the Demolition column.
And at the same time, you are preventing the extra draw that Dragoon also... Oh no, does Dragoon go to Soul for draw? Because the Raptors 11 does have a board filled up with the front row.
Dragoon won't go to Soul to draw because you need a Vanquisher Vanguard.
Ah, true, that's right.
Yeah, so here, like we said, they're just going to bind their back row. In fact, worth noting that they didn't even choose to bind from hand for the Jaggy Shot's effect. Of course, they don't really need to, right? Like, this column is huge enough as it is. They're just swinging through. I mean, it's what, 57 already on its own? So even through an Impede, Impede doesn't gain any shield, that's the problem. So Raptors 11 is still taking this hit. They need to keep guarding even further. So we need to at least see the second Impede for this to even come close to guarding.
And then they can still decide to remove another booster, so it only will stop when one extra attack.
Exactly. And they would actually need to intercept as well, because of the way Impede is worded, you bind first, and then you check if you have 2 more rear guards. So if Aya binds a rear guard right now, they will have 3 to Raptors 11's 2, so Raptors 11 won't remove the second body. So Raptors 11 has to intercept with at least one of his units in order to have less than 2 units than Aya after binding. But I think given how Raptors 11 is looking in his hand right now, I don't think he has the second heal.
Ooh.
OT comes down, that's huge.
Interesting that he decided that on the rear guard attack and not the Vanguard attack.
I think you PG the Vanguard attack. The chance of getting a crit is just way too high.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense, because the Vanguard column is big enough that even the 50k shield of the OT isn't like a no-pass situation.
Exactly. I mean, this is what? 32 plus 40? This is a 72k Vanguard, so there's the PG like we said. Like, are you really guarding a 72k triple drive?
From experience, only a few clans can actually do it without a PG.
So the PG comes down. If Aya finds any crits here, they go into the Xeroth and that... Oh, there's one crit!
Yeah, well, you spoke too soon there.
So one of these Xeroths is now lethal. Can Aya get the second crit to put onto the other Xeroth? No trigger. Okay, so if I'm in Raptors 11 shoes, you're guarding the crit Xeroth, and then you're just hopefully taking the unboosted Xeroth, which is just 1 damage. So it's still there as long as Raptors 11 can guard this massive 2 crit Xeroth. because it's what, 9 plus 8 is 17, plus 5 from the Mighty Bolt is 22, plus 15 from the Xeroth is 37, plus 40. That's a 77k 2 crit rearguard column.
Wait, isn't that bigger than the Vanguard?
It is!
Wow!
So this is only 54 attacking rearguard. Ooh.
Well, that's an interesting choice to decide to attack into the rearguard, because now you basically give your opponent a full power impede.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Raptors 11 had the impede, they would have dropped it by now to just remove an attack altogether. And I think here, Aya is just trying to deny Raptors 11 the chance to heal. Because right now, Aya is 5 to 4. So during Raptor 11's next turn, they can't heal down to 3, which is quite huge. So I like this a lot. You force Raptors 11 to guard, and yeah, they have one less counterblast to play with. Of course, Narukami doesn't use that much counterblast to begin with.
Especially Vanquisher.
Yeah.
But the thing about this particular turn is, what are you gonna do if you're in Raptors 11's shoes right now? Because Stunverse doesn't look all too appetizing because you don't get enough rips out of the hand, but Exterminate Dragon is also not really gonna do anything because the entire front row is filled with units.
Yeah, I think you have to go Stunverse here just because Aya has 4 units on the board, so you are at least pulling 2 cards out of hand with Stunverse and drawing 2 cards, which is more than what you would be doing on Exterminate. Like, right now, Exterminate is just completely vanilla. So I'm okay with this Stunverse. It's not the best Stunverse in the world, but it's something. And you see here, double Choro definitely helps. Definitely helps.
I mean, to be fair, this would have been even better if we saw those last turn. But at the very least, this does give the Raptors 11 actual pressure point here, because those Cholos are going to be live. We do have the counterblast for it, so we're going to see at least 2 additional attacks moving out of these units.
Yep, and time has just been called, so the players are now in overtime. So Raptors 11 is currently on turn 0. The Stunverse comes down, 4 from field, 4 from drop, so that's a total of 10 cards in bind, so 2 cards from hand as well. And now, as we mentioned, Aya was playing around the heal by not attacking the Vanguard, but now Aya's on 5 to Raptors 11's 4, which means that Aya has to realistically guard everything. Because we've seen them burn the OT to guard. We've seen them burn at least 2 heals, 1 from a G guard and 1 from the heal guard effect itself. And being a 17k body does help, especially because Raptors 11's Vanquisher board isn't getting that big. Like, these Choros are capped at 24, because they'll either have the 10k continuous from Vanquisher, or they'll have the 10k from full Brontos on place. So without triggers, 24k is only 10k shield for a 17k base.
Yeah, and also the 2 cards that just ripped out of Aya's hand doesn't really equate to a lot of shield value. We saw a grade 3 and a grade 2. That's just 5k shield. So it basically comes down to what the rest of those cards are that they have in their hand, because they do have a decent grip, but it's not the biggest we've seen this entire match from both players. So there's a possibility this could be the final turn, and Raptors 11 could win this turn, because it's on a full power Vanquisher turn. We know Vanquisher can multi-attack. We already see 2 Cholos on the field that can use their effect. Now the question is, does Raptors 11 have another potential extender? That's the question.
Do they have the final full Bronto? Because we saw them thinking about calling that rock climb just now. So again, it's just, do they have that last full Bronto in hand? Because we've seen them use 3 already. 2 have been rewritten and 1 was used for Stride Flutter. Jaggy Shot comes down. That's good.
That's a good. And the rock climb.
Okay. So maybe if they have Chain Bolts or like maybe an extra Chatura in hand, this could be it for Aya. There's enough attacks coming through on 5 that even though you're 17k defensive and these attacks were all just 22, 27k pokes, this might be enough pokes to get through.
Also, the entire back row filled with Rising Phoenix. I think Raptors 11 is definitely going in for the kill here this turn.
Yeah, the cool thing about Rising Phoenix here is, again, as Aya did, you fill up your back row, you play around Impede, you tell your opponent, double Impede me or else.
And you just retire them, and next turn they are back.
So I like attacking with the Rock Climb first because it implies, or signals to your opponent that you might be going to Chatura or a Chain Bolt. Because otherwise there's no reason not to start with Vanguard first for the triggers. But yeah, Rock Climb removes stuff from the board, leaves a slot open for you to Chain Bolt or Chatura too, and then you still have the Jaggy Shot to rewrite into the full Bronto if you have it. So we'll see how Aya chooses to guard this. Again, knowing that they don't have a high chance of having 6 damage heal anymore because they've used a bunch of their heals and their OT already.
Also, a thing that we need to consider in this stage of the game is the deck size. Because we're going to get Twin Drive, we're maybe going to Rewrite, which is another Axel draw, then also next additional draw Drive Check, which is another card from deck.
Rock Climb draws a card, Jaggy Shot draws a card.
So, and the deck is looking pretty thin right now.
Raptors 11 could potentially, like, I think Raptors 11 has to win here, otherwise he decks out. Yeah, you're right. Because we saw him resolving the Mighty Bolt earlier, and he looked at 5 cards and only had like 2 or 3 left in his deck. But no. Oh, the 6 damage!
No! This is insane!
Unbelievable.
That's either the last heal trigger or there's one more left in deck, but the chance that that happened was very low.
Unbelievable. That is game-changing for Aya there. So, the Rock Climb goes off. Do we see Chatura? There's Chatura! That's the extra attack! So that tells me that Raptors 11 probably has the 4th full Bronto in their hand. So this is still, what, 8 more attacks? No, 9 more attacks because of the Choos coming in. So I think this heal was very well timed from Aya, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, it probably gives them more of a fighting chance, but at the same time, instead of every attack being like 2 or 3 cards from hand, it's probably more in the ballpark of 1 card per attack. But as you already stated, it's like 9. They are facing like 9 attacks, and I don't see 9 cards in their hand. So. And that's a PG, so that's 2 extra cards from hand. So either they need to. Oh! That's gonna be even more devastating.
Let's go, Alter Choo, let's go.
They're thinking about it. And the fact that the Choos are standing also tells me that Raptors 11 is gonna rewrite here.
Yep, the fact that they haven't attacked with Choos first and says that, okay, yep, I definitely know I'm gonna fall Bronto, I'm gonna wait for that. Crit to the Jaggy Shot, power to the Choo, second trigger, another crit!
It's another.
If it wasn't signed in stone already, this is definitely it.
And remember when we started this game, where Raptors 11 was at 4 damage before even riding to grade 3. And now he's in this commanding position and does double crit backwards. This feels like Raptors 11 saying, you know what, you dealt me the damage in the early game, but now it's payback. It's my time to basically hit those crits when it actually matters. And when it matters indeed here.
Yeah, I think it, like I said, it just came down to that first stride turn where Aya strode a stun burst instead of an exterminate and just wasn't able to pull ahead enough of a lead. Like, the stun burst was good, but it wasn't like, it didn't solidify their lead. And that gave Raptors 11 the chance they needed to claw back into the game with their big stun burst.
Yeah, like, they had a very good commanding position, but I feel like either they didn't saw the line of play or they didn't recognize how they could like take advantage of the commanding position they were in.
Xeroth comes down. Will they use the effect? Soul Blast 1, both players bind? I don't think so. I think this is just going to be a regular guard.
That deck does look very thin here.
So now the Cho's come in. So this one is 44. To 27, which is 15k shield? No, 20k shield. I don't know if Aya has 20k shield in those 4 cards.
I mean, they did it before. Are they able to 6 damage heal again?
The last heal in their deck, we'll see. Just checking power on all the rest of the bodies, so that's a 13, 23, 44k column with the Phoenix.
Another crit coming down for guard.
Mm-hmm. Is that enough to guard? I think that's enough to guard.
It makes them 32, 42 is that? That's
so the Cho is 44, isn't it?
Isn't it 34? Because they don't have the trigger power. They have 10k of Vanquisher, 10k.
No, that 10k is from the trigger, isn't it?
I don't know where they actually put the 10k of the trigger because they gave it to the other Cho that already rested, I think.
Maybe, yeah. Okay. So they are resolving Jaggy Shot and no full Bronto coming in. Oh!
That's an interesting decision that they went with that direction.
I think maybe he just didn't have it.
Wait, are you telling me they survived?
Yeah. Aya...
What?
Aya has no cards in hand, but the Chatura didn't hit because it was only 23 to 27. Top deck, drop everything. Bind the top card first at the start of battle phase. Aya, don't forget that, please.
But the deck side of Raptors 11, he has only 3 cards left in the deck.
Yep.
He cannot take this attack. He needs to guard it. And then he cannot attack with the Vanguard.
Oh, the Dungaree Battle Bind is optional, so they're just going to put back just some triggers because they dropped 5 or more bind. So this is it. This is the 25k triple drive 2 crit to win the game. Is there a PG in those 3 cards in Raptor 11's hand?
Yeah, because he has 3 cards left in hand. He does have interceptors. He has 20k shield as interceptors on the board.
But that only puts him to 32, which is only 1 pass.
I would say just use one of those cards in hand to guard it, because you
do what you can.
Like either he's gonna lose to 6 damage or to deck out if he takes the damage, because it's a double critical here. He has to block this attack. He has
even then you have to be very careful, because as you saw, Dungaree puts 3 cards from drop zone back into the deck on shuffle when you drop 5 bind. And that includes the over trigger.
But that's 30k shield, so that means that's more.
That's OT to pass. That's OT to pass.
Are we gonna see a clutch reshuffle of the OT in this game?
I mean, we know Aya has the OT back in their deck. This is... I think
he's gonna intercept more?
So this is definitely no pass unless OT comes through. I think it was just 2 to pass before. Yeah, this is the last table, folks.
Okay, there's no trigger. That's a crit.
3rd drive!
It's a heal!
It goes off. It's something.
That might also save them, because how much pressure is the Vanquisher gonna do without a Vanguard attack? Because they need to deal 2 damage. They have 3 cards in hand, which 2 of them are triggers, which can block an attack. So that means they need to fill out the front row with units, and they have no hand whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, the best thing you can do in Raptor 11 shoes right now is to top deck a Stride Fodder, go into a big Exterminate, choose not to Soul Blast so that you don't draw your deck and deck out, and just Counterblast 1 to give another 30k to your front rows.
Yeah.
That's the only option you have left. But the problem is, Raptor 11 has such a big board that Impede, unless they have another thing, a way of filling the board, Impede won't get there. So the G-Guard from Aya doesn't make a difference either, but we will see. So this is the end of the first extra turn. And I think with Raptor 11's deck state and the amount of time we have left, this is definitely the all or nothing. But I think...
It looks like...
Oh, Aya has chosen to concede. They've been very honourable. They've conceded before the end of their turn because of time issues. And yeah, the OT was the next card. It definitely would have been there.
Oh, man!
It would have been quite painful. But that'll be the end of round 5. Aya.
I mean, honestly, this game has me very surprised. I would not have thought we would be so close on the edge of the seat of this third game, because when we just went into the first 2 turns, I thought the game was already over when Raptors 11 got double crit at
I know, right? 1 to pass, crit break, 1 to pass, crit break. Most players would give up there and then, but I think that just goes to show you how strong Raptors 11's mental game is. That okay, no, I'm still in this. They have a better defensive power, but I have the better offensive power. I just need to put cards into the board and punch through their G-Guards. That's what I need to do here. That was some really incredible play, and it's just such a shame that Aya couldn't clinch it just at the very end, but they played very well as well. They played to their deck strengths. They knew that Dungaree would counter the Stunburst plays, and so they just did what they could to make it so that Raptors 11 has had to go into an Exterminate and not gain as much value, as it were.
The only thing that I'm still kind of curious about is why Raptors 11 decided to not restand both their his Cho'os, because if he did that, that would have been the end of the game right then and there, because he needed 1 extra attack. That's all he needed, just 1 little poke, and they were able to do that. But for some reason, he did decide against it.
I think maybe he was trying to bank on fighting that last full Bronto in his deck, because we saw that he whiffed the top 5, but there was probably still 1 more full Bronto left in there. So maybe he was just trying to dig for it. But yeah, that is lots of very close whiffs, but it didn't quite get there.
But overall, I think this was a very, very exciting match. It really came down to the wire, and we saw 2 players really duke it out to the end, and basically just it came all down to who was the better pilot of the Narukami clan and how they could abuse every little detail about their G-Guards, their strides, their rear guards, their Vanguard abilities. And yeah, I think we couldn't have asked any better for a featured match. And I hope the rest of the rounds are just going to be as exciting as this was, because man, I'm going to be on the edge of my seat for the rest of the tournament if this is going to be the case.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always wanted to watch the Narukami Bowl, and that was exactly everything I wanted it to be. Like, one of the big things about Narukami in Premium is that it has such strong defensive G-Guard options, and so your opponent always has to play around them. So when you're in the mirror match, it's not just which of my G-Guards can disrupt my opponent, but which of my opponent's G-Guards can disrupt me, and it's that sort of back and forth tango that I think was really shown by both players here. But like I said, that was the last game of the round, so we will be taking a very, very short break, less than 5 minutes, because round 6 is going to be up very shortly. See you soon, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 EU Circuit. Man, like I said, that was a short break, and I feel like it wasn't long enough after the game that we just watched.
I'm still recovering from what we just saw. Like, bruh, that was some heated Cardfight action that we just saw.
Absolutely, yeah. But of course, we don't have time to take a break. We have to jump right into the standings. So at the end of round 5, start of round 6, here's the current scoreboard. So we are left with 4 players on XO, and in first place is once again WCC Slow. He was XO into the final rounds of AO. He's XO in EU now. The absolute monster is playing 2 round events in a row. Same with Peter. Peter was also like X1 or X2 bubbled at the end of AO. He stayed up. He's playing through here. He's gonna mash his way through NA as well. My boy Peter playing Meg Colony we saw on stream earlier, and of course the other 2 XOs, Kitten Pants and Shun, both doing very well. And like I said, all the players from last round we still see are on the top tables. Miss Great King, JM Dundee, Aya, who we just saw, even though they gave up the concession, they are still in the top 8 in standings for now. So I think their tiebreakers have been very good. And yeah, they shouldn't feel bad about that concession. I think they are definitely still within the chance of top 8. Moving on to the second page, we've got Angmo Lang, who will be watching on stream very soon. Nico, Hal, Full Metal Paladin, Raptors Levin, Derek Dow, ooh, that's a name that I think everyone knows, currently sitting at 4-1. He's going to be gunning to push up into top 8 at the end of the day. And finally, Muzrax and Overlord coming in. So, it's still also playful. We still have 3 more rounds, including this. But we have our game for now. We're going to show you Angmo Lang versus Notorious Ed. So, these are 2 players that I think they are not super well known, but they have online presences. I'm sure a lot of people know who Angmo Lang is. I'm sure a lot of people know who Notorious Ed is. And yeah, I think I can say for sure that these are 2 very skilled players. And I think the game we're about to watch now is absolutely going to be a test of how much each player knows their opponent's deck and the game as a whole. But I think we're ready to jump straight into the deck, the deck lists. So I think we're going to be starting off looking at Angmo Lang's first. So let's have a look. So Angmo Lang is playing Premium / Highlander variant for Bermuda. Now, we said at the beginning of the day, right, that Heltrauda is what makes Bermuda legit again. And we know that Prisms has been dominant in V format since, I don't know, since the Tyrannosaurus Rex ages. So when you're basically playing V plus in Premium, that's gotta be decent, right?
I think we all know that the answer to that question. This list basically tells that answer, because it feels like you literally played the original Prism Highlander build in V Premium before the ban, and now you basically extend that with the Premium landscape with all the options you have available, including the new options from Standard, from Overdress, and you have a very potent deck built with a lot of options, a lot of defensive tools, offensive, and a lot of shenanigans to suit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the V Prism deck, but with extra stuff. Like, you can now Kutere for Akari to go +2 for no reason. You've got, as you mentioned, the standard combo where you use Pumo to guard, putting down Rekeus to give your Vanguard 10k during your opponent's turn. You've even got the G Prism PG, which turns your Limit Break 5 into Limit Break 4s, and of course you have Overtrigger. There's a few interesting things that, you've also got the Late, which is a free counter charge. I'm interested to see that he's not playing the Princess Celtic Grade 2 from the G era. I think that's still one of the best cards for Grade 2 gaming in the world, but I appreciate that it does cost a Prism Counterblast, which is a little bit harder to do when you're playing the Highlander engine. But yeah, this is I'm expecting good things from this list. It is all the good stuff of Bermuda put together into one big package. But let's move on to the G zone, and where we'll see, as I mentioned, there she is, Heltrauda, carrying this deck on her back. This is basically, how do you feel about this, Eric? As a Gear Chronicle main, how does it feel to know that they just taken next stage and put it blue?
I mean, to be fair, Bermuda Triangle did this years ago with the original Prism Stride back in GR, where they literally copied Next Stage, because they had a Stride, the original Prism Stride, that literally had the same cost as Next Stage, the same skill as Next Stage, but unlike Gear Chronicle, they then go into a limit break skill that then recalls the entire board and then multi-text and does everything. So yeah, I am familiar with Bermuda Triangle ripping off Gear Chronicle and trying to improve it, and I am tired of it. Give us better stuff, Bushiroad.
Yeah, there's so much that this deck can do. Like, Helltrouder down into Vert is just insane tempo, and I think that's... If we ever see Angmo Lang Helltrouder into Vert, I think that's just going to be the make or break point of this game. But yeah, that's pretty straightforward. The rest of the strides are just other options now and again. Tiro's a nice restand. Shandy just draws a bunch of cards. But now let's take a look at Notorious's list. So once again, I'm going to be fully transparent here. As a caster, I am very biased here because Notorious Ed is one of my locals. She is a member of Team Brexit. And I actually remember staying up until like 1 AM on Wednesday night, helping her build this list and working on options and ideas with her. And as I mentioned at the start of the day, DI, we saw the Amon list in round 1, and now here is NLK Barrow. And this is close to what you would expect from DI, right? Like, who needs a G-Zone? Just rush, restand, just annihilate your opponent. So the strength of NLK is that at the end of its attack, it can rewrite a grade 3 from Soul. So you ride into Barrow, who resets your board, and you just do standard DI Soul charging turbo stuff from there.
I mean, basically, this is just good stuff NLK or good stuff Dark Regulars from what we've seen years and years, ever since the early landscape of Premium, because NLK, ever since Premium was in its early infancy, has been a threatened format, and it's only becoming better, and this is basically accumulation of all the experience of all Dark Regulars players right here on this list that we see right now in front of us.
Yeah, what I especially love about this deck is that it combines elements of old Dark Irregulars with new Dark Irregulars. Like, we see Assassin coming back, Creeper Killertail is still a really strong engine for now, at least until we get Clan Collection 5 and 6. Edge of the Darkness was a card that was released in V, and everyone was like, oh, this card's garbage, like, I can't call from Soul in DI. And now you have Baron Magnus, who calls Edge of the Darkness during battle phase, you refund the cost of Baron Magnus, you can go again next turn. Same with Engraver, who's also end of battle in Soul Countercharge, which just helps you refuel off of the NLK engine. Like, everything has just come together in such a way that this deck just works. And actually, I also want to quickly mention again, we mentioned how a bunch of players from AO had been able to play AO, top AO, and are still playing now. Notorious Ed is first place in the standings at the end of Swiss for Australia, actually. So she has gone XO in Australia and is still XO here today, so clap to her.
So basically, you're now putting a lot of pressure on her to perform in this featured match as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, as much as I would love to talk about the G-Zone for this deck is... I would be surprised if Noto ever touches her G-Zone. So I think the players are ready. Let's just jump straight into the game. And if she ends up pulling out a G-Unit, I'll talk about it then and there, I promise. So, we are ready to begin. This is going to be really dangerous here because both decks have an insanely good grade 3 ride-up turn.
And apparently it looks like Notorious Ed is going to go first here.
I think that's her advantage. Like I said, if both decks have a really good grade 3 ride-up turn, whoever does the grade 3 ride-up turn first is probably going to win. And especially in the case of Noto, like, she can always NLK back down into Rhodia, which is going to be a massively tanky grade 2 body with the double foo!
Oh my god, we've seen earlier today how powerful that is, even when the player is great stuck. So if she can just ride up and just abuse it, oh my god, this is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, being able to NLK into Rhodia, if she's using double foo to give her tons of soul, that Rhodia is going to be really huge as a grade 2 defensive base, and Angma Lang won't be able to stride against grade 2, and will actually, like, Vert 13k will not hit, like, a 10 soul Rhodia. So if she can... If I'm in Angmo Lang's shoes right now, I'm absolutely going to damage her. I'm just going to ride and pass. I would not attack. You cannot afford to give DI this early damage, because if they NLK you, like, the game is over.
I mean, we saw a very important segment of the other side of the field. We saw the top 7 search for the Prism actually hit. And I've heard from a lot of players that card usually doesn't hit, so that's a nice addition here. We do see another search coming in from, I believe this is the Highlander support grade 1.
Yep, Betty. Reveals the top 7 cards of your deck. If all the normal units revealed have different names, you can add one and put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. So this does two things. Obviously, it filters, it adds non-normal units from your deck, and despite what you may think about being Highlander, even though you're running a lot of Prism engines, Betty's actually like, it's very much favored to hit in a lot of circumstances. And the incredible thing is that it can put anything back, including the overtrigger.
Especially with the fact that the Prism cards search themselves out, so you filter the cards with duplicates very early on, which increases the chance of these cards even further.
Exactly. So yeah, we're just resolving the Betty effect, and I would like to see if Angmo Lang will pass the turn, just out of fear of just being NLK'd out of nowhere. Nope, he's gonna attack. Okay.
He has no fear, he just goes in and just tries to win as fast as possible. I mean, I respect it. I respect it.
He gets the on-hit search from the Ellie, which is nice, but let's be real, Ellie is not saving your life against NLK.
I mean, also an important thing is we saw another Prism card being
there's the
dragged.
Rhodia. That is exactly what she wants.
I mean, this is looking really good from Toria Set's position. Like, you have double Fu in the field, you have the correct grade 2 right target. This is gonna be hard for anyone.
Poisonic as well. Insane. So she's just gonna set up her soul perfectly here. She still has the double Fu on top. Killer Tail being set up. There we go. This is insane. She is absolutely gonna hit like 20 soul on turn 3. And I think if Angmo Lang doesn't hit a defensive overtrigger, he's probably gonna die. No bias. Hashtag.
I mean, it's still early on. Like, it's too early to say. We thought that we were done in 3 minutes with the previous Narukami match, and we all saw how that panned out. Everything is possible.
The only question now is, does Noto have the full combo piece? Does she have the NLK and the Barrow? And here's the crazy thing about NLK and Barrow. It's okay for you to draw all your pieces, because you can just soul charge them from hand as well with NLK's effect. Like, everything goes in. Engraver goes into damage, and...
Honestly, I don't think
she has three Killer Tails in Soul, so that Killer Tail stands itself and countercharges. There's the NLK!
That's one piece. Oh, defensive. There's at least one critical defensive.
It's something. But yeah, that Rhodia is now... Notorious has what? 6, 7 Soul? She's on a 12k defensive on grade 2? Like, what is Angmo Lang gonna do here?
Okay, the Rosa double hits as well, so that's even more deck filtering. I think that is all the grade 1s out of deck. Because we saw one drive check earlier, they also wrote, Angmo Lang also wrote it. So that means they only have the grade 2 left in deck from the Prism. And of course the grade 3.
So that's the benefit of Prism, is that you compress your deck for triggers really well. So there is a chance that Angmo Lang can just heal out of the NLK turn, or hit the overtrigger if he still has it in the deck. But again, I'm of the opinion that he's probably better off just trying to avoid this altogether. He's going to attack the rear guard, damage Nile a little bit. Of course, damage Nile doesn't really do anything anymore now that Noto has the counter blast and the counter charge from the Killer Tail. But yeah, Rosa there setting up for the engine.
I mean, I have a question. Does Noto have mid-battle disruption? Because we know that Angmo Lang plays the Hanali, and they are able to superior call it during the battle phase as well, which can help them to prevent some attacks.
Yeah, so looking at her list, there are a few cards DI can play to remove units during the battle phase, but it looks like she's not choosing to play any of those.
So that might come up here. Because we saw Hanali earlier, but I don't think if Angmo Lang chose to add Hanali to hand on their first turn. Oh, we're gonna go fast. We're already at Vert. So we're already at grade 3. We're not grade 2 gaming, which makes sense against Rhodia, which is a really painful body to sit on for your opponent, as that base power is just gonna rise.
It's interesting that Noto chose not to ride here though. Like, she could absolutely have just won the game without needing to stride, but yeah, Angmo Lang is going to start resolving Q-Terrain and start plussing a bunch of cards in hand. We'll see how this works out.
There basically goes the entire deck. I'm curious of what he's searching for, because we've still not seen it. Oh, was it? Oh, he was searching for Aqua.
Yeah, Aqua to bounce the Q-Terrain, and then Q-Terrain again searching for Akari to bounce the Q-Terrain again to replay the Q-Terrain. This is the standard like +3, +4 combo that Bermuda does. Of course, Akari's GB restricted, so he's not happening this turn, whereas Aqua isn't. And again, it's just more deck filtering, it's just more compression, you're just deck thinning normal units. But Angmo Lang definitely has the full board he needs. He's got the Rosa in the bind zone, he can just soul block. He's discarding a. So he's got the clear in the bind zone, discarding a Rosa for Aqua's effect. So he can just bind that Rosa from Vert's skill to get the +1 drive and just go all in. So we'll see what he adds here. Probably.
Yeah, that's what I expected. There's the
Yep.
Honolly, so everything is set up. He has like the entire multi-tech combo ready and probably defensive as well. The only question that we have is, does Englang have a Dewguard? Do they have a heal trigger in hand?
So the concern here is that you have to time the Honolly correctly, because if you time the Honolly wrong, then Noto will just NLK into Barrow, and Barrow will put the Honolly from rearguard into Soul.
Yeah.
So you can only pull out the Honolly after the Barrow attacks, which then only shots off like 1 or 2 attacks from like the Engraver or whatever. That's not counting, say, if Noto has her Assassin in circulation as well.
I mean, it still can save Englang quite a lot of shield, because you can use the G-Guard during the attack of the Vanguard of Barrow Magnus, and if Notorious didn't pay attention, they might lose both attacks if they went wide with their units instead of building an entire column.
Yep, so you see here, Anglang actually chose not to attack with the Couture and the Aqua first. I think he's trying to damage an eye. He's just attacking with the rearguard Vanguard for triple drive. Called out the Claim. I think he's just going to pass turn here, because he knows that every piece of counterblast he gives her, she's going to pay for Honolly and just start going to the races.
I mean, look at the hand of Angmalang. That's quite a big hand. I think that's the biggest hand we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I still think it's not going to be enough. There's the NLK ride. How much soul does she have?
I mean, there's a number of terror coming in.
So there's 5, 10, 12 soul. So that's plus 24k to the NLK. She's still got Killer Tail. She's still got 2 foes. Like, she can do whatever the hell she wants. So there's food number 1. 13 soul. That's the magic threshold for NLK. And Angmalang is just, filtering, but he's giving up shield. Second food goes on.
Did we saw an assassin in Soul?
I don't think so. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. So, row clear from hand soul. Poisonic comes down. She can afford this because she has the Killer Tail. I think this is probably gonna search for the assassin if she doesn't already have it. There it is.
Yep.
Oh boy.
I think the pieces are set, the table has been completed, and I think NLK is going to go hand this turn.
I think, yeah, even like mid-battle phase Honolly from Angmalang is not going to do enough here. We will see. Of course, Noto will only have 1 counterblast because NLK itself costs a counterblast, and then she'll have to counterblast for Barrow, who can pull out Edge into the Darkness to countercharge again, but it's not going to be all in. Creeper comes into damage. It could be worse. There's Number of Terror. So the attack pattern is going to be Poisonic, Number of Terror, Assassin, Vanguard, Assassin, Barrow. Oh boy.
I mean, if there's one moment you want to hit an overtrigger defensively, this is probably the best time.
Where are those 5Ks going? So, NLK already has plus 24 from its own on-place effect. Number of Terror already has plus 10k. So 5Ks probably to the Poisonic to make numbers, I'm guessing?
Probably?
Yeah, Angmalang has a massive grip. Like, there's at least 15 cards in Angmalang's hand, but unless multiples of them are PGs, I'm not feeling so good.
Yeah, so if anybody just tune in, what Angmalang just grabbed in his hand, that's not his deck. That is his actual hand size, which is massive. But is it enough? That's the question that we're gonna answer probably in a couple seconds here.
Yep, so this is a 19k Poisonic, no, 14k, because 5k went to one of the foos. So 14, this is 5k shield, that's whatever. There's 5k, there's late. Then Assassin comes out. This is going to be 20. So 10k shield from Angmalang. And again, he has loads of cards in his hand, and we're only asking for like 5 or 10 at a time, but this is going to add up.
With an amount of attacks, yeah, there's going to be quite a few cards. But Angmalang is sitting at 2 damage, so they can take a couple of hits, maybe a Vanguard attack or something if they feel kind of ballsy, but it depends on what their defensive strategy is for this particular turn, and how much attack damage they're willing to take here.
Yep, so there's the second Assassin swing, and now for the NLK. So very intense. I like this here. What no?
Oh!
No guard.
No!
Over trigger.
Oh my god!
So that's 2 damage and 100 mil to the Fu, which can eventually boost whatever comes out. That's huge. And a Hope on Damps. That is
I mean, keep in mind, this overtrigger is going to be active on the second Vanguard swing as well. So,
yeah, which is huge because NLK will give the Barrow a crit when it re-rides.
Is that
Barrow
a heal?
itself.
That's a heal coming in.
The heal does go off. Akari coming down is pretty painful.
Wait, I just heard that the 100 million power is put on the back row Fu.
Yes, so that it can boost and then give a bunch. It can boost the assassin when it comes out again. That's the whole plan. But yeah, this is really dangerous for Ang Malang because he has to PG the Barrow Magna swing now because that Barrow Magna swing is 4 crit coming in.
Yeah, even though they healed, the Vanguard is still lethal. Like that's the crazy part here. That the Vanguard is still lethal here.
There's the Barrow. So the only concern here is I think the issue with Noto that she's having is that she might not have an Edge in the Darkness to pull out, so she can't refund the cost of the NLK or the Barrow, which means that she will be susceptible to the Battle Phase Honolulu if it comes out during this battle. Is she going to go back down to Rhodia? Nope, there's the Barrow. Does she have Edge in the Darkness? Assassin comes out with the 100 mil boost.
I mean, there is a possibility because the overtrigger got hit. Notorious can go into 4-fax potentially if they can countercharge. And they have Selfish Engraver in Soul, if I remember correctly.
Selfish Engraver is at the end of battle, unfortunately, and 4-fax is when you're...
Oh, it's when you take... Oh, it's so...
No, she can still do it. She has to pull out an Edge in the Darkness right now.
Oh, yeah.
Edge in the Darkness countercharges on place. So if she pulls out Edge in the Darkness, she can definitely 4-fax.
And that might be very dangerous in this situation. If they feel like that's worth it because of the extra overtrigger pressure.
There's Edge in the Darkness!
I mean, there's a possibility.
Oh boy. So what else does she have to make numbers? I think Rhodia would be a pretty cool one. Nope, Number of Terror. That's okay as well.
I mean, you want to draw as many cards as possible, so I think that's fine if you're going to go that route.
Yep, so there's the countercharge. So she can now 4-fax after this. And Man's going to G-Guard. Here comes the Honolulu.
Yeah.
Yep.
This probably stops both rearguard attacks, I assume? Unless Notorious is just gonna say, I don't value the stride Vanguard attack and just counter +1 for one of my rearguard attacks. Which I can see if you just want to let Number of Terror hit to get the extra draw power here.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well. Like, she can always go into the Assassin, but it's not really worthwhile. Or, if she chooses to 4-fax, she can still Assassin behind the 4-fax as a 20k booster. Or if she wants to pay the count loss for Honolulu, she can put the Assassin behind one of the rear guards to swing for numbers.
Yeah, like, that's the crazy part about this deck. There's so many possibilities and options you can go into that you'll always have a play, no matter what your opponent does against you, unless they, like, retire your entire board.
Yeah, and of course, it's also worth mentioning that this G-Guard, like, it's not enough. It's 25k shield, so it puts Ang Malang on a 48k, but I think Noto is, what, 28, 38, 48 as well? So he's dropping the Ellie for a 2 to pass, it looks like. There's 10k from the Overtrigger and then 10k from the Barrow.
Yeah, so Barrow is, I think, 33k? Maybe? Yeah, I think Barrow Mega is 33k here, with the 4 crits.
Yeah, okay.
So this feels like this is 2 to pass, or this, and this is probably no pass now. Or, yeah, because the Overtrigger is already out of the game here.
Yeah. So, yeah, no pass. No trigger. Ooh, big draw. That changes all things. I think that now, if she wants to go for the rearguard swing instead of 4-fax, that is now definitely an option. Because that Number of Terror is what? 22, 32k? Plus the 20k booster from the Assassin is 52. So Ang Malang isn't going to die this turn. Like, he's going to survive. But it's definitely going to be tough for him to win. Like, because now he's lost a bunch of cards in hand, and now Noto's the one that's farmed a bunch of cards in hand.
And they can farm even more if they're going to use Number of Terror as well.
Yeah.
I'm very curious of what direction she's going to take. What she values more here. An important thing is, next turn is going to be even more devastating because that Overtrigger is going to be active for the rest of the Vanguard attacks. And Noto could potentially just loop with NLKs as well if they want to. Just
yeah, or like even to stride Blader Mouse to put all the triggers back into the deck.
Yeah,
There's
that's even
so
more
many
options. Yeah.
So we'll see. So she puts power on the number, and she does pay the Honolly cost. She's not going to pull out the assassin to boost, which I think probably would have been a good idea, but I guess maybe she wants to value the assassin in the soul rather than in hand, because Bermuda probably will bounce it. But yeah, this is just going to be 32 into Angmo Lang's 23, and he's just going to take it. So he's going to be on 5. That's a dangerous spot to be on.
Yeah, now they have no wiggle room whatsoever for the next turn, because every record is going to be lethal, even though they're 1 crit.
Yeah, I don't think Amlang's going to try and move towards the deck out strategy here, because even though Noto will go through her deck fast because of all the soul charging, she does have Blade Mass to put triggers back into the deck, so I wouldn't rely on that. But yeah, we just see Angmalang there striding Heltrauder. How's this going? What's he going to do here? He's got the bind zone set up so that he can just go right down into Vert with no issues. And he's going to draw like, what, 4 or 5 cards easily? He's got the Q-Terrain in hand as well, we know. Like, Angmalang can go through his deck really well and compress for triggers, but Noto's only on 2 damage. And any damage he gives her is just going to be NLK fodder.
But yeah, basically, I think they just try to break through. Like, maybe they're banking on the fact that all those draws don't amount to a lot of shield value, because we've seen time and time again that big hands aren't really meant a lot. And we just saw that the first card on the top of their deck was the Overtrigger, so that would have been a very nice drive check. But we do see a lot of triggers here, and we're filtering more and more.
Yep, so Q-Tray's going to add the Ellie just for the 20k shield. You want that defensive option. But like I said, Angmalang's lost the Akari to damage, and they've already burned their Aqua. So they won't be able to fully get the full value out of looping Q-Tray. Yeah, they can't put together the Pumo engine for the defensive play. They've already burned up their Honolly. So if Noto has any other way of removing that Honolly, then that's probably going to be it. Aqua to bounce the Q-Tray. But it's just going to be only one mild piece of plus. I don't think it's going to be... Again, I just don't see Angmalang breaking through this. It's 6 attacks, which are fairly large, but nothing game-changing.
I mean, it probably will come down to the Vanguard drive checks, because we do have 2 Vanguard swings with both. I believe the rewrite doesn't lose drive checks. Yeah, the second Vanguard swing, it will come with twin drive, so 5 drive checks, and 5 drive checks could do a lot. Like, we can see multiple heals, maybe Notorious says no guard for some reason, and there come a couple crits. There's a lot of possibilities here. Whoa, I see that one card just flew off the table.
So Angmalang adding Spiana off of this Q-Terrain. It's gonna help him stay in the game a little bit more, but I think it's gonna be... I think he is, at the end of the day, fighting an uphill battle here, because DI just has the longevity to go through this. So Spiana is going to put back the Vert to countercharge. And then I guess he can crook the Q-Terrain to find another plussing again for maybe Pumo, or maybe the Ryoka.
I mean, the crook does allow Amalang to get additional attack, so I think they try to just maximize their offensive capabilities to just pressure the opponent as much as possible. Only the interesting thing is, with the amount of attacks coming out here, the Honolly might be reciprocal for himself in this situation. Although,
yeah, true.
With 4 counterless open, I don't think it will matter all too much. But that's also a risk of Honolly if you keep it on the board. But
I mean, Heltrauder also bounces the board, so
yeah,
he can just bounce his own Honolly, so that's not really an issue.
He can probably just bounce it in time and then doesn't have the negative downside. But it's a thing for players to keep in mind when playing with Honolly, and you cannot remove it from your own side of the field. Luckily, Bermuda Triangle is versatile with that, but we've seen clans not as lucky as that.
Yeah, so Noto's going to be taking a little bit of damage here while she can. Crook resolves. Back down comes the Kusare.
I mean, it's an NOK damage. Did we saw a second NOK in Soul?
I'm not entirely sure, but it's a question of whether or not she even needs to rewrite one, or if she's just going to stride like Blade of Mouse or something. So yeah, Crook resets the Q-Terrain. Q-Terrain is gonna... What's he gonna search for this time? I'm also actually taking another look through Angmalang's list, and he's chosen not to run Speaker. So that's another route of multi-attack, like, potential that he has, extension that he has access to, that he's just chosen not to go for, which is interesting.
Yeah, because Speaker in this particular instance could achieve an additional rearguard attack as well, with a combination of Crook.
He's going to add the second Ellie, which he's recycled earlier, so that's all the Ellies now in rotation.
I think Engmelang is just walling up as much as possible for next turn, and maybe just try to win over the course of 2 turns.
Again, I don't know if that's a real thing, though, because Noto has just as good defensive options and the ability to blade mouse her triggers back into the deck. So we'll see how that goes. So this is the third attack right now. So the Kutere for 33 can still go through without having to pay Counterblast. And then the fourth attack is going to be the Helltrouder, which will bounce the Honley, and then everything will go through, no problem.
And the important part to keep in mind here is that Engmelang doesn't have the option to do the Honley play again, because they only play 1 copy of Citron. So the only G-Guard they have left is the new G-Guard that's just a lot of shield value.
Yeah, the issue with shield value is that if Noto does have an NLK to rewrite, it's getting 2k for every card in the soul, so as much shield value as you want, it's still not going to guard that NLK.
Yeah, that's definitely true, especially if multiple NLKs are incoming here.
So, Feltrada resolves, bounces everything, calls 2, which is probably going to be the Kutere and something else. I don't think... Did he drive check a Crook?
I think... I don't know, he is only playing 1 Crook in the deck.
Oh, it's just the Spiana instead, okay. And then the Kutere to a non-circle. So a defensive from Noto here will shut off the rearguard Kutere attack, which would be pretty good. So Spiana, he doesn't want to call Spiana because he realizes that it doesn't work. Because he doesn't have a grade 3 card in his Vanguard circle, or rearguard circle. Well, he has a Kutere, but I don't think he has a Kutere in his drop zone to put back. So we'll see what comes out here. He's already picked up all the Ellies. And Aqua has to bounce something, which means that he won't be able to get the full value. He's just going to Spiana for no effect. Okay, that's there.
I mean, I can see that, just to get just a raw body on the board.
Yeah, and he's going to bounce it anyway with Vert when he eventually goes into Vert.
Yeah, because even like he already reloads the front row with Helltruda, but he's going to reload the front row again the moment he's going to attack with Vert with those 2 Prism units in the bind zone. So there's going to be quite a lot of attacks here.
I think Noto's just asking for a trigger count. It's going to be quite low because, as you said, Kutere is very good at compressing the deck. So this Kutere is adding...
I'm very curious.
Probably the last Ellie if there's one left.
No, oh, there's a Rosa. Okay, interesting choice.
And yeah, I think she's eventually going to guard at some point, but that is a thin deck for Engmelang, and a lot of it is still triggers.
I mean, also a thing that we need to keep in mind is that Notorious is very close to just Hope on Damp the entire game here.
Yeah, she just discarded 1 for the Protect marker, and there's a crit coming in from Engmelang, which is going to put all onto the Spiana. Totally understandable. And then Helltrouder is now going to go down into a Vert. So she's not out of the woods just yet.
I mean, look at that soul for Bermuda Triangle. That's quite a big soul for Bermuda Triangle.
Yep, so Helltrouder goes back, Vert restands. So now there's just a nice little 13. Of course, she has 5k. Oh, she's doing a G-Guard. Okay.
Oh, isn't this a G-Guard that adds additional base power?
No, so this is the new G-Guard from P-Clan Collection. Nil Jahibs, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's when this unit is placed on Guardian Circle, counterblast 1, and then for every 10 cards in your soul, one of your opponent's units gets -1 crit.
Oh.
And I think she has 20 soul, so I think she can -1 crit to both Engmelang's units.
Or is it, you can only give it like to 1 unit and then it goes to -2 crits?
No, you can give 2 units -1 crit if you have 20 cards in soul.
Oh, that's really strong in this situation. That's just this G guard just shuts down 3 attacks then.
Yeah, so the question is, does she have 20? She does have 20 souls, so both Spiana and the Vanguard are getting -1 crit. That's huge for Noto. It means that she now doesn't have to... Well, Ang Malang is probably not going to attack with the Spiana because it's not dealing damage. And she can now comfortably no-guard the Vert because it's only dealing 1 damage even if he gets a crit.
Does it get you? Can you get value out of a unit if you attack into a rearguard even though you have no crit?
Yeah, it just removes the.
Yeah. Okay. I was wondering if that still applies then. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, you probably just no guard the Vanguard because they need to hit a crit in the first place to even deal damage.
Exactly.
So you can easily just take this, and even if they hit double critical, you're just sitting at 5 damage.
Here's the thing, though. I would consider just crit to rear if I'm in Ang Malang's shoes right now, because Noto has no face-up damage, and we know that all of DI strides need counterblast to work.
True.
So damage denying her at this point could buy him the time that he needs. Because she's lost her edge in the darkness, she's used up her selfish engravers, she's used up her killer tails.
Yeah, now that you say that, that's actually the minus critical on the Vanguard can actually be harmful to Notorious because her hand isn't that big, and now her options are very limited. Ooh, there's the crit.
Come down.
Okay, now we're gonna see it. Are they gonna give it to the rearguard or not? They are.
All to rear. That's exactly what I want to see.
If they say no guard, then I think this. Oh, he's counting his deck to see if he can afford it.
It's very low. It's very low. 6 cards in deck. Noto has at least 7. Plus, she can always Blade a Mouse, assuming she gets Counterblast.
Yeah.
It's not looking good.
I mean, at the same time, Blader Mouse, she needs to have another card at Soul Charge because Blader Mouse is a darkness effect.
True. So we'll see what he does here. He's going to choose whether or not he wants to attack with his rears. I think that's going to be a big difference because if he gives Noto even 1 damage now,
I think he has to say no and turn end. I think he has to say turn end.
Because no matter how many cards you have in hand, like she's just going to outlast you at this rate. Yep, that's it. Passes the turn.
Okay, I like this decision. I like this. This could be interesting. What are we going to see from Notorious?
So does she have a way to countercharge? She needs either an engraver or a way of adding something from soul to hand. Counting cards, so Anglang I think is what, 15 or 16 cards in hand, which is a lot. Noto has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, looks like 7 cards in deck.
So it goes to 5 if she's gonna attack with the Vanguard, and potentially if she's gonna soul charge. That's ooh, is this going to be?
No, she has 6, so they both have the same number of cards in deck. That's very tight.
Yeah, so that means Angling just needs to keep Notorious at 0 damage. Or 0 open counterblast, so they cannot Blader Mouse.
Unless she has the engraver in hand, in which case she can just ride anything, like ride NLK, get the soul charge to turn on darkness, and just Blader Mouse him out of the game.
We see. We hope
on Damp comes down.
Okay. I see. What are we looking at? What are we going? That's an engraver. I see.
There's the engraver. She has it. Does she have... Oh, and Engraver turns on Darkness as well, because it puts itself into Soul.
But I think she's just going to go for a Bear Magnus turn. I think just a Bear Magnus Hope on them turn. That's probably...
I can see that. I can see that.
Because what she can do, she can attack with Selva's Engraver, get in the Soul, and then pop out the Great Zero to have that extra attack with the Guard Restrict as well.
Yeah, you're right. And because this all needs 20k shield, it's going to rip so many cards out of Ang Malang's hand. And here's the great thing about Ellie. Even though Ellie is 20k shield, she's original shield is 10. Yep. So Ang Malang has to drop 2 Ellies if he wants to use them, which basically defeats the point of using Ellie in the first place.
Or at the very least, an Ellie and just a generic 10k shield.
Yeah. Of course, the argument here is that as well, one of the classic ways to play against Engraver in Standard is to let it hit because your opponent will deck themselves out with a mandatory soul charge. But Ang Malang can't do that because he's on 5.
Yeah, that's also a thing. Oh, this is really coming down to the wire. It's literally the final details here. like every little counterplay is slowly being eliminated from both players, and it comes down to the final options here.
Exactly.
This
and
is
we
really
remember,
exciting.
You remember from last turn, Noto had the Edge in the Darkness that she put back into Soul with the Number of Terror. So when she countercharges with the Engraver, and then Engraver goes into Soul countercharge, and then gives counterblast for Barrow Magnus, Barrow can pull out an Engraver and an Edge in the Darkness and get 2 countercharges, and then go back into Forfax.
Oh yeah, that's also an option. Oh, this could be the end. This is probably the if Angmelang doesn't have the right cards in hand to fulfill for the condition for Hope on Land, this is probably going to be the kill turn for Notorious. Like,
Yeah.
and it's funny how at the beginning you were talking about the G zone is non-existent, but probably the G zone is going to win this game for Notorious, because the G guard came in clutch, and if she's gonna go into Fortifex, that's gonna be probably the winning attack here.
Yep, so just resolving Barrow Magnus here. And again, like you mentioned, Angmelang is only playing 1 copy of the G-God that calls units. So he can no longer battle phase Honley unless he has Pumo.
Yeah, so this is basically Notorious playing around the initial Honley play, and they are aware of each other's deck list. So if Notorious has seen the deck list and is aware that that play is basically off the table, she knows she's basically in clear waters and just can go ham here and just be full aggro.
Yeah, so there's Edge in the Darkness to countercharge. Probably the Engraver comes out because she knows that even if it hits, Angmelang will just take 6 and die. And that opens, actually, if she has Engraver and Edge of the Darkness, she can pull out the Assassin right now to open herself up to another rewrite before she goes into Forfax even. We'll see what she pulls out. Rhodey is also going to be a huge column, which is actually going to be really hard to guard, because it's going to be like, what, plus 40k? Yep,
and there's
Rhodey.
yeah.
But this already alone, this is like, what, a 23k Barrow?
Okay,
Countercharge from the Edge of the Darkness, and then
so
2 drives.
We go to 5. Oh wait, no! Notorious cannot go into for the facts because she is at 5 cards in deck now.
That's fine. Forfax puts back 3 triggers. From Soul.
Okay. Then that is that's probably gonna be the final blow. Is it puts back 3 triggers? Woo!
So she'll barely have enough to just drive check those triggers on the Forfax. This is tense. So Angmelang definitely has to PG this because it has a crit.
I mean, it has double crit.
You're right, from O trigger. So it's 33k with 2 crit. So he needs to drop 40k shield or PG. So there's the Pumo, and then there's the other 15k shield he needs. So he does have Pumo for Honley, I think. Nope, he's going to use Rackwell instead, which plus 10 to the Vanguard, which does a similar thing.
Yeah.
And then Ellie to get an extra 10. This is now 30k shield total, which puts Angmelang on 53k base into 33, which is 2 to pass. It might get there. It might.
I do wonder what the third card is where Angmelang guarded with, because
it looks like a Rosa or a Clear.
Because it has to be a 5k shield.
Oh, it has to be Rosa then, yeah. So, heal, power to Edge in the Darkness.
Ooh, okay, Selfish Engraver.
And Engraver, okay.
So now Notorious exactly enough.
There it is! Forfax!
Yeah, Forfax coming in! Let's go!
Okay, so I was wrong. She does use her G-Zone. So Forfax is at the end of the battle that your Vanguard attacked. If you have 13 Soul, Counterblast 1, discard 5 cards, stride this from G-Zone as stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been confirmed Forfax is the best stride in Dark Regulars. You see it here right now.
3 crits go back into the deck, so she doesn't deck out from the triple drive. And even though Angmelang is 23k base because of the Rackwell, that Forfax is still going to come in and just wreak havoc.
Because that Forfax is at the very least 38k double critical.
Exactly. And it's got, she just put 3 triggers back to the deck. She can drive check those and put them on Vanguard, on Rearguard, whatever.
Yeah, this is going to hurt a lot.
There's the cut. So she's on 5 cards in deck, triple drive down to 2. It's going to be quite risky, because if she doesn't win this turn, then she will lose the deck out now, unless she goes into a surprise Blade Mouse at the last minute. But this is a 28k Edge in the Darkness, so It's only 10k shield from Ang Malang, but he needs to drop 20 because of Hope and Damp.
I would be very surprised if Ang Malang's able to survive this turn. If they're able to guard this...
It's only 20k shield, and he still does have tons of cards in hand. So we'll see if he can manage it. But he might be out of 5s, because we see a lot of triggers in his hand.
Yeah, because
he might be out of 5s.
Yeah, that's the thing with Hope on Damp. Hope on Damp can turn an entire big handful of triggers into literally nothing.
What? G-Guard maybe? Nope. He's gonna try and guard this.
I think you need to save the G-Guard for the Vanguard, if you have a G-Guard.
If you have any left, yeah. Just checking souls, so that's 10, 15, 20...
23.
23 soul, yeah, that's so that's going to be what? That's a 38k roadie on the rear guard as well.
Yeah. That grade 2 is pretty big now.
Plus any triggers might come off of the 4-fax. This is it could be it. He's just planning his shield here. Every piece of shield matters in these last few moments. And I just love like the sort of maneuvering that both players have taken to get to this situation, right? Like Noto planning around Edge of the Darkness with the number of terror, setting up in such a way that she doesn't deck out if she uses Edge of the Darkness as soul charge. Ang Malang, burned the Honley early on when he needed to, and he was still able to follow up with some pressure, and he knew when to damage an item so that Noto had to be forced into Edge of the Darkness. There's just so much of this back and forth. I just think this is really impressive. But yeah, we see there that Ang Malang did guard the rear guard, Edge of the Darkness, with 20k shield. So now Noto is thinking if she wants to Vanguard first to get triggers, or go with a Rhodia first. And I think she's thinking about swinging with the Vanguard.
I think the Vanguard first makes more sense, because you're most likely going to hit triggers, and Ang Malang is already going to be forced to guard for those triggers, and then he's going to be forced to guard for those triggers twice here.
Well, no, the point is that she could also just swing with the rear guard and pass and not swing with Vanguard, because she's on 5 cards in deck to Ang Malang 6.
That's also true.
Yeah, so Ang Malang will have to attack back at some point, giving her the 1 damage, which she then uses to blade a mouse.
Ooh, I like that train of thought as well.
Yeah, it's not as obvious as just swing and hope you win, because if she swings here, she won't be able to take damage, which means she won't be able to countercharge, which means she won't be able to blade a mouse.
True, but at the same time, we need to keep in mind Notorious has only 1 card left in hand. Even though, so that is a very dangerous strategy.
Oh, no, she's going for it. Assassin comes out, so Assassin's only 20, so it doesn't hit the 23k base Vanguard. So she's looking for a trigger to put on the Assassin, hoping that Ang Malang doesn't have enough 5ks left in hand to be able to guard everything else.
I mean, I agree with this play, because she's gonna hit a trigger 100%, because at least 1 trigger is gonna come down. Making that Assassin hit for 30k, thus forcing another 20k guard from Ang Malang, and it's not just normal 20k guard, it's 20k guard to make specifically 20k guard. So that's gonna be painful.
So the G guard does come from Ang Malang.
Oh, interesting. Ang Malang is bouncing back the booster, or at least the grade 2. So does this mean the Vanguard loses the 10k buff now?
No, it's just on place.
Okay, that's important.
So the Vanguard is still 23k. And then importantly, because he bounced a grade 2 or less, the G-Guard gains 15k shield. So that is currently sitting on 53. I think that's no pass.
And more importantly, Ang Malang just bounced back to 5k. So that's another 20k group with a trigger.
Yep. So Noto, did you get a 3rd trigger? Nope, only 2 crits. So she splits them 1 on each rear. And I think that's still going to be enough. Because that's now a 30k Assassin, which needs 20k shield, which Ang Malang can probably give.
I think that's a 40k Assassin, because I think he spread the crit, but not the power.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, because the Rhodia's already 38 on its own.
So that basically negates a 20k group then. Because that or at least, no, that's exactly enough, because a 20k group makes the Vanguard 43k. So in the end, in the grand scheme of things, this doesn't change guarding for Ang Malang, because they waste the same amount of guard. So if you look at it from that, then probably Notorious should put the trigger on the Rhodia. One of the triggers.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, either way, like Ang Malang would have just dropped the extra 20k shield onto that Rhodia instead anyway. So there's the Honley being guarded with.
I mean, that makes sense, because it's too late in the game.
And there's Crook being guarded with as well.
Ooh, is this enough?
Yes, because
It's enough?
Ellie puts 10k back to becomes 8k shield. It is barely enough. So, Noto has to survive. Noto cannot take any damage. She's got 2 cards in deck. If she takes damage, she will deck out and die. The question is, what can she do with no count boss going to the next turn? What can Angmalang do with no damage?
Yeah, I think just call down on the force marker. That's she's going to. What are the stride options that doesn't cost any counterblast? Are they?
Oh, Tirawa, it's a restand.
Oh yeah, I think that's the end of the game here because Notorious has only 3 cards left in hand and Angmalang doesn't have to win with damage. They just need to deal 1 damage. That's everything, and they win.
Yeah. And there's at least 4 attacks coming through from Angmalang's side, so I think it's going to be tough for Noto to guard everything here. Man, this was really closely well played. I think if Noto had managed to find maybe the Hope on Damp during the NLK turn, I think she may have been able to steal this game, but here we see that, the Highlander and Kutere is just too good. Like, Angmalang just drew too many cards, and through what should otherwise have lost in the game, he was able to barely survive, which I think is really impressive.
Yeah, because we really see the high level player skill here. Because Angmalang had a very important decision last turn when he saw that he was almost deck out, and they could just say, "Oh, I'm almost deck out. I need the pressure. I'm gonna attack with my Vanguard and try to deal as much damage as fast as possible." But because they were thinking like a couple of seconds, and they realized, "No, I need to take it back. Just keep my opponent at 0 open phase of damage, and that will be my winning ticket because that means I can survive my next turn, and that will force them to not be able to go into a Blader Mouse, thus putting them into a deck out situation as well." And that is probably going to be the winning play here that allows Angmalang to take this game, as we're entering the final moments of this match here.
Yeah, I think like I mentioned, that's kind of what I was expecting from Noto, right? She would have just not swung with the 4th axe, left herself enough cards in deck to be able to take some damage, and then stride into Blader Mouse next turn was the hope. But again, like you say, Blader Mouse is also darkness requirement, so maybe she couldn't have gotten the extra piece of soul charge. But in the end, now she reached for the win the game button, but she came a bit short, and now she has to not take any damage to not lose.
I mean, now that I think about it, last turn we saw nothing at soul charge on Notorious' side from the units she called. So I don't think she could have even gone to Blader Mouse in the first place. Because everything that she called were just beaters.
Yeah. So Saint Germain comes out. It's a big G guard, it's just enough to guard. And now this is the guardable Tiro swing, because the next one's gonna get 15k. She's no guard comes through, over trigger, crit, and that's gonna be game. That's very close. Angmalang just passes, Noto decks out. That's all she wrote.
No, I just hear something else being thrown by the judges. Overtime ended, and apparently Notorious wins because of damage.
On damage comparison.
It's
my lord! Oh boy!
Oh, this is.
I can't believe it! Wow.
Yeah.
I completely didn't notice that we were in overtime. I had no idea. That was incredible.
We were so invested in this game that we forgot about the clock and.
Yeah.
Like, even though this is I can understand that, like, Angmalang can be very disheartened because of this, because they were in such a commanding position, but this is also a factor that playing fast enough matters as well, that you don't go into overtime and that you win on your particular turn. Now that I know this makes sense why Notorious went the direction that they took, because they know this was their last turn, so might as well go all front.
Yeah, I see now. Yeah, because, like, if she knows that the game's going to end from that point, she can do whatever she wants, and she's on lower damage. She just stays on lower damage, and that's it. Oh man, what a game! But yeah, that's going to be it for round 6. Noto taking the win against Angmalang. I'm very proud of her, very proud of this deck that I helped to put together. And yeah, who knows? Maybe she'll end up topping in both AO and EU.
I mean, if she's gonna play like this for the rest of the tournament, I don't see why not.
Yep. So once again, we're just going to throw over to a quick break. Once again, this was the final game of the round. So we're going to be a very short break, just setting up the next round. As soon as it comes up, don't go anywhere. And once again, be sure to tweet out with BRO 2022 on the hashtags. We'll be taking a look at very shortly. See you soon. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. As you can see, I've had to sit back down again because of how intense that last game was. Down to the wire is an understatement, wouldn't you say, JJ?
I was here back in the control room and command center, and I was watching everything, and it was just tit for tat. All both precision made moves. It end up going to time, down to the wire. None of them slow played. It just happened to be. It's a Highlander deck. You search through a whole lot through it. You're taking a lot of game actions. You're playing against DI. Also takes a lot of game actions. Both high octane decks doing a whole lot of value. It's just an aspect of both good value decks against each other.
Yeah, exactly. You know, again, like you're playing against Hope on Dam, like you have to take an extra minute or two to like, okay, if I guard with this, I can guard with that. It's, yeah, I think every minute there was spent pretty well, and we got a pretty good game out of it in the end. So real quick before we move into the next round's decks, we, like I said, you know, hashtag BRO2022 for you on Twitter. You can follow all the action at home. We have a little comment here from a few hours ago from Lim Weixian. I think he was playing in EU, and he stayed up from AO because I know that he's a Malaysian player. He said in one game, he had Road Night Mist with LB4 active and Strode Bad Bounty, and then made the mistake of swinging Vanguard first. So he lost the Break Ride bonus.
No!
But then, his opponent swings with Vanguard, he's at 4 damage, and he says no god because he thought it was the rear guard swinging, doesn't get crit, survives, and still manages to win the game on no sleep. But yeah, that's I think that's pretty much embodied, like, the games that we've seen, so I'm like, wait a minute, what? Just to turn around at the very last second. But yeah, I'm sure Lim is gonna get himself some well-earned rest very soon. But of course, for us, we still have 2 more rounds to go, and at the round 7, we're gonna jump straight into the standings. So at the end of round 6, let's see who's still undefeated. So we have 2 players left on an EXA record. We have Suo Stephen Lee from WCC, who is again, you know, one of the top players from. We know that he's been winning in AO as well, no surprise to him there. And Kinpants still on an EXO record. Maintaining on the X1s, we've got Aya, who we've seen earlier, KGX Fixtus, Peter, Muzrax, Shun, and Full Metal Paladin 21. And again, Muzrax and Peter, they were playing in AO as well. They've somehow still going strong. Pretty solid. It's still all to play for. And of course, going into the final rounds, you know, no one's guaranteed top 8 just yet. They still have to bear with and stick in for a few longer. But let's see who else they're fighting against in the 9th to 16th spot for the last few slots. So we've got Raptor11, who we saw on stream earlier, Nico, Overlord, Noto, who again we saw just the last round, barely clutching up the win on time, and Toby TCG, Otakag, Reverse Ace, and Hal going into the top 16 spots. Again, still fully ready to go into the top, you know, they still have the chance of top 8, you know, nothing's left to be gone there. And again, I just want a quick shout out to my boy Reverse Ace, Victor. He was thinking about playing in AO, he made the decision not to, and I guess he's well rested enough that he's good to play in EU, and he's doing well for it today.
I mean, going 5-1 is nothing to see. Is that people playing all around the world, all over the place, dedicated to Cardfight Vanguard, playing against people, testing their skills and their merits against each other. But talking about people with skills and merits, we're going to take a look at Shun's deck list right now.
Yep, so we have the next round for you. We've got starting off with Shun playing Meg Colony. So, like I said at the beginning of the day, even though Order Colony is dead, Dredora is still a card. And, you know, day 1, like, literally minute 1, people were like, okay, Flagberg, because Inlet Pulse is broken. And this is exactly what we see here today. 4 Inlet Pulse, 4 Flagberg, 4 Ascendance Assault, and the traditional bevy of good Mega Colony cards. Now, compared to the old Order Colony list, this doesn't draw as many cards. You know, you're already drawing 2 cards, not 4, because you have the Ride for the Persona Ride and the Inlet Pulse. But instead, what you get for it is you get way more attacks. Dredora capped out at 5 attacks, none of which ever went past 23k. Here you can pump the Inlet Pulse to 33k and attack with it up to 3 times, because it stands itself, and then the Ascendance will stand, and then you can Gredora into the Hell Demise to restand the Inlet Pulse one more time. Or if you just need to farm a bunch more cards, you can use the Gredora Stride to search for Inlet Pulse to get that end of turn draw. So it's just as good. You've still got Brilliant Blister for board control, you've still got Floodgates in the form of Gredora itself. The only thing you're missing here is, you know, we don't have the Machining Spark Beetle, Armor Beetle to lock down your opponent's intercepts. You only have High Class Moth, but you know, Shun is still, you know, he's doing pretty well. He's on X1 record, I believe. I see no reason why, you know, this list is not good.
I don't see a reason either, because I love the fact that he's playing Mantis. and he's also playing a Ascendance Assault to give his Flagberg extra pressure, extra layer pressure, and he's playing Spiritual Body Condensation as his tech 2 of, so that he can always get the inlet pulses back, so those can be his first initial attacks before he goes into any additional attacks with Ghidorah. Especially if he's also pitching them away for Stride, he could just bring them back. It's so easy. It's barely inconvenience.
Yeah, I just want to quickly highlight as well, like, one of the big weaknesses, or quote-unquote weaknesses, of Order Colony is that it had a really good Grade 2 game in the form of the Giraffe, as we can see that Shun is also playing. But if you were to write Grade 3, you weren't really doing anything. You were just drawing 3 cards off of the book and then passing. Whereas here you have Flagberg, you have Multi-Attack, you have Retire, you have Draw. You can push something like 4 or 5 damage on the Grade 3 write-up, and now you're suddenly a force to be dealt with. But let's take a quick look at Shun's G-Zone to see exactly where this power comes from. So as we've said, Ghidorah, the Floodgate, is just insane, and he's also playing the Malignantis to go with it. Malignantis being incredible, you already have board control in the form of Flagberg itself, and now you have minus 10k to its Vanguard, so all that multi-attacking with the flag, with the Inlet Pulse and the Ascendance is just hitting even harder. And we also see he's playing 1 copy of Tyrantrum, the GB8, because, as we know, Ghidorah wants the game to go long. They're trying to stall for the late game. They'll get to GB8, turn off all your effects, and then just blast you out of the game with that. So I really like this deck.
As do I. I feel that Flagberg is sort of, a lot of people said, oh, it's slept on. It's not really slept on. It's just not a lot of people who are playing it at the time. But it's just now that everybody's kind of, the book is gone for now. And now we have something really fun to play with too. It's really cool. So let's take a look at Narukami.
Yep, so he's going to be, Shun is playing against Toby TCG. I'm sure you all know him, Toby Jones of WCC fame. He's been one of the top players in Australia for a while, and we see him here on his traditional Eradicator list.
So with Eradicators right now, he is playing a lineup of just pure Voring Sword, which is pretty cool, and he's also playing a 2-tech of Verina Esperidia, and he's playing a more of a controlling package because he's including Unruly Dragon to to take away a lot of pressure that his opponent is doing, so that he can accrue a bit more card advantage, and he is just trying to make it a very lean, down to low to the ground list as what we have started with, and adding the 2 other copies of Esperidia gives it a little bit of an extra over-the-top finish if you can't find any of his Choos.
Yeah, the one thing I want to highlight with this list is, again, with the other Narukami lists we've been seeing, is that he's running 4 Heal Guardians. He's not running Eradicator Heals to search out. I'm curious to see how that's going to impact his gameplay as the game goes on.
I think it's better. Maybe he's gone for the situation of him being able to use the Heal Guardian in a Grade 2 game, especially if you're playing against archetypes that have very, very strong Grade 3 turns, just like Flagberg, for example, can pressure him like relatively easy. So being on 19k base is going to help him a whole lot here.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, the only thing I'm slightly concerned about is that by only playing 2 copies of Spark Rays and no copies of Descendant, he does have quite a rough Grade 2 game compared to other Narukami lists. Like, he can't reliably rewrite Spark Rays. All he has is Demolition for pressure. But we'll see how that works out for him as we move on to his G-Zone. So this is a lot more balanced, I would say, Narukami. He's playing 3-3 of the Stunburst and an Exterminate line, which is, I think, a pretty good, healthy split. He's also got the voltages in there, for the endgame push. He doesn't need GB8. He doesn't need VMAX, because he knows that relying on a VMAX is dangerous. Instead, he's got the Gilgal, just for a bit of free striding, and he's just going to try and crux the game on the pressure of just the Stunburst versus the Exterminate alone.
Yeah, but we've seen this G-Zone many a time. It'll be reiterated many a time further. But the players are ready. Hopefully the viewers are ready. I know the casters are ready. Are you ready, Ben?
Yep, let's get straight into it. So we have Shun on the left and Toby on the right. So we'll see as the players are just getting ready and see how the early game plays out. I think the early game here is very much favored towards Toby because, again, like I keep saying, Demolition is just a really, really solid card. And even though you don't have books in the drop zones to bind anymore, the pressure of giving your opponent 3+ of demolition is still really threatening. And Shun isn't really doing anything until grade 3. Like, he's got Giraffa at the grade 2 turn, but he doesn't have a big, pushback on grade 1 or without Giraffa. So he has to wait until he rides the Flagberg to be able to fight back in the early game. And even if he rides Flagberg, Toby's not really that afraid. He can just take chunk a bunch of damage and just go for it.
Exactly. This Flagberg does suffer from the same issues as some of the older, or some of the decks do, like Baron Magnus, for example. They don't have markers. Sure, they have Persona Ride, but then you need to survive your opponent's first strike turn and then Persona Ride to get the actual benefit off of it. It is a bit, it's a bit more tame in comparison to what we've seen with the pure V variants of these archetypes.
Yeah, exactly. And so we just mentioned that Toby's choice of Heal Guardians versus Eradicator Heals. And we see here, going second into a Flagberg, this is definitely one scenario where he would love to have that Heal Guardian just for the defensive power.
Yes, exactly. And so he's going first. I mean, right now, Shun is in a situation where he's going to be able to dig for some of his pieces he'll need, especially he's going to be looking for Inlet Pulses with Little Dorcas, Inlet Pulses, Flagbergs, any of those essential grade 3. Sadly enough, he's whiffed. But he'll be passing the turn here.
Yep. So Toby rides a Demolition, which is a pretty good ride. It gives him a bit of a on-hit pressure. Nusku would have been ideal because it gives you filtering, and then you can... Oh, never mind. He has the Demolition to boost with anyway. So this is going to be... Shun might have to guard this. If he doesn't guard this, that's 2 cards Toby's drawing. That's a huge swing. No guard. There's the Vowing, and takes the damage. And Toby's is going to draw 2 cards.
Oh man, I think he's set up basically for the rest of the game off of that play just only. Situations like that rarely ever come up, and especially if you can secure a double demolition turn and your opponent can't guard it or won't guard it, man, you just lose up a whole lot of card advantage.
Yeah, super threatening as well, because especially when you have Flagberg, if Flagberg gets the 4 attacks, it will retire that Demolition Dragon.
Yeah,
so
but at a moment...
Yeah, it's just... You're not getting as much value out of the Demolition as you would be in other matchups. It's not a safe card, which is, I think, the huge threat here.
Exactly.
So Mantis is going to add High Class Moth, very good target.
Mm-hmm.
I think how Shun manages his Moth is going to be a huge thing in this matchup because, again, when you're against Narukami, anything you leave on the board is not safe.
At all. And it's actually funny enough, it's for both of them. If nothing both of them leave on a board can be safe.
But yeah, Ascendance being 10k, Mantis being 15, this is that sort of early game pressure that we were just saying that Shun has access to. And again, Toby's happy to take a bunch of damage, but not going into a Flagberg turn.
Definitely not. I mean, 1 isn't a damage, so he'll need to hope that Shun doesn't have the second one, or at least any extra copies here going to this turn. So this needs to be a 10k guard to block this.
Yep. So there's one of the Spark Razors going into damage. Toby's... He has still some grade 2 options, it's just not looking just as good.
Oh wow, he actually had the Spark Raise here. Okay. Gonna take a look.
So on Vanguard place, gains 5k power, and look at the top 5 and add an Eradicate and discard one. He adds a Choa, which is very strong. Worst case scenario, he can rewrite the Choa to grade 2 game while popping some of Shun's board.
You can get rid of the Mantis potentially while also stalling and waiting out. But then again, as I said before, the Ascendant Assault that's in the Soul currently will be able to call itself back out to the Soul by either Color Blast or revealing a Flagberg in hand, which is an oddity, but it can happen. Having the other Flagberg, or was it Soul Blast one? I think it was probably just Soul Blast one to call itself out.
Yeah, either Soul Blast or reveal an Inroad or a Flagberg. And Shun's not playing Inroad, so he just has to reveal a Flagberg, not the one that he's riding specifically.
That's right, he's going to be cutting the deck here. Looks like they're trying to figure out which pile gives them the best odds.
Yep, I think we are just having a quick pause from the judges because we've just noticed that Toby's oversleeves are patterned, which are not allowed in the floor rules. I don't know if you guys can see it at home, but if you look at the corners of his cards, there's this little silver thing, wisp, on the edges of his cards. And the floor rules very clearly state that players aren't supposed to use patterned oversleeves.
Oh, that's tough. How have you been able to handle with that that rule change, by the way, being as a judge? Because you oftentimes have to deal with this, right?
So I'm of the opinion that I guess while we're waiting for the players to sort this out, I can put on my judge hat and talk a little about the policy. That so those of you at home who aren't aware, what we've changed is that for BRO and for online events, matte oversleeves are just flat out not allowed. So for all online events, your oversleeves have to be clear only. And the reason we did this is because a few years ago in North America, there was an event, an in-person event, where someone was using matte oversleeves with matte sides on the back, and they were caught cheating, basically. So we just disallowed matte oversleeves altogether. And it's a lot easier to catch in person because, when you're physically event in person, you can pick up the opponent's deck, you can look through their sleeves, you can do a real thorough deck check, and it's not much of an issue. So you'll still be able to use matte oversleeves for online events. Sorry, for in-person events. It's just that online events where you can't have judges physically doing a deck check, we have to be a little bit more stringent.
Oh, okay. So it just keeps people, it deters people from making those same mistakes then.
Exactly. So I think we are just going to move on. Toby's going to be allowed to play on for now. It wasn't caught earlier on. There's nothing we can do about it. So I think we're being instructed to just play on. So now they're just doing the cut. So I'm actually curious to see, maybe Toby just calls the Cho he added to hand here. Does he just slam it and just bind that Mantis and just start aggroing?
I think you do. I actually do think you do. It's just too much extra value that you would be able to use here. Because now you can just discard the quick shield, because that's just free card advantage he's gained. And, unruly.
Ooh.
On a non-axle zone. Interesting.
That's brave, because it doesn't hit right now. It's only an 8k body.
Yeah.
And he is going to bind the Mantis, so neither the Unruly nor the Cho are hitting anything. Nope, never mind, there's a booster.
Oh,
holy moly. The triple demolition. If I'm in Shun's shoes right now, I'm quaking. Like, staring down triple demolition is the most terrifying thing in the world.
Oh my god, he is shooketh. He's just drawing so much cards here. This is a gnarly experience. This is so much card advantage. Because he already rode one for the turns, he drew two. Now this is one is swinging, and this getting in for what, 22? Because of the plus 5k? It's plus draw triggers for now. Oh god.
Oh. This is plus 3 cards for free. Like, sure, he calls 5 cards from hand to a board, but still, that's upsetting. And he's got the on-hit Soul Blast draw from the Spark Rays. Man, I thought Shun was only supposed to aggro here.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's playing an archetype that has, like, gained a lot of card advantage cards in the last past years, because Vanguard has gained it, now Eradicator's gaining it, Dungarees also has a bit of it as well going in, especially with the Safu and everything else that it has in its archetype, and the Jins, especially the Jins, allows you to draw and bind and do extra plays too. It's a lot. It's a lot for almost any player to deal with.
So you see here, Shun does ride the Flagberg. He doesn't reveal, so I don't think he's going to Soul Blast 1 to call out the Ascendants. So there's at least 4 attacks. Can he get the 5th? Do we see an Inlet Pulse come down? High Class Moth? Yep, keep the drop zone empty so you're going to get Stunburst out of the game.
Especially that. He's thinking whether or not he'll just leave it at this.
To stop the Unruly from intercepting? Yeah, so that's huge there. So now Unruly doesn't work at all, which is great for Shun.
I'm of the opinion of attacking into the Cho-O here.
Yeah, I like that a lot as well. Because Ascendance's things don't have to attack Vanguards to go off. Xeroth comes down, that's disruptive. That's going to be pretty good. Fill up the binds even more. Binds an Unruly and draws, and then Shun binds and draws. What's he gonna lose?
I think we just choose like a grade 1 or so, right?
Mantis, close enough.
Well, that's fair. That's 5k shield.
Yeah, 10. Yep. So Xeroth is 10k shield, which guards this attack comfortably. Man, I think Xeroth is just such a great card. It's just so flexible. But yeah, the Giraffe coming in, swinging in, because everything's rested, it's going to gain a bunch of power and draw a card.
So for people who are not initiated, it does have the skill of getting plus 5k for every rested rearguard your opponent controls and draws you a card, and gets plus 5k for all of those until end of turn. So it combines really, really well with Ghidorah.
Yeah. So Toby does get a defensive. Of course, Shun's going to commit to the Flagberg combo. It's only going to be 4 attacks, but 4 is still enough to retire Toby's board. So this sentence coming in for 10 at the Cho-Oh, I think.
Yeah. What are you retiring here? Because you get a selection of 2 cards, correct?
I am 100% retiring both Demolition Dragons.
Oh, not the Cho-Oh and the Unruly?
I mean, the Unruly can't intercept, so its threat power is significantly down. There's an argument to... I think the judge has ruled that Shun missed the timing on Ascendance Assault, because it's when your rearguard attacks. So he's not been allowed to restand his Ascendant, so there's only 3 attacks, not 4, so he's not going to get the retire on Flagberg.
Oh, that's devastating, because he really needed to clear this board here.
Yeah, that retire 2 would have been huge right now. Again, that's what happens when you stay up for 8 hours playing an AO. It's unfortunate, but that is the way it is.
Yeah, especially him being from the Philippines, the time zone is going to be straining him mentally. So yeah, this is about to happen one of these times.
So crit, I think Toby's on a 2 to pass. It doesn't hit though. And then that's going to be turn. So Toby gets to keep his Demolitions and his Eradicate and his Cho-Oh. That's going to be huge. And here's the thing. Shun doesn't have any cards in the drop zone, but he does still have 3 rearguards. So Stunverse here is still going to bind at least 1 card from hand. So I think now that Toby's written the Vowing, this is a pretty fat Stunverse. And I would still be very afraid if I was Shun. Especially because he never saw the Inlet Pulse. He only saw the 1 Giraffe. He didn't get the full engine off of Flagberg. He doesn't have as many cards, he just straight up has less cards in hand than if he had gone into Order Colony, right? Like, if he had just used Book. So it's going to be quite hard for him to guard, Vowing is only going, plus 3 lots of plus 5, maybe 3 lots of plus 10? That's still going to be a really fat restanding Cho-Oh. I'm still really afraid of that.
Exactly. And don't forget, Double Mantis is gone already, so the amount of, copies of cards that he has in his deck are going to be a lot less by this. So I think in this situation, I'm probably still getting rid of all the extra cards that I can.
Oh, for sure. I might keep a Moth in the deck, but definitely Ascendants and Giraffe are definitely being bound.
Oh.
So he binds the SBC, Spiritual Body Constellation, which is great because it's not a normal unit, so it doesn't proc Vowing. So there's only going to be 3 Vowing procs here, which is great for Shun, but still not ideal.
No, not at all. So let's see. It's only going to be 5 apiece for each if he binds any, but Vowing Saber still gets the extra plus, 15 due to the skill of
Zoitan.
the Great Zoitan.
Yeah. So only Zoitan gets big. Zoitan doesn't pump Vanguard. It only pumps Vanguard if you're on Gauntlet Buster.
Oh yeah, that's true. I thought it pumped all Eradicators. Ah, thank you.
So Shun's only going to bind just the 1 Ascendant, so the Giraffe and the Moth will be 10Ks. So 20k goes onto the Cho-Oh, and 5k goes onto the Vowing Vanguard. These are still some pretty solid numbers. That's 29k on the Zoitan, 37 on the Cho-Oh, restanding for 29. This is going to be 27 now with that crit on the Vanguard swing. And then there's the Unruly plus Demolition column as well with an on-hit to boot. And this is not looking good for Shun.
So this is still 16 here. You can guard for 5. Because he didn't give it any power, so it's just gonna stay its current power right now.
Yep. So we'll see if Shun lets it hit here. Toby's been drawing so many cards at this point. I would say, what's 1 extra card make? What difference does 1 extra card make?
I think he's actually the angle. He could try to go for deck out because Toby's deck does look a little bit lean right now.
Yeah. Of course, the draw from Demolition is optional, so that's always a thing.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But yeah, of course, this is, again, the alternative argument is that this is one of the few attacks that Shun can easily guard, so he probably should guard while he can.
Exactly.
And then a defensive doesn't really turn off any other attacks either, so Yep, so there's the guard. 15k drop, though. That tells me quite a lot about Shun's hand, I think.
It's either that or it's in a situation where he just needs to have rear guards right now.
Defensive draw is nice. Again, it doesn't make any attack any more guardable, but the extra card is definitely appreciated. Toby takes the draw from the Demolition. Is he going to bind the crit? I think he does, yeah, because Shun's currently on 8 bind, which puts him now on 9. Yeah, so now Shun's on 9 bind, which means that if Shun commits to a turn, the next stun burst will go up to 12, which is crippling in every sense of the word.
Because he'll be getting rid of like 3 extra cards out of hand, especially if if Toby can draw into like a Vowing Sword, Vowing Saber Dragon, or just anything that he could basically just ride into for next turn. It's just going to be so heavy for him to deal with.
So that's 15k shield. That puts him on to 38 to Toby's 27. 1 pass. Crit breaks through.
It's 2 to pass, actually.
It is 2, you're right, my bad. Yeah, Flagbug is a 30, not a 12. So he's going to go all onto the Zaytan. And I think he's still going to counterblast 1 to restand the Cho here. I don't see why you wouldn't. There it is. And Cho is restanding at 29. So he's going to go in with the Zaytan crit first, because obviously this is the lethal swing.
He's also going to be able to draw off of this too as well.
Right, because Shun has no front row rear guards, yeah. Let's see what he does here. And again, Shun has to be very aware that he can't guard this attack too much or too aggressively, because if anything he does, he's just going to get stun burst next time unless he finds a way to draw way more cards than he can. So the PG comes down. I assume something else with low shield value or maybe a trigger. Brilliant Blister, he gives that up.
Huh, that's interesting.
And Toby's just going to pass turn. He's not going to attack with the Cho. He doesn't want to... Oh no, he's resolving the Zutan. Is he still going to attack with Cho? He does.
I would hear, yeah.
Yeah, so 29, Shun takes this. Flag bug, that's unfortunate. I think Shun could really have used that Persona Ride this turn.
2 are gone already, so he'll need to hope to have the last copy he needs in his hand.
Yeah. And again, like, he's lost one of his moths, so he needs to find another moth to be able to turn off the Unruly Dragon. Otherwise, like... Oh, there's the 4th flag bug, so there's Persona Ride. That's useful. So it gives him a little bit more of a fighting chance. But again, like, he needs to commit a board. There's the Inlet Pulse, and there's Ascendance. But now he needs to stop the Unruly, because if Unruly can stop the Inlet, that's it. Oh, there's Hive Plus Moth, yep. So he does have everything he needs. Put back the Brilliant Blister. And now Unruly can't intercept. So he's not striding, which is interesting. He's just going to go for the 5-attack Flag Bug and hope that the Guard Restrict kills Toby. I think that's what he's going for, right?
I think maybe, yeah, it feels more either over-trigger or bust sort of situation. But if he's going to do that, then I don't see the point, if you understand what I mean. Like, I feel that still striding is still better, right? Because you can still Persona Ride, still pitch for stride, and still get your extra pieces out of your deck, and still get to pressure your opponent's hand too.
Yep. So there's Bulwark coming in. So Bulwark has been errated, so that it will now retire the Inlet Pulse. The Inlet Pulse's end of battle stand does not go off before the Bulwark. So there goes Shun's multi-attack combo. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, that it does. I think it's just a situation of... It feels like another matchup of maybe they've practiced against the matchup a little bit, but due to how tired they are, the decision making that they've been doing, it had not been the sharpest.
Yep. So Ascendance will swing, Toby will take the damage, and then this Flag Bug is just 3 attacks, just draw a card, no additional pressure. Again, not being able to retire the Unruly Dragon is really going to hurt Shun in the long run. And Toby just PGs this, takes no risks. Draw trigger. Not that great. There's the OT you said that he needed. What a shame that he got PG'd at the last minute.
Yeah. He does get the heal here.
Yep. Draw and heal does go off, which is pretty good. But of course, arguably, losing that defensive option against Eradicator is also just as painful.
Exactly, because OT is not only a good very good offensive card. It's a very good defensive card in very unfavorable matchups, like something like Narukami for sure.
So Toby rewrites the Vowing, gets the quote-unquote break ride effect. So he gets to call the Vowing from Soul that he just rode and bind from Shun's drop zone. It's bind 2 cards for every damage, so Toby's going to rip 8 cards out of Shun's drop zone here. Or I guess not, I guess he's just going to stride.
Yeah, so he's going to stride here, maybe into another... I would say another Sunburst, personally.
I think Sunburst is pretty good here. He's got, what, 8? Yeah, 9 cards in bind right now.
Yeah.
Plus the 4 from drop, plus the 2 from field, that's going to be 15. It's just 1 short of the full retire, but of the full 16, but that's still 3 cards out of hand. Oh, actually, I think Vowing is mandatory, so I think he's missed that.
Oh, you mean the
break ride effect, yeah.
And bind 1? Oh, then he'd be able to get to 16, actually. No?
Yes, actually, yeah, he would, you're right. So I think maybe the judges just caught that and are just chasing up on it now. But yeah, that should have been done before he strode.
But it's optional, so I don't think it matters anymore, right?
The call is not optional.
Oh. Oh yeah, the skill itself is not optional.
Correct. So fortunately, the game state hasn't progressed too much. He's just strode the stun verse and called Esperadia, so we can still resolve the stun verse, the Vowing now, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So the Vowing comes out, and is he going to bind from drop? I see no reason not to, right?
Yeah, he binds 1 card for every 2 damage, so he can bind 2 from drop. So it depends on how many cards in drop currently. He can bind all of it right now.
Yep. So he's going to bind... So Shun has 4 cards in drop zone, so he's going to bind 2, which... Actually, so... Yeah, he would bound those 4 off of Stunburst anyway. So Stunburst doesn't get to 16, actually.
Oh. Yeah, he doesn't, unfortunate.
I mean, I think this is still fine. Like, he got a free 12k body on the board, which he can pump with Vowing. I think it saves him. It saves him like from anything else.
Actually, it does still go off because.
Oh wait, because Shun. Yeah, he's gonna resolve the Vowing first.
Yes.
And I think Shun is opting to bind from deck.
Mm-hmm. Because of the proccing, the Vanguard skill of Vowing.
Exactly. So yeah, there goes the inlet and the last Hell Demise.
Mm-hmm.
So now that puts Shun on, I think, 13 bind. Mm-hmm. And then when 2 goes from board and 2 from drop with Stunburst, that's going to put him on 17. That's going to be 4 cards out of Shun's hand.
Out of the 8 that he was able to just manage to barely farm there?
That's what it looks like to me.
So I could see Shun surviving here with maybe like a defensive heal possibly, maybe using a G card to maybe force his opponent to rest a couple of the rear guards, but he would probably end up resting the demolition column.
I think the Meg Colony G guard only rests back row anyway.
It does. Ugh.
Yeah, so he's not stopping any attacks here. It's just gonna go all in. Like, Tobias is gonna pump this Chowo. And I think it's going to be it for Shun.
Oh, it's actually it rests. It can rest. You can choose to rest anything.
Okay.
You could choose to rest any number of cards, but then you just choose everything outside of the Expeditia plus Choa.
So Shun's now just going to try and thin his deck. He's giving up all the binds in the world, just try and find that extra heal, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. So then what's his comeback play after? Because he has no more Flagbergs, right? He has no more Hell Demises, because I think all of them are gone now. He might still have like 1 or 2 more Inlet Pulses, so he could still work with those potentially.
I mean, it's more question of like, what does he go into? Like, Striding Gridora doesn't do anything because Toby already has a board. Striding, he doesn't have Optoranduses to stride into. He could maybe try to Overwhelm But then he's just going to deck himself out because Toby's got, what, 5 rested units on the board, and he's just going to draw 5 in the overworld and then just eat a PG, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, it's really not looking good for Shun here.
Not right now, no.
So it's just resolving the search of binding from deck.
Oh, and those are the end pulses from hand.
Yeah, binding a PG from hand as well from the Stunverse. That is very yikes.
I think the only thing that we haven't seen so far yet is heal triggers. So that's something that could still change the situation, hopefully. Because he did bind like a lot of the cards out of it. So his whole board, Toby's whole board is not as large as it could have been, thankfully.
Yeah. Of course, the other thing as well is that you have to remember, Shun's now lost he lost a second moth from the board, and he bound one from the deck. He's running out of ways to make that Unruly no longer a threat. And so at some point, like, even if he tries to mount a comeback, that Unruly is just going to stop and be like, nope, not now.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a tough one.
Mighty Bolt coming in just to pump Vanguard column a little bit more. So we see here that Toby has put all of the power gains onto the Esperadia and the Cho-O, which is totally understandable. He's just going for like this big kill turn here, the multi-attack, just trying to end it.
Drawing a bit of cards here extra, but he does have around like 10 cards, I think, still left in deck. So you can manage to play this crate here. It's an extra +4.
Yep. So going in with this little column, it's only 15, it's just 5k shield to guard. And again, I think you guard the ones you can.
Exactly. I guess he could take this and hope for a heal. Because if he does end up doing that and hit a heal,
it would shut down the Vowing column, yeah. It also makes the Esperadia way easier to guard. Because he bound everything with Vowing, you know, even though he bound like 8 cards, it's only +5Ks each time. So that Esperadia is only +10, and the Cho is only +15. Just takes the damage. It's a PG, not what you want to be seeing. Cho comes in here, takes damage, and that's not a heal. That is game. Game goes to Toby, who, just overcame the odds and, you know, looked flag waving the eyes and be like, aggro me as hard as you want. I'm Eradicator. I will disrupt you. I will just Stunverse, and you will be unable to play the game.
That's right. So bring it back over to us so we can have a little bit more discussion about it before we go into the next round.
Yep. So I think that was actually one of the last games. Like, we were getting close to overtime. So I think, again, you know, in the gap between round 7 and 8 won't be as long. But yeah, that was I think Toby there just, you know, keeping his calm. Like, you know, even though he made 1 or 2 small mistakes, you know, he was able to just capitalize on the fact that his opponent couldn't really get a big Flagbug turn off. You know, his opponent never strode because Striding Cordura just isn't value against Eradicator, right? Like, Eradicator doesn't superior call at all. They want to be re-riding because they want the break ride effect from Vowing, etc, etc. So yeah, like, just Striding Cordura is like okay, I guess. Or you're mainly striding into it for the on attack, Soul Blast 1, search for a Grave 3 to multi-attack with more than anything else.
I feel you, because there's in situations here now that we saw should ended up making a small little ruins and fracture there with missing the Flagberg attack, so he ended up losing. That for me probably ended up closing the game. That was kind of like the turning point there, is the fact that he was not able to retire 2, and he wasn't able to have a guard restrict on that turn. And if he had gotten a way of being able to get the damage in plus the extra draw, it would have been a whole lot better for him. So
yeah, it also doesn't help that I think Shun maybe slightly misplayed the early game there, because, you know, as we saw, he let a lot of demolitions hit, and Toby put the demolitions into Soul to bind the drop zone, which meant that even though we said just a few rounds ago that Narukami has a really weak early game because its G-Guards aren't live on the ride up to grade 3, we saw that Toby was able to have a Bulwark online on grade 3 and fully disrupt Shun's Flagberg combo.
Yeah, that's true. It was due to the fact, the demolitions ended up hitting. But the thing is that, you could just play around it. But he opened 4. So that's...
it's kind of hard to play around that.
It's a little tough for anybody to handle that at the moment. You know, you end up writing 1 and end up calling 3 more. That's player diff. If that's more than anything, I feel.
Yeah, and of course it also doesn't help that he didn't see his inlet pulse until it was too late. He damaged 2 of his flag bugs. He wasn't able to capitalize on the strength of flag bug. And the advantage that flag bug has over auto colony is that it can hit harder, it can hit faster, it can actually win more games. But Shun just didn't get to that position. He just didn't have his pieces, just ate a bunch of damage, and that was it.
Yeah. We came into this, talking about, what archetypes of Mega Colony can still thrive and survive, and we thought, Flagberg is the next crowning heir possibly, but a lot of other people, to other casters in different regions, also discussed, just like what you said, is that Flagberg does have the same issues as old Mega Colony did have, is that, sure, it can push out a little bit of aggressions, but sometimes their hands are very finicky, very, like, sometimes piece reliant, and I feel like with Flagberg, it feels like you're playing Aquaforce, but in Mega Colony,
Yeah, it doesn't quite mesh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I get what you mean. But yeah, that's going to be the end of round 7. We're nearly done. Home stretch. There's just one more round left of Swiss to go, and it will be Eric and JJ covering you guys for that one. So I'll be taking a break, but you'll see me just before the end of the stream, I promise. You can't get rid of me that easily. But for now, I'll see you guys very shortly after a quick break, and once again, remember, tweet using hashtag BRO2022, and we'll see you all just in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everybody, I'm back again. I've been taking a break, and I've been sitting in the background, in the back corner, and seeing some very interesting, exciting matches, and probably expecting another one coming up very soon here.
Altering heat in Netherlands temperature, but he's out here still giving us some good quality casting. So let's take a quick look at the scoreboards. How's everybody doing? So first we have, in first place after that round, So from WCC, Shu. With 7 wins, he is our current 7-0 right now. Will he be able to hold it out? I mean, even if he ends up losing, he is guaranteed for the top 16, so he's in. Then we have Aya making it in 6-1. Kitten Pants, Mushrax, hey yo, let's go. The homie, or he KG, Ftix, Fictix. Okay, then we have Raptor 11. I'm sorry. Like names, I'm horrible with names. Put a 01 behind something, make it a hyphen. I cannot say it. We have Nico, we have Overlord here, all of our top 8 players. Then on to the second page. We have Toby, who we just saw just now, making it into the 9th place. He's on the, he's on a bubble. He's there. And we have Peter, and then we also have Full Metal Paladins. 5-2 Shun, 5-2 Notorious Set with 5-2. Angmalang is also 5-2. Hal and Atrax is also 5-2. So those players right now are doing so well right now at the moment. Is any players do you think, those are some honorable mentions? Do you feel that you want to talk a little bit about them before we head in?
I mean, so a couple of those names have been featured on the stream already, like quite a few actually, like Notorious Set, Helling, I think Peter was as well on the stream, but one player we haven't seen so far, and we know of both quite well, is of course Mushrax, and Mushrax also performed quite well at AO, because he is already confirmed going to day 2 for AO, and if he keeps up this track, he's going to go to day 2 for Europe as well. So is he going to get a complete Rumble sweep? We have to wait and see.
We'll find out, hopefully, in a moment. So then let's talk about some of the matchups that actually stood out to you the whole entire day. The ones that you did with me, and the ones that you ended up doing with Ben. That any of the matchups that you saw today, you're like, man, That's gas. I like that one.
I mean, the very obvious answer is going to be the Narukami Mirror match. That one had me on the edge of the seat from start to finish. Like, it went on and on and on, and these players just went back and forth, and that was like, that's peak Vanguard right there. And I hope we're going to see more of those the coming weeks, even in the final match today, and potentially tomorrow with the top 8. But there are like specific interactions that have piqued my interest, like the Neonectar build that we saw from the maidens off. That was a very interesting interaction that we saw, of course. And the last couple of rounds with you and Ben casted, we saw a lot of very interesting deck designs and player choices that really encapsulated what BRO is all about, and I'm actually very excited about. But that's my fault. What sparked your eye and your attention, JJ, with these past few games today?
I like that players can have 4 copies of Demolition Dragon and just be strong. I like that. I like players can have like 4 copies. No, but in all seriousness, I think that all matches equally were fun to watch. I had a whole lot of fun watching all of them. Like I can't even begin to even pick one because all of them are pretty awesome to watch. There's a whole bunch of like matchup knowledge and understanding, and there's still like more undiscovered things in Premium. It's a complete different venture. But talking about ventures, let's venture into this deck review from O Takag himself.
Ooh, Dimension Police, quite interesting.
Oh, okay. So we do have a pretty spicy lineup of cards. Like it's the theme of the day. It's like curry, man. It's just spicy.
Yeah, it's so spicy. Like it's a shame that different fighters is here because he would probably jump on his chair the moment he saw Die Arm being played in his list.
I think most people do still play it, but I really do like the fact that he's also playing the Cosmic Hero PG as well. There are some lists that do run it, but most people have opted for the one that gains resist on your rear guard, so it plays really well into removal matchups. So he's not running that one, so it's very nice to see that they're just playing a very straightforward. I do like the fact that they're also playing Taser Lunge, which is the grade 3, which is the first one in a row that does slow down archetypes like Grand Blue, Pale Moon, and a whole bunch of Superior Call archetypes, which is relatively nice. And it's also a way of being able to intercept, since if you end up going into your G zone.
Very nice segue.
You have access to cards that give your units intercept and guard, which is really good.
Yeah, probably a lot of players are very familiar with Dimension Police being like the tank build of Premium. Like they can just make their grade 3s massive shield numbers, but at the same time they can also increase the offensive capabilities of those grade 3s as well. And as you pointed out, the Taser Lunge is a very spicy tag that can come up in a lot of interactions and plays. And I'm very curious if we're going to see it today or in this matchup. But yeah, it looks very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to how he's going to pilot Dimension Police in this particular matchup. So to really understand what I'm hinting at about Taser Lunge specifically, let's take a look at his opponent, because that might give us an indication of how well that card is going to perform. Because as we see here, we're having Tankman Mode Interrupt, which is also known as Muhammad, piloting Genesis. And I don't think Genesis is superior calling cards all too much, except for, I think, Norn maybe, but I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup here.
I mean, both archetypes have a different dynamic against each other. Both are very Vanguard-centric. You do incorporate a little bit of rear guards here and there, but both of them are basically, I sit on my Vanguard circle, I have my rear guards, maybe that might hit you for a bit of pressure, especially with Idrisel plus Norn, but your Norn is usually always under your Vanguard circle, so if you're swinging with any copies of Earth or Minerva or Mad Dirk or literally any of your archetype cards, it gives you a whole lot of extra pressure that way.
Yeah, and also we shouldn't overlook the new edition with the new promo Veritrim, which is an interesting card that can potentially deck filter your opponent's deck by potentially calling cards that your opponent might not want to call to the field. So that could also come up here in this particular instance.
Yep, especially the grade 2s. So let's take a look at the G-Zone. So they're incorporating some of the new archetype cards that they've gotten currently in P Collection 1. And now there is the access of the card of Anvarta, which gives you a way of being able to reduce the criticals of any of the G units your opponents are playing. It's also one of the reasons where I felt it very interesting that they're not playing any of the other hero PGs that gives guard restrict, that gives protect to any of your rear guards, any rear guard circles, or any circles at all. So it's very interesting that they're choosing it instead of this.
Yeah, and we saw also quite a diverse variety of options to go into for the main Strike Boss units, because we see the new addition with Jug, I believe it's pronounced Jugdanaruga, don't call me on that one, but that's potentially a way to disrupt your opponent's guard potential, and maybe even be a way to deck out your opponent as well. We see Amaru the Ampharos, which can catch people off guard with the guard restrict and a potential restand and what the card can provide. And of course Marduk being a nice addition to the Regalia engine to potentially just pressure with more high numbers and dry checks as well. So I think this is a very solid foundation for a G-Zone, and we all know how good Mohammed is with Genesis, so we are bound to see a high level play here, and I'm very curious of what he can do.
So let's see what he can do by getting into the match. Looks like we're ready.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious who's going to go first in this format. Do you think there's a specific advantage for one of these players going first, with the Dimension Police facing Regalia specifically?
I feel like Dimensional Police does like is not favorable going first, but likes it when they go first because it allows him to get the extra critical, which forces the Heal Guardian from out of his opponent's hand. But it is really nice that Idrisil or any form of Regalia can also kind of do the same. So it's kind of a tit-for-tat situation, so I'm kind of interested to see how this plays out.
Also, what I just got been told, that's also an interesting interaction. If Genesis goes first, then they can just instantly go into a Resending Minerva into Marduk, which can be very devastating if Otake cannot secure enough shield value, because as we know, Dimension Police are very tanky, but it takes time to set up that tankiness. So if Mohammed is going to be very aggressive early on, that might spell doom for Otagak. It's a very hard name to pronounce now that I tried to say it.
See what it's saying?
Yeah, I know your trouble, JJ.
All right, so now we do have a right here from Otakag. They're going to be able to draw a card here, getting their quick shield up. Looks like they're trying to decide what they're going to be doing this turn. Are they going to be swinging here?
It feels like they're just prepping, like it's no big flashy plays right now. It's just easy, right up the grid one, attack Vanguard, and just go on with your day. Which is a bit refreshing from what we've seen in the past few games, where things pop off from turn 1 onwards.
Exactly. So like Eternity Chaser here is a very good card that Dimensional Robo has gotten recently and has been using it as one of their staple grade 1s, so that if they're it's often an archetype that plays like up to 13, 14 to 20 grade 3s in total sometimes. And they always need like extra specific names like Dieliner, for example, and this gives them a way of being able to get it into hand and also making use of it.
I mean, we do see Far being placed in the back row by Mohammed, which is a nice play in the early game for Genesis, because that means they can start soul charging very early on, and that's what they want to do. Like, they want to build up soul as fast as possible to be able to pay for their massive payouts, like the restands, because they need gauges, but also Marduk. Marduk is a strong card, but it does require a significant soul investment. So you need this early setup, which we are seeing here quite a bit, to some extent.
That's right. So right now he's just filtered his deck a little bit. He's going to be getting that Aegis into his hand. since he had ended up calling the Flap Angel, revealing the grade 3. Now he needs to discard one. He's just contemplating which one he's going to discard. He's going to discard the Regalia crit.
I think it's the old one with 10k shield, right?
It is the old one 10k shield
Yeah.
because it does have a really nifty mechanic of being able to draw you a card if you have a face-up card in your G-Zone, which is kind of nice.
Ooh, that's actually pretty good. That's basically the Grand Blue Banshee crit, essentially.
Yeah, more or less, yeah. And it does give extra plus 3k to any of your units. And it also is a Regalia unit that's in your soul.
Okay, so I like this play of Mohamed by just putting the Riggers in the back row. Like, he's not focusing on aggression right now. And he also doesn't want to be damaged tonight right at the gate by giving Otaka an option to be aggressive and still get value, even if Mohamed gets a defensive trigger. So, ooh, Die Dumper coming in isn't quite nice right here, because I believe he does have a nice on-right skill, or he gives you grade 3 at least, very least, extra shield value. So, if Otaka is cluttered with grade 3s, now he can use them early on.
Yep, that's right. And especially in combination with an awesome G-Guard that they've gotten from the Clan Collection, the Premium Collection, it allows him to be able to get them back to if he ended up using them for guard. And then he's going to be using the grade 1 skill, the Eternity Chaser, discarding a card from his hand and searching up a specific name grade 3, so it looks like he has a Dialiner already.
Is he adding he's adding the Heal Guardian, isn't he?
Yes.
Which I like this play, because Genesis is going first, and there's a possibility that Mohamed is going to explode on this next turn. So that Hue Guardian can help him to just either strafe off Mohamed's aggressive turn, so Mohamed might not even go aggressive, or it can at least soften the blow to some extent, which can be a good play for especially this early on. And keep in mind, the Hue Guardian is a grade 3, so it does get an additional 10k shield off Die Dumper.
Yep, that's right. It's guarding free. Extra 35k shield. He'll be 45k shielding against almost any of the potential attacks that his opponent can muster. He's swinging for 10 though.
I think that's the correct play here, by just negating the amount of potential face-up damage. Like, DP doesn't necessarily have to be aggressive right here, especially if he can ride and die liner and just pressure with crits. Ooh, we see the grade 3 coming in. Oh, and the overtrigger is already out.
Oh, okay. So one OT is still in play, and that's the one from Otagag. Tank mode himself, unfortunately, has lost his, but it does allow him to draw an extra card, and it does still keep him at 1 damage, which you could say is still a positive thing. He could choose to stay on grade 2 so that he can use this Heal Guardian if he so happens to have it. He doesn't have the CB as access anymore, so he can't really have a play right now, and I don't think there's any form of countercharge that he has access to at the moment.
Yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, this is probably the worst timing for Mohamed to get the overtrigger, because it doesn't stop extra damage, it doesn't, it gets him the extra draw, but is that really what he wanted in this situation? It also negates him potentially the counterblast that he could have used this turn. So how much did it benefit him, honestly? Because there are definitely more explosive turns from DP, and that overtrigger could have helped in those particular situations.
Let's see, so they're thinking about whether or not they want to ride up. Because if he does have an Angelica, he could just like ride up and into Angelica and swing and pass.
I mean, he also still has Marduk as an option, because Marduk is not a stride card that looks at your opponent's particular grade setup. So he could just try to be very aggressive. It is a possibility.
Well, unfortunately, Marduk does require you to have a Counterblast open, because it is Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 3, sadly.
Then it does depend on if he has a countercharge available. I think Regalia does have options, because I believe the back row, the VAR can potentially countercharge during the main phase, so that could set it up. Or is the VAR already left the field? Like I think she's already. Oh yeah, he just countercharged there.
Okay, it looks like they had it. Okay, well that's fine then. So I guess they would still be able to access this play then. Then that's actually really, really good. So you're going to use Angelica here to be able to get a Divine Gauge later on soon. In a second, but first they're going to use Idrisil to get a Norn out of the deck, and that's going to be in the back row center, possibly under the Vanguard, maybe for setup for later on.
Yeah, so with this play, I think Mohammed either values this filter and potentially the restand of the Vanguard more than going into Marduk, because in this current line of play, I don't see another countercharger, unless he has like another VAR in his hand to put in 1 damage face up. But if not, then maybe he just goes for a restand of either one of the columns with Norn, if he can put a Divine Gauge on them. And this is basically where we see where the overtrigger could actually just negate the full value of this turn. Because if he had that extra damage, he could just do more things in this particular turn. Like a lot more.
So, I mean, on attack with Angelica, he does end up getting 2 Divine Gauges if he wants them. Looks like he is going to be doing that. Norn and the double Norn do get Divine Gauges. He could still give Divine Gauges to other units that he wants to, but I don't think he'll do that here. He's going to give this a Vanguard. He's contemplating whether or not he wants to use them. Yep, he give that one. See if he's going to use it again to give it to another unit. He's thinking about it. It's a Norn. I think he's going to Divine Gauge it again so that that can stack up here. So he's possibly thinking on using Norn here, possibly.
Yeah,
so
that's...
you can get a restand.
Like, that's the thing with this particular build, especially with Regalia. Like, there are so many things you need to keep in mind. You need to keep track of your Divine Gauges, you need to keep track of your Soul, you need to keep track of your counter charts, the specific combo pieces that you either have left in your deck. Also, your deck count is also very important in his deck. Like, I've seen Mohammed play, and he's been, like, counting his deck constantly to know how much he can push, how far he can go. Because if you don't pay attention to your deck count, you can accidentally just deck yourself out or put yourself in a position where you cannot even attack with your Vanguard anymore, even though you could potentially just restand your Vanguard and get extra drive checks on top of everything.
So he's contemplating whether or not he should guard here, because it would incentivize whether or not Mohammed wants to use the skill of Norn or not.
Yeah, because the interesting thing is about that the restand happens after the battle. So Otaka he cannot really take in consideration if Mohammed is going to restand. He just knows it after he wasted his potential shield on an attack that he might not have wanted to guard in the first place.
See, he's thinking about it. This is swinging for 23, double crit. It's gonna PG here. Okay. Interesting.
Let's see what the drive checks are going to be here.
Eternity Cycle discarded, using PG here. He still has like 6 or 7 more cards in hand.
That's another... Oh, that's a crit, and that's a 30k shield crit.
Oh, I like this plan here. Giving everything to the rear guard because he's potentially going to use the Vanguard to restand here. Whether or not if he's going to decide it. So he could decide to use it here if he wants to.
Also, the Vanguard already has like an inherent extra critical, so with this he just wants to pressure maybe more damage, I think. He's probably contemplating if he wants to use the restand here. Like, would you personally go for the restand in this particular instant, or do you think I should save my resource for next turn?
I say you save it for next turn, personally myself, but I mean, he does only lose like 1 drive check, and he is discarding... He's discarding a card and losing a gauge. It's not the end of the world. If he ends up hitting a trigger... It's gonna restand the Vanguard. It also gets plus 10. It loses a drive check. Yeah, there's no reason not to. So 23. And he could always use it for Minerva for next turn anyway, so it's still fine.
So it looks like he's probably gonna go for the restand here, because he's looking at his soul right now.
So he's gonna gauge again, possibly, since he's attacking again. So the skill is proccing. It's not once per turn. I would just give double gauges to both of the Norns again. They're very important. You kind of want to keep them gauged up as much as you possibly can. So this is 23 Vanguard double crit.
Yeah, because that means next turn, if he strikes, he doesn't get the free gauge skill of Angelica. But because he now has double gauge on those units, that means they will attain the protection and the boost capabilities during that particular turn itself. So, and as well during the opponent's turn. So that's probably what he's setting up here with this double gauge for both Norns.
That's right.
So now the ball is passed to Otaku court to decide what he's going to do for the guard on this second Vanguard swing. And there comes the Heal Guardian.
So he's possibly going to -2 crit. This is 45. This is OT to pass, but the OT is already gone. And that's a critical.
So what did he choose? Did he choose -2 crit? Or did he go for the plus 10k?
I hope plus 10. I hope he chose plus 10. There's no reason to choose plus 2 kit.
Because if he went for plus 10k, that means this is a 20k base, and it's 25k shield, so it's 45k. How big is the Vanguard swinging at this point?
It's just 25.
Okay, so
23, sorry.
23. Yeah, so in that case, it should have been like plus 10k. So it looks like that was the case, because it looks like he put the crit and the power onto the rearguard Yggdrasil.
So this is 23, 33, 43. 3 damage.
And keep in mind, I think he can restand the Yggdrasil as well.
Oh, he can.
Definitely that could also be like 2 big attacks coming in here. Now, luckily he does have the extra 10k power, so he's at 20k base, but early on, dedicating so many cards is painful.
I mean, I didn't see him use a dice to denote power, and he does play with power counters.
True.
So it doesn't seem like he declared. We don't know yet whether or not he's declared plus 10 or 2 crit.
So he decided to just no guard the attack, so going up to 4 damage here. And no defensive whatsoever.
So him taking the damage here is fine, because he could potentially just use this to go into Unibird, which is a potential way to win here, depending on what Mohammed's hand is, if he can like farm any PGs or extra ways of being able to disrupt his offensive turn. But I don't see it yet, so we'll see.
I mean, it looks like he's going to resend the rearguard Yggdrasil, and that means he's going to discard yet another card, which means he's going to diminish his defensive capabilities for Otaku offensive turn. And that is a great one, which is, I believe, at least 5k shield.
So he's thinking on it. So this is still 33. He's discarded a card. Just thinking whether or not he wants to commit to the play. Gonna be left with 6 cards left in hand.
6 cards isn't a lot, but at the same time, he only has 1 damage. So depending on how the field setup is going to be and the potential drive checks, either Mohammed's going to be in a comfortable position moving forward, or we could see like in 1 turn OTK coming from the Dimensional Police player.
He currently... Otaka only has like 5 or 6 cards in his hand right now, though. So this is he needs to kind of decide right now. Another Heal Guardian again. I think this is
-2 crit does it, right?
-2 or plus 10. I would still go for plus 10. I mean, you know, just for the funnies, for the ha-has. It's 35. This should be enough.
I think the players are like going over the numbers just to make sure everything adds up.
Yeah, it's 2 crit. It's 2 triggers. It's 23. It's 33. It's 35. There's plus 10 on it. Just it by itself is enough.
He's calling another. Is it not enough?
Well, it was 43. Yeah, fair. It was like 43. Fair enough. Because it also get plus 10 from itself. And I think he drove into 2 crits, no? Or was it just 1?
I only saw 1, but maybe we missed a crit. But that aside, he just rode into Die Liner, so we gonna move on to his Great Free turn, and probably we're gonna see immediately going into Geomaglus with Force 2, which is the tried and true play for Dimension Police with the Great Free build.
Oof, I feel a little bit of weakness in his hand right now, it seems. It seems that he might be able to still, like, get some pressure going, because he has Die Arm in his hand, he's been kind of floating around with. He does have Taser Lunge that he has in his hand. It does have plus 5, so he can get a little bit of cheeky multi-attacks going, and he still has access to Die Arm. I don't see Muhammad ever going to like 11 cards in his hand, so...
Not in this position, no.
No. This is a bit of a toughie. I guess a heal OT kind of can work here. So Dialiner, let's see if he calls anything else. I guess he could call Linka here, so that if he survives Muhammad's next turn, especially with how Muhammad has his board set up, it's going to be a very tough one. He could end up calling Rinka here.
Yeah, next turn for Muhammad is going to be explosive, because he literally has everything set up in terms of his rear guards, his restand capabilities. The only thing he just needs to do next turn is just stride. If he strides, he's gonna explode that turn.
That's right. So this is another plus 10 here. So this is 23. 4 damage. So if he guards here, he needs to guard with PG if he can.
So Muhammad, honestly, if he feels like it, he can no guard this attack.
I feel that's risky.
It is risky, but at the same time, his hand is low, and depending on how if he has a PG or something, like we haven't seen a PG or a heal from his side, right?
If he has like another VAR for next turn, I think it should be fine. Like he could like PG this and just like.
Okay, here comes the crit sentinel that we saw. So this 30k.
Yeah. Yes. So this PG here he's using. Well, sorry, crit sentinel that he's using.
Probably contemplating of how much shield he wants to use to make sure, because from how much I've seen Mo play, he always makes sure he counts every number to make sure that he's not wasting any resources whatsoever and plays as optimally as he can.
First check. Second check, over trigger. I mean,
ooh, that's painful here. That's painful. Oh my god, this changes. Wait, that's 4 damage on the Vanguard.
Yes, that's 8 damage to the face. That's 8 damage.
Wait, no, it's 4. It's just 4, right? Because the Vanguard's a 2, it goes to 4.
No, okay. So with Geomaglass's skill, Geomaglass's counts for how many grade 3s that you have on the board.
Yeah.
So since he had 2 grade 3s left on the board, it increased his crit to 4.
Oh, his crit increased!
Yes. So when his crit got increased to 4, he hit the over trigger, and the over trigger doubles whatever crits that you currently get.
Oh my god! He does heal, but that's not enough. He needs to heal every single card from his deck to make this happen. Oh my god!
Yeah, I mean,
what? Bro! And keep in mind, those were also great freezes. Gonna smack for massive on this turn if that didn't kill Muhammad.
Yeah.
I'm just lost for words. What just happened? What? Okay, I need to reset because I did not see that coming out of nowhere. Like, if Mohammed was, because we learned at the end that Mohammed is not playing PGs, he's just playing Sentinel crits, which means he couldn't just PG the Vanguard attack. If you had PGs, he could Vanguard attack and at least negate the amount of damage here. But oh my god!
I'll give you a small secret to that too. It didn't really matter because all of the rear guards as well get double crit, and all of them are double the power. So you could give one of the other ones 100 million, that becomes 200 million plus double crit, and the other one also has double crit too.
So I guess double crit he could have survived because he was at 1. So
we
would go at 5, but it was the Vanguard. Like it was the Vanguard going to 8 crit, bro. 8 crit. When do you hear somebody dealing 8 damage? Like that's Gize is just child play at this point.
Yeah. It happens. Those are the moments where it comes down to they made a risk playing crit sentinels, and it just happens to happen. I mean, you could. It's a part of the game that you need to factor in a little bit when you're playing into a format that can reliably filter through the deck a lot, and it's an aspect that you need to keep in mind that it's one of the only things that can respectively get me out of this game. And it just happened, and that's it. He took it with humility, and it looks like he's not out of the race yet. Otagag is currently also doing pretty well too, so who knows? Tiebreakers can still have Mohammed in there. He's not out of the race yet.
Yeah, like it's just how Vanguard is as a game. Like you're never out of the water. Like things can just turn everything because the Dimension Police player, like Mohammed, was playing the way that you should play against Dimension Police, because as we were talking about, it is a very tanky deck, but the early game not so much. Like Otagag had the fortunate instance that he could ride the grade 2 Die Dumper, which at least gives him some defensive capabilities in the early game. But if you start rushing them very aggressively, what Mohammed did, you start dwindling their option, and their options start to go very low, and then you need a miracle. You really need a miracle to get out of this situation, and that's what we saw. It's a miracle. That's just what happened for Otagag. So honestly, I'm very curious what's going to happen for top 8. What's going forward, because I believe this was the last round, right?
It was actually the last round. We're going to be going to break relatively shortly, but I'm really excited to see what happens. I have no idea, man. It was an interesting game. I'll tell you that much. It was a game where basically both of them. It's sort of like one of those games where both of them have the button on the trigger, their finger on the trigger, but like who's gonna take the shot for it? And it just happened to be Dimensional Police. It could have happened to Muhammad as well. He could have also gotten his off too, and he almost got it off as well. Put him in a dire situation that needed to happen for him to make the comeback, and it did. It's part of the game where you gotta try to play towards your outs, and that was one of them. It was either heals or hitting the OT or hitting enough resources that you can put more pressure on the board. That's part of it. It's Vanguard.
That's Vanguard. And then we've seen it in other matches as well, like the Narukami one. That's same situation. Like it's pretty damn crazy at sometimes. But I think we're gonna go to a little break, and then we're coming back to take a look at what's gonna be the standing, who's gonna go to top 8, and we're gonna round up day 1, and then prepare to not only go to day 2 tomorrow, but also going to take a look at probably tossing everybody over to the next tournament, because this isn't where we're gonna end BRO. BRO is just starting, and even today is nowhere near finished.
Exactly. So with that being said, thank you, Eric. We'll see you guys in a moment. See y'all soon.
Here we are, folks. Welcome back. We are at the end of day 1 of the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 EU event. We've gone through 8 really incredible rounds of premium tournaments so far, and of course we still have another day 2 to go of the top cut. But yeah, before we show you the final brackets and the standings and everything we are going to go through real quick, just cover, rewind back throughout the day. So I'm thinking, the 2 things I said at the beginning of today were restriction list and P client collection. And as we've seen, we haven't seen a single Nightmare Dolls on stream or make it to the top cut, but we have seen a lot of Gradoras floating around the event. So the restriction list has at least done something, but then I think it's safe to say that P client collection has done much, much more for the premium format as a whole. Like, we've had Highlander with Helltrauder being extending for it. We have several Narukami decks being able to make your opponent choose between Vanquish, Exterminate, and Stunverse. We've seen Mega Colony still there with access to Mad Mantis to push even further. There's a lot going on, and it's been a great event so far, and I think we've seen some really good games.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is that most people anticipated like, oh, Nightmare Doll is going to be scot-free and we're going to see a lot of that, and Ghidorah is going to be the one that we're not going to see as much because it's got neutered into the ground, but the opposite is what we've seen today, and that makes me very excited for the prospect of the coming weeks, because with the upcoming sets right around the horizon, things are going to be even more exciting and things are going to be also more explosive.
Yep, that's true. I mean, as going into this, Ghidorah is a good card. Exterminate is a very good card. All of the Pecan collection cards that we've gotten are just extremely well-designed cards that we have in the format. The fact that we've been using almost all the cards from Pecan collections, the fact that defensive options is just better now. Like all of them, we're using almost all of the guards and almost all of the decks, almost all 24 of them. So it's to say, hopefully in the future, Bushy, please give us more cards like that. And like that, more of those cards. I would like not to get completely obliterated within 3 turns, please.
Yeah, for sure. Like one of the things I think, one of the issues I found with Premium, say this time last year, is that the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was massive, but then the gaps between Tier 2 and Tier 3 were really small, so everything else was a lot more fun. Whereas now, the gap between like Tier 1 and Tier 2 is super small. Like, let's think about some of the decks that we would consider top tier that we didn't see today. Like Shiroyuki, I think, is a top tier deck. We haven't seen that at all. The new Premium Collection Stride makes it really, really solid. Spikes, again, I mentioned at the beginning of the day, we were unable to get Spikes on stream, sadly, but Gally Galbarus is 2 counterblast, 11 attacks on first stride. There you go. Like there are so many, like even Shadow Paladin, like people. There's been a lot of Luard plays here today, and again, none of them did well enough to be on stream. But the fact that Luard now has options that isn't just Morfessa, it's like we're seeing the game like become a lot more wide open, and when the game becomes more wide open, there's a lot more room for player skill and player expression to make much more of a difference, which I think is absolutely great.
Exactly, and even to build up on the whole Shadow Paladin aspect of it, you just have multiple different archetypes now being able to represent themselves because of the G-Guardians. Especially with Shadows, being able to send the grade 1s back allows you to play more Raging Form archetypes, and the biggest issue that Raging Form had at the time is that you just ran out all your grade 1s on your first two strides, and you were not able to defend yourself, and sure, if you survived, you just didn't have anything left in your deck anymore, no gas. But now you just have gas now. It's all gas lane.
Exactly, it's so great. Like decks that would have been previously unplayable are now playable. Like so, we don't have the graphic on the stream for you here, but I will be putting it onto the Yellow Card Vanguard Twitter very shortly at the end of today. So do check me out if you aren't already. But the clan breakdown, I forgot to mention this earlier, but obviously some of them have dropped as the day went on. But at the start of today, at round 1, all 24 clans were represented in this tournament. So I'm just going to quickly read them off here so that you guys can listen in on the stream. But again, it'll be on my Twitter in a second. So we had 19 Bermuda players, 18 for Narukami, 17 for Grand Blue and Pale Moon, 14 Shadow Paladin, 11 Aqua Force, 11 Dimension Police, 9 Gear Chronicle, 8 Nubatama and Spikes, 7 Genesis and Murakumo, 6 for Gold Paladin, Kagero, Link Joker and Mega Colony, 5 for Dark Irregulars, Great Nature and Nova Grappler, 3 for Angel Feather, Neo Nectar, Oracle Think Tank and Tachikaze, and 2 Royal Paladin. Pretty much everything that's not like, Bang Dream or Etrange or like Token Ranbu has been represented. And I think, and here's the thing, every single one of those decks, every single one of those clans, there is at least one deck in those clans that I would be like, yeah, that's a real deck, or like, there's nothing that I would be like, why are you playing this? I can see why someone would play Jewel Knights, why someone would play Victor, why someone would play Link Joker, and they all got somewhere, which is really cool. But enough stats for now. We're going to move on to the final standings in the scoreboard for today, just before we get to the bracket. So let's take a look at the final standings. So, in first place, undefeated, despite having stayed up to play AO. Congratulations to Stephen Lee, also known as Suo from WCC, with an impressive 8-0 record. Joining him in top 8 are going to be Aya, Nico, Raptus11, and S Fixtis, who are all on an X1 record. we saw Raptors 11 and Aya on stream earlier today. They had some well-earned wins, so congratulations to them, and we'll be seeing them tomorrow. And finally, the X2s that managed to squeak into the top 8, we have Peter, Kitten Pants, and Muzrax. Again, I think you and I, all three of us, we have some friends on this list that we're definitely rooting for. And again, Peter and Muzrax, Peter's my buddy, Muzrax is your buddy. They all stayed up for AO, and they're still going on. That's absolutely incredible. But yeah, I think we are also going to take a look at 9th to 16th. So just some, some commiserations for these fellas who, unfortunately, as we say, got caught in the bubble. Again, they also had X2 records. They were very close to making top cut, but Fevelmon or Feulmon, Toby TCG, Notorious Et, Otakag, Reverse Ace, Cuball Gamer, Overlord, and Fullmetal 2021 will unfortunately not be making top cut for now. However, of course, anything can happen tomorrow morning. We've had people in NA who were unable to wake up in time for their top cut. So someone in the first 8th place might not make it, and 9th to 10th place might squeak in. Of course, we'll have to wait and find that out tomorrow morning, same time as before, 9 a.m. CET, for the Day 2 top cut. But until then, I think we are almost ready to see the brackets, so that'll be shown up on the screen very soon. So we can see exactly who's playing what in what order. Here we go. So I'm going to run through the decks for everyone here. So Suo is playing Highlander, and they'll be playing against Muzrax, who's playing Mystery Flare Turbo. Then we've got Raptor Slevin, who's playing Vanquisher, against KG's Fixtis, who's playing No Life King. Then we have Aya playing playing Dungaree versus Kitten Pants, also playing Vanquisher. Again, we've seen Aya win that matchup before earlier today, so it's going to be exciting to see. And finally, we have Nico, who's on Shirayuki, versus Peter, who's on the Shield Fisher Machining deck we saw earlier. I think this is, even though there's 3 Narukami decks here in the top cut, I think the rest of top cut is still sufficiently varied enough that this is going to be a very interesting and diverse final 3 rounds. What do you guys think?
Well, the important thing is with the Narukami matchup is what we've seen so far at today's stream is also that their playstyles and how the matches pan out are vastly different. So we're going to see a lot of variety, even though some decks might overlap a little bit. And we even see some decks that we haven't seen so far. Mystery Flare Turbo, Shirayuki. I'm very excited to see those deck connections tomorrow and see what type of crazy spicy plays we're going to see in top 8. So a lot of exciting stuff, if I'm gonna be honest, is looking forward in our future year.
And being that the format is like relatively new, it's just in its infancy. It's the start of maybe another year or two that we're probably going to have this restriction list, unless there's another archetype that came up from under us that made it into, that's going to make it into World for BCS. I feel that right now it's just so much developing in the format at the moment. It is just going to be so cool to see. Like a lot of the matchups that I can still chalk up to. Small errors here and there, small procedural things here and there, is due to the fact that not all people have been playing that much, or if they play, it's just not a lot of experience against that particular matchup, And it's really cool to see that people evolve and people adapt. The people who are currently in this top 8, it's people who've been always topping in top 8s in most of these BROs, BCSs, BSFs all around the world. So they're good at what they do. They're good at adapting. So the people who didn't make it today doesn't mean they can't make it tomorrow or next time.
Yeah, I think it actually speaks volumes about the format right now, right? Like, when you consider that up for the longest time, Premium was seen as the inaccessible Vanguard format because old cards, complicated rulings, whereas now, you have some people that maybe have never played an event before in their lives, like trying out Premium, like P-Clan Collection makes it really accessible. Now is the best time to get into Premium.
Yeah, yes. And to add on top of that, like we've seen already that all 24 clans are represented, so you have a wide options of your personal playstyle. But what we also seen, even live on this stream, is that within a single clan, there's not just one dominating build that's everybody playing. There's like a vastly different array of options within a clan. Like with Narukami alone, we have Dungaree, we have Eradicated Dungaree, we have Vanquisher, like maybe even Eradicated Vanquisher, and that's before the new clan collection. And this list goes on and on and on for all these clans. So I think it's a great moment for any player to just step in the format, just pick whatever archetype or deck or playstyle you like, and there's likely a very good deck possibility there that you can enjoy and potentially even play at a pretty decent competitive level.
And representation doesn't even mean a thing. Just because there's like 3 Vanquisher or 3 Narukami, specifically, not just Vanquisher. 3 Narukami currently in top 8 does not mean that that's the best deck in the format. Because people pick this deck because people are very cognizant of the fact drawing cards is good, drawing cards is really good, and binding your opponent's cards is better sometimes, plus drawing cards too. So that's the cognizant thing that people just made sure they wanted to do. And people just played fan favorites, MFD Combo, Shiryuki, and No Life King. Those are like decks that are already good, but come on, just play what you like, have fun.
Yeah, for sure. I think I speak for all of us when I say that this has been the best possible start to the BRO season we could have asked for. You know, it's everything I wanted and more, and I'm just excited to see what exactly comes next. But for now, that's going to be it from us for today. You know, thank you everyone for tuning in to watch. Thank you for sticking with us for this long. Thank you for tweeting out to BRO 2022 on Twitter with us. We are going to be back here same time, 9 a.m. CET tomorrow for the top 8. But until then, NA event is going to be starting real soon. We're going to send you guys over to that stream when it starts, hopefully within the next hour. And until then, have a lovely evening. Take care.